Yo, Original OC with you on the Original OC channel. It is Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. Breaking news in the watch world. Major news here in New York City. Famed Fifth Avenue retailer Wempe, an amazing store, a fixture here in New York City for decades and decades, has been chosen by Patek Philippe for an expanded showroom on Fifth Avenue. Let's let people trickle into the chat before we cover this news in depth, but it's going to be a massive change that should start to materialize over the next year or so. Wempe expanding its commitment to Patek Philippe with a massive 1,600 square foot showroom, which will also include viewing gallery, VIP lounges, and all the good stuff. So major development in the watch retailing world. Let's see, and we'll be covering all of those developments in depth on this program. But first, let's say hi to people in the chat. Let's say hi to the people in the chat. Ghost of Yiddish Gambino is with us. He is a member of the Original OC channel. Thank you for being a member. Membership information, I'll drop the link right here. Boom. Got Logan Hall's Grill Streams in the chat. What's up, Logan? Good to see you here. Got Vimal in the chat. Vimal says, Wempe moving away from Rolex. And Booker, is Booker going to get all the high-end pieces? I can see why heavy spenders would move their dollars to Booker. Well, that makes total sense. Booker is owned by Rolex, and as construction continues on the new Rolex building, which will house a massive new Rolex boutique, it only makes sense that that Wempe will double down on some of their other brands, including Patek Philippe. And so news breaking today that Wempe will be running a bigger, more expansive New York Patek Philippe showroom in their famed Fifth Avenue retail experience. SE from Germany's in the chat. By the way, SE, hope you're feeling better. I just got the note that you just sent. I don't know that person. Oh yeah, that person's in Miami. I don't know him personally. Thanks for asking. Sorry, just answering some personal questions on the chat here. Logan, by the way, thank you for sending me that screenshot. Appreciate that. Quick promotional note. If you want to take advantage of these incredible new cased in time NASA moon watch cases, then I'll put up the banner at the bottom of the screen. Boom. New cased in time NASA moon watch cases. The perfect gift for yourself. Watch lovers, dads, grads, watch enthusiasts, anybody who has an Omega, anybody who has a Speedmaster, anybody who has a Moon Swatch, they're going to love these cases. We have the biggest discount available on their website. Just enter promo code Original OC. Promo code Original OC to get the best deal on this watch case. Visit CasedInTime.com. Let's see who else we got in the chat. Guys, already over 20 people watching. Don't forget to hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let's get to 15 likes right out of the gate. Let's see. That's it, as he says. Okay, that's it. I've had it. When is my next flight to New York? Get on the plane. Hope you feel better and get on over to the United States, SE. Got Wristwatchholic with some sound advice. Sound advice. Begin the Patek journey before it's too late. Those are interesting, and that's an interesting sentiment. Wristwatchholic is on the Patek journey. He has a fantastic 5212 weekly calendar and a 6119 Calatrava small seconds in his collection. And we are on the journey with him to see where it goes from here. Several of us are starting our Patek journeys. Some of us are on hold. Some of us are moving forward cautiously and expeditiously. We shall see. But there's no better time to begin the Patek journey than right now. Prices are going up. They're only going to go up. Watches are going to get harder and harder to get. Patek is the most iconic, most collectible, and most prestigious brand in the Swiss watch industry. Don't you just want to get your Pateks new at retail with your name on the papers? Of course you do. Of course you do. Don't settle for compromises, guys. Don't buy old, junky Patek Philippe's just because they're cheap. Just because it looks like a good deal, it doesn't mean that it's a great deal. And don't buy it. Don't check off a whole bunch of boxes that make it a compromise. Don't look at reasons why you should be getting the watch cheaper. Oh, well, it's old. Oh, well, it's scratched up. Oh, well, it's an older reference. Oh, it's got the ugly case. Oh, it's got the less desirable dial. Oh, it's got a beat up strap. Oh, it's got the old clasp. Oh, it's got the lower power reserve. Oh yeah, that's the one for me. It's cheaper. Don't do that. Follow my advice, which is to buy the watch that checks all the boxes. That's a great watch. Yeah, perfect for you. And then get the best price. And build a relationship with your Patek Philippe AD at the same time. Skip Intro's in the chat. Skip Intro is a member. Thank you for being a member. And you upvoted. Really, really appreciate that. Skip Intro, by the way, always sending me great content and great show ideas behind the scenes. Shout out to Skip Intro, the secret. She's Skip Intro is a secret viewer. Brian the Pipe is in the chat. Campaign volunteer for 6 months. Smartest chat in YouTube just became lower by my being here. Upvote. Well, it became a lot older and more senile. I wouldn't say less smart, but listen, you're in Florida, you have a pool, you have 2 Patek Philippe's, neither of which you bought at retail, but that's okay. That's okay. You're still on, you forged your own journey with Patek Philippe over the years. And let's see here. Ryan Hofre says we need to see some cooking or at least critique mine, Logan. Yeah, Logan. We could jump on. I might grill some dogs later. I know that the Colony Group's big fan of chili dogs. They love their chili dogs. Maybe I will jump on and I'll jump on from the OC patio, fire up the Weber grill and do a few dogs for you guys. Maybe I'll do that. America 5726. He at one time owned a Patek Philippe, but he doesn't now. But he still upvoted the stream. Ryan Humphrey says, "Is there a purchase moratorium on AP?" That is a fascinating question. There is, beginning on January 1st, there was a global moratorium on all watch purchases in place. AP was an approved brand at the time. Technically, in May, they're still an approved brand. But let's be honest, that may end on May 31st. AP's been on a downward trajectory for the past couple of months. AP has peaked. That's the sentiment that we're hearing out in the marketplace, that AP has definitely peaked. And by the way, I hate to say it, I hate to admit this, but it looks like Richard Mille has also officially peaked. Patek Philippe and Rolex are pulling away from the pack. They're accelerating the distance between themselves and even reputable brands like AP, Richard Mille, Vacheron, Lange, and others. So it's getting tough out there. We are about to see a 2-watch hobby where you should be looking only at Rolex and Patek Philippe going forward, at least for the time being. You know, the idea that you should buy what you love, and oh, Zenith came out with a watch with a lapis lazuli dial, or Oris came out with an orange watch, or there's some small micro brand launched a watch with pepperoni and pineapple on it. Guys, forget about all that bullshit. It's fucking over, okay? It's over. It's Rolex. It's time to reach for the crown. It's the year of the day-date, and or start your journey with Patek Philippe. Boom. Patek. I'm loving the look of this watch. This is the new blue asphalt, the 8-day Power Reserve. This is one of the best releases of the year. But so Ryan Hofrey, AP, you can buy AP up until the 31st of May, but until after that, it will require advanced approval, prior approval. Who else do we got here? Who else is in the chat? Hey, we got blah BW, blah blah blah. That's right, blah bitty blah bitty blah. If you get a new watch, it should be Rolex, Patek, AP, or Richard Mille. And if you want to come unbox it, we'll pick a charity. We'll unbox. We do unboxings 99% of the time for charity here. So pick your favorite philanthropic cause. We'll unbox right here. If you have anything other than that, like let's say you have an Oris or a Tudor or Longines or some kind of other sub-tier brand, like tier 3 or tier 4 brand, don't bother. I'm not that directing this specifically at BW or anything or anyone, but yeah, Mr. Tudor to you is welcome to unbox a Tudor. He has a special dispensation. He is free to jump on and unbox a Tudor after he becomes a member. After he becomes a member of the OC channel. Linked for the memberships in the chat. Link for the memberships below. Skip intro with a great question here. OC, what do you say to the people who keep saying that the journey is not worth the losses that you may incur post retail? That is a very, very fair point. And there's differing opinions on this. Certainly if the watch that you really, really, really love is discontinued and hasn't been available for a few years, or goes for significantly less in the secondary in relatively new, unworn condition, then and you don't want to get and you don't want to have a relationship with Patek, and you don't want to buy 2 or 3 or 4 great pieces, then sure, go the route of secondary. Um, or if you just want one sports piece, if you want one sports piece, it's, and you don't love Patek Philippe. Let's just say you want a Nautilus and a Nautilus only, or it's like, you know what, I just want an Aquanaut because I don't love Patek Philippe. I'm really not loyal to Patek. I'm not a Patek enthusiast. At that point, great. Go secondary and buy your watch used from a pawn shop or from one of these secondary dealers. These guys on Canal Street or Chinatown, 47th Street. Like downtown Miami. Sure, you can go there. You can buy your watch there. Watch only. Maybe it has papers, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it has the original box, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's got the authentic dial, maybe it does. It doesn't, I don't know. Maybe, who knows? But listen, if you don't really love Patek, you're not a Patek enthusiast, and you just want like a hype sports piece, and you're not true to the brand, and you don't want to get like a great Calatrava, a great complication, some beautiful, a variety of incredible pieces in your collection. Yeah, go to the pawn shop. Go and get your Patek there. I have a different philosophy. I started my journey with Patek last year. Maybe my journey is paused. Maybe I won't get another watch for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You never know. When they have something that I really like and I want to add to my collection, I'll let them know. But Patek knows who I am. I get the magazine. I have purchase history, and I do consider myself a Patek lover and Patek enthusiast. I'm on the journey. How about you? It's time to get on the journey, guys. Yeah, skip intro. It's right. Do we want to go to a pawn shop? Like a dirty pawn shop to get your Patek? Not me. I want I want the new I want good pieces. I want great watches. SE, he knows the trick. He knows the deal. The 5396G-017, which is also known as the OC, ticks all in caps, the aforementioned boxes, and getting it at retail, especially as early as OC did, was a very smart move. Some are having a hard time grasping that fact, but they will eventually. Now, as someone who is a Patek Philippe lover and enthusiast who got my watch at retail, listen, there are other people who got their watches from secondary source. They're good secondary sources too. It doesn't have to be like the pawn shop. There are other places. And someone who I do consider a Patek Philippe lover is someone who's jumping on right now. Brian the Pipe.
Hello.
Hello. You have in your collection, of course, the very beautiful and very elegant sports chic piece, the two-tone 5980 in steel and rose gold with a beautiful blue dial. And I don't think anybody can say that that's not an incredible watch. And then you also have, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, a watch that is a slightly more polarizing. It is what's the model, 5905 or 5205? Which one is it?
You love Patek Philippe and you don't know all the references?
I can't remember. What is it?
5960.
5960. Now, this is a stainless steel watch.
Yes.
With the 5-link stainless steel bracelet, all high polish. And this is the white dial with the black accents. The chronograph. It's a chronograph. Chronograph annual calendar, right?
Chronograph annual calendar. Technically a flyback, but don't do that. And technically not a white dial. It's actually a silver opaline, according to Terry Stern, and we love him.
We do love Terry.
Yes. and it's very nice and loose on me right now because I need to take a link out.
It's looking amazing. I am rocking not the Patek, but I am rocking a Pepsi. The Rolex GMT Master 2. Yep.
And it's quite possible that there might be a third Patek coming to my collection soon.
Nice. I love that idea. By the way, we also have screen sharing comments enabled. If you're watching us on the TV, the big screen TV, shout out to Air King Ben, who is always watching this program on his big screen TV. The comments are now on the screen, so you can follow what's going along. And if you type in something that I don't like in the comments, I can turn it off.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And listen, I fully support those of you that are going the Patek route. I personally love that. I hope you all do well, because in order for me to get pieces on the secondary market, I need people to buy them the first time. So thank you.
You need people to buy great watches from the AD so they can sell them and make them available in the secondary market.
Yeah. And as value oriented as I am, which I am, when I got the 5980, I sat there and said to myself, this is going to be my, this is going to be the king of the pile. It was at the end of it, I think it was like 32 to 34,000 above what it would have retailed for. I got it in a non-tax situation, so that was good. But I realized there wasn't anything that I wanted to buy to build the pathway to a Nautilus or an Aquanaut.
Mm-hmm.
And why take the hits along the way? So just jump in. Yes, it was discontinued already. Yes, I did source it and waited for the right one, the right condition, the right packaging, the right everything to come along from the right author, from the right gray market dealer too. That was extremely important for me. And said, you know what? It is what it is. Do it. Boom.
Yep. Makes total sense. By the way, I want to say hi to Helgestron in the chat. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see Helgestron. He says, "Don't stop believing." Yeah, I'm not going to sing it. I'm not going to sing it, but yeah, don't. Journey's famed hit, "Don't Stop Believing." It's apropos today.
Hold on to the feet. No, not going to get there.
No,
sorry.
Definitely not. Let's see here. I want to bring up a different picture.
Yeah. Bring up the $32,000 version of this in the white gold gondola case. Sorry. Sorry.
Just in case you just joined the program, breaking news in the watch world. And for those of you who've visited New York or shop in New York, you know that Wempe, which is one of the most prestigious watch and jewelry retailers in the world, located on 5th Avenue and 55th Street. They've announced that they are expanding their Patek Philippe showroom. I'm imagining that it'll probably take up half the entire store. They're putting in a new, expanded, revamped 1,600 square foot showroom with a collection viewing area and VIP rooms and all that good stuff. So congratulations to Wempe for forging and expanding their partnership with Patek Philippe. You got a bigger footprint, viewing gallery, VIP lounges, and all that good stuff. Now, in addition to that, the other part of the news is that they are moving away from their decades-long partnership with Rolex, as Rolex will be located across the street pretty much at 53rd and 5th Avenue. The Rolex building, which is under construction, will be completed by the end of February, 2026. And so at that time, they're going to have a massive Rolex boutique with fountains and an aquarium and a museum and workout room, and it's going to be like a giant destination, the biggest Rolex destination in the world. They're completing work on I think it's a 26-story building that they're constructing in Manhattan that Rolex will own and operate. And so Rolex will be concentrated over there. Wempe will focus on the brands that they carry, including expanded Patek Philippe showroom. So congratulations to Rudy and the entire team at Wempe. By the way, don't ever go into Wempe and drop my name without checking with me first. Chances are the first thing they do if you drop my name is they call me and say, do you know this person? And if I don't know you, or if I don't know you very well, it won't help you.
Can you go in there and mention Federico, because didn't he work at Wempe?
That's not a good idea either.
Oh,
and I think the worst, the running joke there is you walk in and say, "Oh, I know Rudy," and then they'll say, "Oh, really? Does Rudy know you?" And that's when your face goes from tan and smiling to all of a sudden frowning and pale, because then you realize that Rudy and you aren't as close friends as you may think that you are. Let's see. We got Joseph D in the chat. What's up, Joseph D? Got who else? We got Helgestrons is still here. Guys, we have over 40 people watching. Let's type in a comment in the chat. You can see it up on the big screen there, and you can screenshot it and tell your friends. What do you have a favorite from the 2025 novelties?
Me?
Yes.
I haven't seen any, so I can't say just based off of just going off of pictures. But I really like the new Platinum Calatrava.
Oh yeah, the 6196. Let's pull it up.
Yeah, whatever its number is.
It's easy to remember because there used to be a 5196, but now it's a 6196 because it's like 1,000 better.
There you go.
Let's pull up a beautiful image. Boom.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. I really like the way that looks. I like the controversial markers on it. There isn't anything I don't like about it. I don't like the price. How's that?
By the way, quick important comment from Joseph D. He says Brian the Pipe doesn't love Mike the Snake. Let's be honest. You don't?
Oh, I love everybody.
He says you don't.
Oh no.
Okay, so you are correcting the record. You're correcting Joseph D. You don't have a beef with Mike the Snake.
There are only 2 panelists on any of the watch live streams that I have no time in my life for. And for a $10 super chat, I'll tell you who they are. That's $5 each.
I think we know who they are.
Oh, well, you don't have to. Don't.
I won't tell anybody.
I'm trying to get you some money to pay for those hot dogs that you're going to grill later.
I know. I need it. By the way, we tried to fundraise yesterday for me to buy a Patek Philippe in secondary. We were trying to raise $100,000 in super chats. We only got to $12. We got to $12. So,
well,
what are you going to do? Maybe if I got $12 per show.
For $12, you can't even get a fake Patek Philippe hat.
No,
I saw one on eBay for $30.
Patek Philippe hats are very, very expensive. They're hard to get. You know who agrees with you, by the way, on the new Patek? By the way, I happen to like Pickled Pickles in the chat. He likes the new. It's called the retrograde perpetual calendar, and I happen to absolutely love this watch.
Pull it
I
up.
think
Pull it up. Pull it up.
pull it up, OC. Pull it up.
Pull it up.
All right. Let's see if I can get. Oh man, this is so good. So sweet. This picture really does it justice too.
Yeah. So that's that. You know, there's several evolutions of this of this exact watch. The one I like is the previous.
I know the older ugly one.
Yeah, the older ugly white dial with the guilloche in the middle of it.
Yeah, if you find a picture of that on like eBay or whatever, just drop it in the private chat.
Or
and
if
I'll
I find
pull it
out
up.
the reference number, because I can't. I'm old.
Yes, it is a different reference number.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's the 5159G001. And there was a yellow gold of it. Do I have a yellow
5159G Patek. Oh yeah. Yeah, these are ugly.
Yeah, and then there's a yellow gold version of it too that's cheaper.
So you want me to pull up the white gold dial with the Romans?
Yeah. Because I like the guilloche in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
The
see if I can find it.
5059 does not have the guilloche.
Let me find a picture that doesn't make it look like complete dog shit. It may be tough.
Yeah.
So I may have to do a quite extensive search.
Yeah, good luck. May the force be with you.
Holy shit. Open image in new tab here. Oh my God. I mean, what a difference they made to this watch.
Yeah,
I mean, this is it.
Yeah.
This is the same movement, or did they upgrade the movement at all? Do you know?
No freaking idea.
But this goes to show you what an incredible difference a new dial makes. And I mean, it's a new dial and a new case, and just even though the movement's the same, it's like they put a completely new skin. It's a new case with different lugs, with hobnail bezel, and different dial with a sapphire crystal dial. But this thing is the previous version. This is the previous version, and I can't believe anybody would like this. It's got the old Buckley style Romans, which those are on the old Calatravas too that sell for like $9,000. It's like when I was getting into the hobby like 7 months ago, you would see tons of those small, ugly Calatravas with those stretched Romans like that.
Yeah.
And they were selling for really, really cheap, like $8 or $10,000 or 12. You can get a Patek for $12,000. Look how ugly the lugs are with the. Oh my God, Brian, you have such interesting taste.
Yeah. I don't care. There's a yellow gold version of this available in New York City for $47,000.
Wow, I thought these should be like 12 to 15 grand.
Oh, I love them. There's a lot of gold too because it's got a full officer's case back that closes over the crystal back, the sapphire back. And
got CQ the watch guy in the chat. We got John D also in the chat. What's up, John D? Got Brody. That's right. The lugs make a huge difference. Yes, they do.
Yeah,
they really do. Thank you very much to Lefty 1999 50 SAR. What's your opinion on the 5326G and why it is cheaper on the secondary market. I didn't prepare for this question.
Can I just weigh in here for a minute?
Of course, go for it.
I want everybody to ignore the 5326s on the secondary market. Just don't look at them. Just leave them alone. Don't even think about them. They're bad.
Is that because you want to get one?
It's because I want to get one, and I've been watching them progressively come down. Yeah, I think it's interesting that the 5326 and the 5226 are now all below retail on the secondary market, and they're slipping slowly.
Yeah, I'm curious to know. Let's see here. How much does this? This is the better version, the annual calendar. Travel time. Ooh, wow, 87,000.
Yeah, and I can find you one right now in good condition for 70.
Okay. 87 plus tax is going to be 92. And if you can find 70, that's a $22,000 hit.
Now, it may be in a tax situation, so because there's not a lot of these out there.
5326, by the way, has the 5 rows of hobnails on the case.
Yeah.
This is a very, very nice watch. I don't know. Man, it's tough. It depends on how many watches you think you might want from Patek Philippe over the next decade or 2 decades to determine whether or not you pay retail for this or if you buy it in secondary. But why is it cheaper on the secondary?
Because it's used.
It's cheaper because it's used, and this is a very, I mean, $87,000 for a watch is a lot of money for a watch. So there are people who buy this and they fall out of love with it, or they bought it just to get purchase history and they ended up selling it.
This has gone up like $11,000 or $12,000 since it was introduced. I think it was 76 when it came out.
Right. So that's something you need to consider. Patek Philippe is raising prices. So if you do want to start the journey, you should have started it yesterday. Even the watch that I have, which is just, people think, that's a simple dress watch that OC has. It's now $68,000 to buy that watch new.
Yeah.
That's I don't even remember paying that much money for my watch. I mean, but if someone said, "Hey, OC, your watch came in at 68,000," I'd be like, "What? I ain't buying that."
Excuse me. Hello. Yeah.
See, yeah. Thank you very much for the question, Lefty 1999. Hope we answered it.
Yeah. I truly like this. I truly like this watch, and I've been monitoring the prices, and I've also been monitoring the stock market, and unfortunately, the stock market's come down faster than the prices have.
Yeah. And even, by the way, those Lefty points out in the chat, those that are in unworn condition with fresh dates are still cheaper in secondary. That it means this is not as desired. It's expensive, that people are buying it for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
And I think retailers should do a much better job vetting and qualifying their customers, so the people who buy this watch put it on the wrist and love it and don't sell it. That's my humble opinion.
And I will be back. I got to help carry in groceries because I am a servant in this house.
Yep, no worries. If anybody wants to jump on the panel, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. So let me now welcome CQ, the watch guy. What's up, CQ?
What's going on? That was a good tag out, right on time, right?
I know. Tag team action. Vimal, Flamingo Blue, highlighted comment from Canada. Panel, which is Brian when he gets back from bringing in the groceries. Best Patek Philippe for $35,000. The 5036 1R
Probably.
or the 7234G or any others?
Ooh, so that's actually a very good question, Vimal, who always has good questions. The 5036/1R rose gold annual calendar on a bracelet, I think, is a really great steal right now for 35. You've seen some even in the low 30s. I think that's a great watch for somebody to attack. The 7234G, what's that? It's a ladies' watch.
Let me pull up a picture of the 5036. Let me see if I can find one here.
Oh, so that is the white gold pilot travels time. You got to go 5036, Vimal. Like, you already know the answer to this question before you answered it, I think. Now, if you want another suggestion, I would go for the Gondolo Calendario, which, how much are these? You could find for cheap.
This one's interesting. This reminds me a lot of the 4947,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, is it basically similar to that same movement?
Exactly. It's a variation of the same movement. This being part of the original series of the first annual calendars, the 5036. Then it moved into the 5146, which is going to be part of the reference you just said, that same movement. But annual calendar is on a really good bracelet. This picture is a little overexposed, but it's a good looking watch. It's a Patek on a bracelet under 35. You could buy this watch in the most current version on a strap, and it's going to cost you the same amount. And it's going to look very similar.
Yeah, you're definitely getting a lot of bang for the buck for 35,000. That's for sure. I would, for me personally, I'm happy to be partial. Happy to be partial to the 5396. So I would look at a 5396G, which is the annual calendar, white gold with the white dial. I would look at that one. Check that one. Maybe might be able to get that for under 40.
Yeah, now it's a different.
Yeah. This, by the way, absolutely gorgeous, but now has crept up in price to $49,000 for the 6196 Platinum Calatrava.
Oh, so good.
So good. It's a good one. Boston Collector in the chat, member of the OC channel, reminding everybody that today is the best day. You can't go back in time and do it yesterday. If you could, you would, but there's no better time than today to start your journey.
Yeah. 5 years ago was the best day.
Yeah. Yeah. Back when I wasn't collecting watches. Now, what do you make of the breaking news, CQ, that we just broke? We're the first channel to cover it. Don't know if you've heard the news, but
I got my news here, by the way. You tell me the watch news.
Watch news is always here first. Famed Fifth Avenue watch and jewelry retailer Wempe is expanding their Patek Philippe showroom. They're going to be renovating and putting in a 1,600 square foot Patek Philippe experience with a viewing gallery and VIP lounges and all that good stuff. And consistent, or I should say, in conjunction with that decision, they're also going to be moving away from their decades-long partnership with Rolex. So their relationship with Rolex will be coming to an end after decades and decades of partnership in New York City. What does that mean for Wempe customers? What does it mean for Bucherer customers, CQ? Let's just spill it. Let's spill the beans. Give everyone the straight scoop.
I love it.
Yeah, I that's interesting that they take. What's up, Brian? That's interesting that they take Rolex out of there. Yeah, I mean, it means that either Rolex wanted something that they weren't willing to give from Wempe, or Rolex might have just decided to just say, hey, we're the big game in town and we don't need you anymore, which is like, I guess they could do that, but for them to you're only expanding Patek because you lost Rolex, basically, which is not it's a move that you make. But if you're Wempe Rolex customers, you're not feeling good today.
You're screwed.
Yeah, there's no help for you. Nobody at Bucher is gonna give two shits. Nobody at Rolex is gonna help you transfer over. This is the unfortunate thing when it's one of these bigger, long-standing generations have bought here, and now you're in the middle of New York, and now you got to schlep over to Bucher and get paddled. Wow, that's rough.
I had the same thing. Just pre-pandemic, I had started with the with Tourneau in Las Vegas. Started on the path, was working the path with Vacheron and with Patek, and then the pandemic happened and Rolex there, and they lost Patek before the pandemic, and then afterwards when they reopened the new store, no more Vacheron, just Rolex.
It's tough, man. It's really, really tough. Like here in my original store in the Virgin Islands, who've had Patek for forever and one of the best places to buy Patek Philippe in the Caribbean, if not the world, to hear that they're losing it. And I can't imagine that they did much wrong in the Caribbean environment, which means they're not expected to sell watches to people who live in the islands. They're expected to sell watches to tourists. I don't think they were burned or something like that. I think literally Patek was like, we don't need you anymore, and we will rotate things. And it's unfortunate because like a situation like you went through, what do you do now? Who do you cry to? Who do you send an email to who's going to care? And it just doesn't. Now, if you're a big Wempe guy, right, and you're big, actually, no, I don't know for Rolex. See, for Patek, there's somebody you can email. If you're a big enough Patek client, you could email and you get an email back and you'll have some conversations. But on the Rolex side, I guess I've never heard of that scenario, so I don't know if it exists.
Let's go through. Let's role play this. Let's first do it. Let's pretend that we're Bucherer, and then maybe after that we'll pretend like we're the customer. So okay, so you're Bucherer, okay, and now you're going to be opening a 4-story mega Rolex boutique inside of the new Rolex building, in January 2027. But even before that, you start to get customers coming in and they're wearing nice pieces. They're wearing Rolexes, and they're coming in to Bucherer for the first time and say, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, I used to be a Wempe customer. I have a lot of Rolex in my collection. How we know what may happen, but what should Bucherer do? What should be the process? Like if you're writing the standard operating procedures, you're writing the manual, like, hey guys, this is going to be a thing. A lot of customers are going to be coming in who are Wempe customers. Here's how we should be treating them. What would be the 3 or 4 or 5 steps that SA should do when a quote new customer to them comes in, but it's been a long time Rolex customer?
Well, so you want the honest truth?
Well, but the honest truth is they're going to get treated like dog shit, CQ.
Yeah,
but
okay,
I mean, but how can Bucherer capitalize on this? Okay, listen. Welcome. Oh, you already have a Daytona and 2 GMTs from Wempe. How about this? We would love to welcome you into the family. Here's a brand new Pave Yachtmaster on Oysterflex for $127,000.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have to drop your drawers in one way or the other. So you're gonna have to drop your pants and show them your LinkedIn, and you're gonna have to be like, well, I'm this guy and I do this and this and this, or you're gonna have to drop your pants and you're gonna have to spend some money. Because if I'm an SA, right? If I'm, let's say, just a 2-3 year SA at Bucherer, like if you're just and there's a wave of people just walking in, all I'm doing now is looking for the best.
And you're gloating under your breath, like we're owned by Rolex. And now these poor schlubs come in, and now they want to talk to us after all these years.
Yes, I frisk everyone. Mr. OC, how you doing? Let me touch your pockets. Okay, you go to the left side. Okay, Mr. Brian. Okay, you go to this side. Oh, this person, them pockets are light, buddy. Just go. I'll put your name on a waiting list. That's what's gonna happen. That's
Let
what's
me
gonna
show
happen.
you. Let me show you to the Tag Heuer section.
Yeah, you know, sir, a lot of my clients, can I tell you something? Can I tell you how it's really done, sir? A lot of my clients, they really start their journey with the tags. You go to the tags, you
Yeah.
go to the tutor, and it's kind of like a ladder, sir. And after you just work your way up the ladder, then we can really talk about, the wish list for a Daytona. A bunch of that's about that.
Yeah, I understand you've been a great customer of Wempe. Let me introduce you to Gerard Perigo.
Oh,
We have an
yes.
amazing Gerard Perigo
Yeah.
section. And by the way, you may not have bought Breguet, but we also carry Breguet, and we have a beautiful set of traditions over here that are only 49,000.
Yeah, here's the Swatch Group's portfolio. We'll hook you up with anything. Oh, except for the Omega Snoopy. Sorry.
Yeah. Don't come on. When you go there, your head has to be eyes to the ground, head bowed. You gotta kiss some feet, maybe depending on the culture that they're from. You're gonna have to do a lot of work. It's very, very sad, but this is the truth. Because I'll tell you as a salesperson, now me, CQ the watch guy, 10, 15 years in, I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm gonna look at what brands I have spiffs on, and I'll tell you, like, there's two ways this can go. We could pretend and dance, or I'm gonna write a number down, and you're gonna look at the brands that I put on this list, and you figure out whatever you want to do. I can help you too, but if you want to call your friends or whoever, figure out how you can get to this number in transactions, and then we'll talk about the other stuff. But I'll tell you straight up, Wempe has nothing to do with my business. I don't even care if my best friend worked at Wempe. You have not given $1 to me. You have not given $1 to my establishment. So there's nothing beyond morality holding me to help you. And that's not something you want to be holding your hopes out for in the watch business. I'll be honest with you.
This
You
is
know what
tough
I
love.
mean? No,
It's
I'm just
tough
being
love,
straight up with you.
CQ. I know
I'm
you
being
are. I
straight
know
up
you
with
are.
you.
And it hurts because we've heard situations, we've heard about circumstances where the brands themselves have done this to their own
Yes.
clients. Okay, like
Yes.
when Longa moved away from Cellini Jewelers in New York on Park Avenue, there were people that spent millions and
Yep.
millions of dollars on Longa at Cellini Jewelers, and then Longa opened up their own corporate boutique, and those people came over, and they're like, "Wow, we're so happy that we're going to be able to work direct with you. Like, Longa is my favorite brand, and I've been spending millions on you guys." And
Yep.
the boutique said, "We don't know who
Who
you are."
you?
He said, "Who are you?" They said, "Wait a minute. I have this. I have this. I have this." They said, yeah. Well, we're starting from scratch, sir.
Same thing happened when AP started pulling out, and
Yep.
they basically fucked off all the AP AD customers and said, "Start over. Thank you. Bye."
Yeah. So if a brand like Longa is so short sighted to do that to their customers, you don't think that a competing retailer in the same city they're gonna be grinning from ear to ear, and they're gonna be pulling out those Date 836s with the full diamond bracelets and diamond dials. It's like, oh, what you really need is some balance in your collection. How about $128,000 Date 8?
Yeah, and clients will pay. So that's the thing. The only reason I say what I said before, because I know out of every 10 clients I talk to, 3 of them are gonna say, "Okay, just show me the paper. Let me know," because they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with the what you got to do and bend over and proctal exam and a call for me and all these things. They'll just pay. They'll just pay. Forget the BS, and I'll happily take their money. I'll happily make my goals, get my commission, and then I go to my manager. Mr. Manager, you see this guy, OC, can I tell you something? I've known this guy for 4 to 5 years. I've been chasing him, as a matter of fact, to try to poach him from Wempe. And I just think this is the guy. And then it's done. But
Right.
OC got to take care of me before I do those gymnastics for him. It's just, unfortunately, the way the world is, the brands, they don't care. They don't know. Can I be honest with you guys? Most of these brands don't know how to sell a watch. I keep seeing it over and over in this chat and other streams and in Reddit. And it's just comments, people saying these brands do not know how to sell watches. And it's true, they don't. Because for so long, these brands relied on the APs to do the selling. And think about what you said, like Cellini Jewelers, which is to me the premier place where you can find every type of weird, random, independent watch, and people who actually enjoy selling the watches to you. I've never heard of a bad negative experience about people just going to Cellini just to look at watches at all. Why would you ever pull a brand like Lange out of Cellini? That's to tell you how you don't know. If they're out of Cellini, they should be out of everywhere else first, and Cellini should be the last, because they actually know how to sell the watches. So no, you're gonna cut off Cellini. You're gonna cut off their clientele, who are also the type of clientele you want for Lange people. And all you do is you poison your water supply. And those same big clients, now they're buying Grubel, they're buying people who are gonna come to them and give them nice dinners.
Well, they're not buying Grubel. I mean, let's not go overboard.
Okay,
let's not get insane.
I tried to see if you let it go. But
No. Let's not get carried away with ourselves here.
You could have let it go. But anyway, so they've moved on to the independents. They've moved on to all these funky brands. And now Lange is sitting around with Odysseus saying, hey, if you buy a little Lange one and this, I'll get you this Odysseus. Guess what? The Odysseus is close to retail. Guess what? Nobody really cares about it that much anymore because you overplayed the hype. You know, when you got a hit song, right, there's one key thing. You got to perform it. You can't just keep it on the radio, because after a while, it becomes just a song people hear and they get annoyed with it. But when they get in your face and you can play and they can hear the guitar riffs, they can feel your soul, that's how you get the people who follow you from city to city. None of these brands know how to do that. Call CQthewatchguy.com. Happy to consult for any brand who's ready to sell watches today.
Hey, CQ, are you still here in Central Florida, or
I am, baby. No, I'm still here, and I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon. My family's setting up, like, you know, all the doctors and stuff. Everything's in Central Florida. So if I move, my dad will he might personally kill me on the stream. So no, I'm in Central Florida.
All right, you might get a DM from me.
Yeah. A smoke a pipe one day. I love that.
Yeah, yep. I'll even buy you lunch.
Oh, now you.
Zamal in the chat says, if your city has a Bucherer, then you better start building your history there. Watches of Switzerland will be the next one to lose Rolex. And I don't know, like when Rolex bought Bucherer, we immediately thought, you know, even though everyone said nothing, it's status quo, business as usual, nothing's going to change. We knew that Bucherer would eventually start getting better watches, bigger allocation of the hard to get watches. You know, it's just common sense that they're going to take care of their own. And what they're actually, if they're being super shrewd, what they can do is starve Watches of Switzerland of a lot of pieces and drive down their stock price, so Bucherer can actually buy Watches of Switzerland for a cheap price. And assimilate them into the network.
Let's see, the check's in the mail. I'll still love you in the morning. And what's the other? I forget the other one.
Yeah.
Listen, it was a very unique situation. And I as well was of the thinking that they would just let Bucherer do its own thing. Of course, I thought they were going to get special watches and extra inventory, but I didn't think that they would, and this may not be the case. We don't know what, there could be some behind the scenes thing that happened between Wempe and Rolex, and that's what's going on. That's not, but the optics are that, like, you know, Bucherer is like, there's too much guys here, and we don't need to help you out anymore. They don't need to, they're already making so much money, but all it takes is one VP who really wants to make their stamp, who says, let me take Bucherer, let me turn that into something. And then the guys at Rolex will just be like, okay, fine, we don't care. We're making money anyways. And that's probably what's going to happen.
I think it's just a foregone conclusion that Bucherer is owned by Rolex. Rolex is opening a big 4-story boutique in the Rolex building in January 2027. Now the issue is just one of timing. So, like, we're going to have a giant thing with an aquarium and fountains, and you know, it's going to be a massive destination, and it really doesn't make strategic sense for us to have a shop literally a block and a half away with a small Rolex display case in it. Now, I'm exaggerating a little bit. So it was just a matter of time before, and it's sad because Wempe operated the Rolex boutique inside of the original Rolex building for decades. It was a great partnership with a service center and everything. But once Rolex bought Bucher, like all of that went down the drain.
Yeah, the thing is like before they never looked at a CRM before. It's like imagine just somebody looking at a CRM and just being like, why have we never done this before? You know, you have all the. Can you imagine having all the Bucher information of all time at your fingertips, all the buying patterns of every, like it's like I can pretty much guarantee that's what happened. Somebody like me, if I was working at Rolex and I saw this acquisition going down every day, I'd be pitching, come on, let's just let's fuck Wempe. Let's come on, it's us against the world. I'd have been that crazy guy. And you know what? They'd let me loose eventually. The first year, come on, no, we need to be respectful of everything. And then, like, I'd have just been there, like, whenever you want to let me go, boss. And then one day somebody's gonna take me off the chain, and I crush the world, right? They're in the position to do it. So I didn't think they would, but now my mind's shifting.
Yep. So I mean, other than like bending over and buying $100,000 day date or diamond encrusted Yachtmaster on Oyster Flex, or buying a whole bunch of brands, you know, just to kind of make yourself notice, what's your advice to the new customer walking into Bucher for the first time, whether they're a Wempe previous customer or a Watches of Switzerland customer? Like, now's the time. Like, listen, the writing's on the wall. We actually called this a year and a half ago, or nearly 2 years ago, when Bucher was acquired by Rolex. We said, listen, it's just a matter of time. Start building your relationship with Bucher. They are going to get the lion's share of the pieces. If you guys listened to me and you listened intently, you probably already did it. But let's say you didn't, and you're like, now you realize, okay, shit, writing's on the wall. I need to go into Bucher and start. What's the best approach? Should you wear a Rolex in there? Should you not wear anything at all? Should you wear one of these other brands? Give me the talk track. What would be the best way to get in good graces with the SA?
If you don't have a very good network, right, of somebody who could put you to the right person to talk with, if you're not a high profile person, meaning either you're big in business or big in some way where somebody's going to be like, oh my gosh.
Let's stop on that first point, because I think it's an important point that you just kind of ran through, which is, you know what? Have someone who's a well-respected customer give you the warm introduction. Hey, by the way, here's Brian. Brian's a friend of mine. He used to be a customer at other places, but he's a good guy and he's a friend of mine. And I want to, you know, he's a lover of watches, and I want to introduce him to you and see how you can take care of him.
To me, that's the real way, right? Like if I was in that situation and Wempe was my main store, and I had a big spend there and they closed down, I would go to all my friends to see if any of the, you know, the Colony guys, OC guys, anybody I know who worked at Bucher, try to get a really good warm introduction if they have a good profile. If they don't have it, I'm just shopping outside of New York. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Don't even bother. Don't even bother.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Don't.
Your Rolex journey is over. Your Rolex journey is over.
Don't give them the satisfaction to look at you smugly and make you show them your LinkedIn and make you tell me, sir, what watches. And I feel so weird saying this because I've asked a question, but I've never asked the question in a way for you to earn your way from my service. I've only asked the question to honestly figure out, well, what kind of collector are you, OC? What kind of collector are you, Brian? But don't let these people smugly ask you, well, what do you wear, Vimal? What else is in your collection? How much is in your spend? That's your business, to be honest with you. And it's like a weird thing.
Wait a minute. You can't even provide information about your collection so they can understand what you like and don't like, so they can guide you in the right direction as a consultant.
Listen. I wouldn't. You know, if you want to do that, you can. But people don't need to know your collection if they're going to sell you. In a Bucher or Wempe type situation, they pretty much know if you're going to sell you a watch. It's not about the watches. It's about, are you going to spend with me? Are you referred to somebody who spends a lot with me that I'd be afraid if they sent a bad email about me, or afraid if they stop talking to me? Will I be able to brag to my friends or to management or to the company that I'm working with you? If it's none of those, It doesn't matter what the watches are. I don't care.
Who's more
Like,
who's more valuable? Who's more valuable as a customer walking in? A newbie who's never bought watches before, or someone who's blown 200,000 or 300,000 on pieces at Wempe and is now walking in the door at Bucherer? I mean, is what's going through your mind like shit? Like like Wempe already got this guy to buy a whole bunch of stuff first. Now I have to try and do it. It's gonna be much harder for me to get the guy to buy a whole bunch of Datejust and a whole bunch of other stuff if he already went through that process before, versus this new guy, like he doesn't know how to play the game. I'm just gonna,
yeah, it depends the sales associate at that point, really, and how long. Because listen, if I'm someplace and I know I'm only gonna be there for like a year and a half, 2 years, I don't want any newbies because like we don't have the time. Unless you're a newbie who's gonna really up it up real quick. Like I don't have the time like I did in the past to like help you. Like I've helped guys go from Tag Heuers into Pateks into Jordans, right? Like I don't just you don't have the time to do it. Depending, if you're going to be there for a long time, sure. No, you don't want a newbie. I'll be honest with you, because this is what happens with the newbie. If you're talking like strictly retail, one, I show you the pathway, then you start walking the pathway, then you start selling some of those watches, then you start to get mad with me because of the value of the watches, then you start to do the calculation, and then there's a kind of an uncomfortable period where I might lose you to another dealer because they might sell you a dream, and then you take that dream and then you start going up that ladder, and then you realize you can't get the Patek from that person. That you see, there's so much confusion where the savvy guy, I could just look in the eye and be like, do you have the scratch or do you not have the scratch? It's a very simple thing. It's a very simple thing. You know what I mean? Like, of course, I want to do the CQ, the watch guy thing, and I want to talk about how much you love watching. But as soon as you start talking to me about Nautilus and Daytonas, money talk. What do you got? How much are you willing to spend? Let's just stop the BS. Let's not even kick it back and forth. With a newbie, you can't do that because I don't want to be the person to give them their first bad spanking with it. Like leave that for other people. I really dislike that. But yeah, if you're a newbie, why? I couldn't, like, in a retail environment, right? Come on, how long is it going to take me to get you to really get to? Unless you come in saying, hey, man, I have a lot of capital. I've been, loving watches for a long time, but I haven't been able to spend. Now I'm ready to spend. That's a little bit different. But a real fresh newbie to take from 1 to 100, most guys aren't doing it anymore. It ain't happening. It's rough. I don't know how you started. I really, like, in a situation like this, take a trip to the islands, baby.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question from another question from the Bucherer Patek side. Okay, so now Wempe is expanding their commitment to Patek with a larger showroom and VIP lounges and all this stuff. Let's say you're Bucherer and you have Patek. So Bucherer has Patek in 3 locations in the world. But Bucherer is owned by Rolex. If you're Patek, are you thinking, you know what? Listen, we've had a good relationship with Bucherer, but let's be honest. We don't need these guys. We don't need Bucherer. We don't want Rolex having access to our customers. At the end of the day, let's move away from them and we'll pick other partners in whatever cities where we're partnered with Bucherer, and we'll pick other retailers. Is that what you're thinking? Do you want Bucherer to have you in some of your locations, or no?
So, if I was Patek, I wouldn't change things, right? Because Patek is more connected with their client. Meaning, if this Wempe Bucherer situation happened, you have in terms of, like, let's say they lost Patek and Patek was only in Bucherer, you'd have so much Wempe people emailing, sending letters, going to Henry Stern, New York. And Patek would deal with that situation. They would have to figure it out. So I don't think they would quickly welcome that type of situation. Because again, these are big stores in New York. There are people who've been buying watches from these companies for generations. So, and Patek is somebody who care. I know people who've been able to email certain people in certain situations like this, and they get an email back, listen, go talk to so-and-so, so-and-so. They'll be, in Rolex, I just don't see it happening. So I don't think, I could see a thought maybe.
So if you're Patek, don't rock the boat. Don't get rid of Bucherer as your dealer in New York.
It's not worth the negative press. Look at all the negative press that's going to come from this situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not worth it when you're not Rolex. And like, Patek is Patek, but there's still some watches that they love to sell. They love people to come buy like a 6008 or whatever the racing reference is. So like, I don't think that they would want, because this is like, I feel so bad the more and more I think about it, because there are thousands, tens of thousands of clients who bought Rolex here, right? So where do they go in 2025? You're just lost in the world. It's like they just cut them off a tether in the middle of the ocean, and now you're gonna swim up to another cruise ship that's moving. And remember, a cruise ship is so big, it looks like it's moving slow, right? But when you get close, it's actually moving quite fast for you human. And now I'm supposed to try to get on that cruise ship, and somebody on that cruise ship is supposed to hear this little CQ, hey, help me. No, it's not gonna happen. So there's gonna be thousands of people who are just like, where do they buy a watch tomorrow? Like, it's so like, it's heartbreaking, to be honest, right? Because again, when a Wempe's taking your money, when these brands are taking your money, they're not making sure there's a contingency for when these situations happen. He just kind of like, hey, thank you for the millions. God bless.
Wow.
I got to run, guys. There's a very giant rodent here in Central Florida that needs my attention.
Yeah, well, say hi to her for us. Have a good one.
See ya. I'll be listening in the background.
All right. All right, cool. Huge. Thank you, Brian. Huge super chat from SE. Big fat orange super chat, 20 euros. Thank you very much. Hope you're feeling better, SE. I'll tell you what's more valuable listening to this stream. Thanks to a great panel providing us with such awesome content. Chip in a little or become members and show some appreciation. Time for my fever dream. Good night. Hope you feel better. Get a good night's sleep, SE. Thanks for tuning in. Good night, SE. Feel better. And yeah, if you are enjoying the program, chip in a little and become, more important than chipping in, become a member or upgrade your membership, guys. Upgrade your membership. I'll drop the link in the chat. Consider moving up to one of those $300 to $400 a month memberships.
I see them there. I look every once in a while. I'm like, I wonder how many guys he got something.
I know we have 61 members, but we have a bunch of the really, really high up one guys. SE's one of them. SE's one of the big guys.
He's a good guy.
He's an amazing guy. Okay, so yeah, so breaking news today, just in case you just joined us, Wempe, famed Fifth Avenue watch and jewelry retailer, is doubling down on its partnership with Patek Philippe, expanding the footprint, a new 1,600 square foot salon with a viewing gallery and VIP lounges. So look for that over the next several months for Wempe making that change. You know, the flip side of that coin. Flip side of that coin is that their decades and decades long partnership with Rolex is coming to an end. So that is the very huge news in the New York City area, where you have billionaires and billionaires, like you said, thousands of thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of customers.
I think so.
You know,
I legit think like there's over, let's call the over under 5,000. I think there's over 5,000 people who within the next 2 to 3 years will try to go back to Wempe to get a Rolex, realize they cannot, and will have to go through that experience of like, what do I do? Who are New Yorkers? They probably always bought a Wempe. Grandpapa always, this is a spot that we go to, and they're literally, there's nobody to call.
And they buy a few, like an engagement ring or a necklace from time to time, and a couple of different, a couple of Cartiers, and they pick up those great Rolexes. And now it's the train, that part of the train has come to an end.
Man, people, I don't know, man. I'm sometimes I miss the retail world and working the islands and stuff like that. But it's times like these, I couldn't imagine working there without Patek. Like that hurts my soul to know that it's not there. So like for guys here, I can imagine they've worked here for so long, had Rolex and Patek and all these brands. Is like I can't imagine one day I'm like not being able to sell a sub when you've always been able to sub. Like I can't imagine going to the islands and not being able to just need to sell one Patek to pay all my bills. And you're telling me like, well, go sell some JLCs. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about, bro? You know, there's nothing that replaces that. You know, it's rough.
I mean, the trick for Rolex is, you know, not having a bunch of disgruntled customers. You know how just being very careful about how you navigate the New York. You don't want a bunch of super rich people in New York
Exactly.
grumbling in private clubs and cigar lounges about how you spent $1 million on Rolex, and then when you went to Bucher, they treated you like shit. That's going to be the tricky part for Rolex and for Bucher too. Coming out of this change,
the question is, do they care, right? Like, do these brands really care? So, you hear about how always go back to AP in the Middle East, and it's like those are literally all multi-million-dollar clients that they messed up and turned away there, like all big fish. So that's always one of the weirdest things to me over there. Is like, man, you literally threw away hundreds of millions of dollars worth of business of people who just wanted to give you money. Like that's why it weirds me out sometimes. Like, this is a different situation, but it goes to the question, does the brand care enough? Because if they're smart, they would say, listen, if you're a Bucher person, I'll get you OP. You want a Ben Climber? I'll get you the Ben Climber. And you want a date sub?
The beige climber.
I'll give you the beige climber. I'll give you the lavender, whatever. But I doubt you're gonna hear that. And that's the thing. And like Ryan's saying, imagine having a $1.5 million spend. And those guys, right? The smart people who do have over $1 million spend. Actually, I don't know. I want to say it, but like, yeah, they'll be able to get their due course, but probably only if the manager at the Bucher location believes they can extract another $1 million. So your $1 million isn't even worth what it was worth before, because now you're expected to spend another $1 million. That's a bigger issue. You're not going to be able to go into Bucher and be like, oh, I'm a big $5 million spender and get that respect. You will get the respect, but they're going to pitch every single big dollar watch, every big diamond. Your wife looks at yellow diamonds. Every second there's an email. Oh, I knew your wife loves a yellow diamond. We just got this great 10 carat each earring set. I know she loves it. They're coming to pump. They're like an oil rig. They're like, oh, see, you spent $5 million. All right, they got the roughnecks are out there and they're ready to pump the shit out of you. You're not going to be able to go there and be like, hey, I have an outstanding Rolex collection. I spend over 10 million, blah, 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 and just pick up a Pepsi.
See, the more Rolexes you have, the more it hurts you, because there's fewer that they can offer you. Oh, wait a minute, you already have a Pepsi? Like, shit. Like, what is this guy going for? A titanium Yachtmaster? It's like,
exactly.
Yeah. This is
rough.
Very, very rough. By the way,
man.
Yeah, it's 2025. By the way, Ryan Hofer says, imagine having a $1.5 million purchase history and having it go up in smoke.
Lawsuits have been dealt out for less, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Now, what do you? Billy has an interesting sentiment in the chat. He says he thinks that Patek Philippe wants to sell. In the next 5 years, Patek will be sold to Rolex, and they don't want to sell to anybody but Rolex. Do you agree that Patek that Terry wants to sell Patek soon, or no?
If Terry, it's like having a football team that's just exploding in value, right?
Right.
And as much as like let's say you and your dad worked at this company, he bought the company, him and his dad did it. Now it's you and him, and you guys ran it. But then when you're running it, it just explodes in value to an amount that probably you couldn't even imagine. Now you're in a position where you're wealthy, you have all the money you could want, you could do whatever, you could make whatever, the world is yours, but you also have the stress of running this company. And for sure, you could go to a blank check to Rolex with whatever number, and they'll cut it. Because an independent investment group will cut whatever for Patek. An Asian investment group will cut whatever. A Middle East sovereign fund will pay a emperor's ransom to have a brand like Patek Philippe. But because you love that brand so much, you wanted to go with somebody who's going to keep things consistent. They're going to kind of do things the way you do it, and Rolex would be that group. And we have heard rumors that Tiffany has tried, and they've tried some big numbers. And I just read something where they were willing to pay $4 billion for Breguet. So if Bernard Arnault was willing to pay $4 billion for Breguet, imagine what they'd be willing to cut a check for to get Patek Philippe under their things. And I think they'd want Rolex to beat that number, and then they'd sell to Rolex. Will it happen? Who knows, man? Because like if you're looking at your kids and they don't love it, you want to be in a situation where him and his father was, where his father is like probably in his 80s or 90s by now, but he just looks at his son and his son loves the brand, and he just gets to, okay, I don't have to worry about that. I don't think you want to be in a situation where you're 75, you're 85, you're, you look at the kids and they don't care, and you're like, oh man, I should have just sold it for like 15, 20 billion, and we could have just been on a yacht and they could have fucked off and did what they want.
Right. Yeah. MD Chaz in the chat also says LVMH will buy Patek. We know that those guys have unlimited, it seems like unlimited funds. They wanted to break back into F1. Rolex was paying $35 million a year to be the sponsor of Formula One. And F1 said, listen, we can be selling these rights for a lot more money. Rolex, how about you pony up a little bit more? And Rolex said, yeah, that's fine. We're happy to pay more. But then LVMH said, well, how about we give you $1 billion over 10 years? And that's a number that Rolex was not willing to swallow. And they just said, listen, we'll just give you $100 million a year for 10 years. And we'll make Tag Heuer the official timekeeper of Formula One, and we'll spruik our Tiffany trophies and whatever else, our champagne and whatever else we have in our portfolio. And that made a lot of sense. But these guys have deep pockets. If they want to buy Patek,
I'm sure email goes out every week. The same email, the same chain. Are you ready?
I think it's more of like a dinner every year. So like, hey, Bernard Arnault invites Terry Stern over, and says, hey, listen, it's great to see you again. I enjoyed having this lobster salad sandwich with you. But by the way, that anytime you're ready, we're here to step up to the plate, and we hope that, if you ever want to sell, we'll be the first person you call, right? And then Terry goes, yeah, you have my promise. You have my promise, Bernard. If we ever want to sell, you get the call first. And all right, so nothing this year? No, we love spending my family for a long time. We're going to keep going the way we're going, but thank you so much.
I think that makes sense. I think it happens just like that. With so amazing views, amazing foods, and it's just like,
yeah. By the way, how are the kids? Yeah. By the way, what's your son's name? Frederic or whatever. He's doing a fine job. Happy for him. Who's the other kid?
Jean. It's Jean. It's Frederic.
Yeah, Jean Arnault. Yeah. Tell him good job with those Daniel Roths.
Hey, but it's so funny. I can actually hear him. Jean, he's doing very good with it. I can hear it.
He did a good job. I really like that new Daniel Roth his team put together. Oh yeah, thank you. I'll let him know. If you just joined us, breaking news out of New York: famed Fifth Avenue retailer Wempe is doubling down their partnership with Patek Philippe. They're building a new 1,600 square foot showroom inside of their storied Fifth Avenue location. They will be moving away from Rolex. Rolex deciding to end its decades-long partnership with Wempe, as Rolex is looking to obviously build and launch their new multi-story boutique in the new Rolex building in early 2027. And also, if you just joined us, don't forget about Cased in Time. That's right, Cased in Time, guys, is the new NASA donut case is available, and you can have it with the largest discount available anywhere online. That's by using promo code Original OC. Do you have a family member or friends who have a moon swatch, or maybe they're big Omega fans or Speedy fans. Maybe they love space travel, or they're huge fans of NASA. You can't think of a better gift. Buy a whole bunch of them. If you buy a whole bunch, you get free shipping. But regardless of the number that you buy, any quantity, you'll get the biggest discount available if you go to casedintime.com and use the promo code OriginalOC. They're telling me that the orders are flying in. This is the most successful campaign that they've done for the new NASA moon case. But the promo code may not be there forever. So act now. Act now. And if you do buy something, let me know. And when you get your stuff, it's going to take a little while to get it. Might take a couple of weeks. These are extremely high demand and very limited supply. Very limited production, guys. So buy them fast. Buy them now before they go away. They are awesome. And if you're a fan of space travel, you will absolutely love them. They're one of the best cases on the market. And take advantage of my promo code. And by the way, I get 0 from Cased in Time. They've offered me stuff in the past. I don't even get a penny. I don't even get a penny.
They should do like a couple like piece unique rolls for you then, you know.
Maybe they should. Maybe they should give me. Well, I would pay for them. I'd pay for them.
Yeah, pay, but like something nice for you. Not financially. Let me do some negotiating for you. I'll get you fixed.
Yeah. When I make my first $1 million on Cased in Time watches, I'll buy this. I'll buy a beautiful Calatrava small seconds in platinum to commemorate my business success. It'll be a milestone piece.
I just know, I agree with you, and I think that'd be a great thing for you to buy when you do. I believe you will hit $1 million in revenue for Cased in Time. But like, if you have this watch right now, when you walk into like the watch room, are you just walking around like the guy with the biggest Johnson? Aren't you? It would be hard not. Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't care. Like, yeah. Like, I feel like if I had this watch on, like oh my God, how did you get it? And just say, don't stare at it too hard. You're not worthy. Okay. Yeah. Just for at least 2 weeks, I would do it. And then I let people touch it. But first week, it's mine. Don't touch it. No touching.
A lot of people, want to get that watch. They really do. So
are they secondary yet? What's the price?
I don't think they are.
Yeah.
We had a good show, by the way, yesterday. Doing the searches for Nautiluses and Aquanauts in the secondary market. That was fun. Just for fun. By the way, if anyone sees an Aquanaut or a Nautilus or anything fun in secondary, we'll slightly promote other platforms. We'll if you see something on European Watch Company, or you see something on David SW, if it's a cool piece, or if it's an astronomical price, or if it's a great price, just drop it in the chat. All of you guys have wrenches. The reason why you have wrenches is to time out the trolls, which there are basically no trolls who come here because they've all been wiped out anyway. But you also have the power to drop a link. When you have a moderator status, you have the ability to drop a URL right into the chat, and we can pull it up. Go ahead.
I just sent you this this Chrono 24 listing. So somebody has one at 96 grand 105, but it's like Chrono 24 direct. What does that mean? Like it's a fake. Like this is so stupid. This is like Chrono 24 with a fake listing from Chrono 24 UK. Or double retail. Maybe not double, but like up there. This is what's wrong with the world, like, to be honest with you.
I mean, I was going to say there's nothing wrong, but we know that the brands work with auction houses and they work with the gray market to seed some watches with them. Sure. Because the first thing that, let's say you're a mega collector and Patek wants to sell you this watch because they want to see it on your wrist. You have a big Instagram or whatever, but you're like, hey, I don't want to plunk down 50,000. So the first thing you do is you go to Chrono 24 and you say, hey, how much are these 6196s selling for? Because if I'm an influencer and they're asking me to buy a $50,000 watch. I want to make sure that, that I'm going to make money on this thing. So they plant these fake listings, or they give the few pieces, they sell a few pieces to secondary dealers, and they say, no, list it super high. So when this guy Googles, and the first thing he sees is 2 or 3 examples that are selling for 30 or 40,000 over retail. And that creates a little bit of a fake artificial feeding frenzy. True?
With some brands, yes, I've seen it. Not
We've
with
seen
Patek.
AP sells gives brand new references to Philips.
Right? Yeah, that I could believe.
Yeah.
But Patek, no. There's no need. For this watch, like you need to flip this watch to a dealer. You need to prop the market up on the most sexiest watch that like everybody can't stop talking about this.
Maybe, I don't know. I think it helps. I think it helps for people to see that this is going for over retail.
If it's a sad day, and maybe we are in a sad day, if you need to check Chrono 20, if you're offered this watch and you need to check Chrono 24 before you say yes or no, if that's what's really going on, if that's truly what's happening, I might retire soon. I might just get out, because I don't want to be in that world. If you can look at this gorgeous watch, right, and know that it's a platinum salmon dial, it's all these things, and you still need to go to Chrono 24 and say, oh, let me just see if I'll be able to flip it. I miss the old days. I hope that's not what's going on. I don't think so, but it's closer to reality that I want, and that's the problem that I have, is that like there is somebody who's in the position to be offered this watch, doesn't really want it, but he won't say no because he knows other people will want it, and then he's gonna go check Chrono 24. He's gonna see this uber fake listing from Chrono 24 UK. This watch does not exist. Even if you tell them, hey, I will wire you $100,000, but I need pictures, I need everything of this watch within 5 minutes, no response. It doesn't exist. It's a fake, so if you're telling me like somebody is really waiting around and they need this to buy this watch, we're just in a wacky world, man. We're in a really, really wacky place. And maybe we are. Maybe I'm just stuck in the past. That might be what it is.
There's something that I wanted to show you. Let's see here if I can find it.
Is it a Tudor?
Definitely not a Tudor.
This is just wild that this is a Chrono 24 list.
Yeah, if there's anybody watching, there's anybody watching that has a link to the Rolex event that was at the Amman Hotel, the one. Let me see if I can find it somehow, because sometimes I don't save all of the things that people send me. Oh, here we go. This might do the trick. Okay. Let me share this. All right. So, oh no, this is the, well, maybe this is a good thing to cover too. Okay. Our good friends, AP. We've been critical of AP's marketing. Well, we've been just putting a lens of a spotlight on AP's marketing over the past 6 months, their events. They Watch-a-Nish did a thing where he was critical of the London 150th anniversary party, the fact that no collectors were invited, and lo and behold, there was a 150th anniversary party for Audemars Piguet, and I'm not sure if this is the same one or if this is one that was done in New York City.
Yes, I think this was a little while back.
It's a little while back, but let's.
Yeah, I think he's just posting today or yesterday, but this was a little while back.
We've got John Mayer here, and we've got DJ.
Big DJ too. I forgot who that is. It's a big DJ.
Never seen him before in my life, but I don't know DJs. Got a wrist shot here. Someone's got the turquoise tourbillon code. There's some unknown people here on a rooftop. We have, this is, what's her name? She's the head of the Americas. Ginny Wright.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, I think Ginny Wright, and I think that's why I'm thinking this is in New York City, because she was at this thing.
And for sure, this was in New York because Perry's there. We're looking at Rich Check Pod, and he's based in New York. And I know this happened like right after, like the day after another watch event, I think. But I remember him posting the lives of when he was there, and then yesterday he posted.
We might have covered this a couple of weeks ago, but this post is fresh. And then this is Sierra, I believe, right? With a C.
Yes, it is. With a C.
I know Sierra. It's just good to see her coming back to the stage after all these years. And here's CQ at the event.
Right? Skinny CQ. Actually, that's Mike and Perry.
Mike and Perry. Why do you say that, OC? Just because he's black? No.
The bear, we have a little bit. We're bald as well. He has much better glasses than me for sure.
This looks like some kind of meteorite, Arabic numeral special code 1159 tourbillon. We've got some crazy cowboy looking dude here. Nice pants, by the way. Perry's sporting a very chic outfit.
You would like his sartorial views. I feel like both of you are very swagged out in that way. I think you'd enjoy it.
He's welcome to join. Let's do this. Hey, let's drop a link for. I'll drop a link. I'll drop a special link just for Perry, just for Perry only. Just a link. This will bypass the green room. It'll come straight onto the show. So if Perry's watching, you can click on that link. Join CQ and me on the air. Okay, and then there's a shot with Yoni. Yoni of Material Good, and then the gentleman from Earth, Wind, and Fire is in the middle. I think
I forgot who he is. It's a big. It's hard. That's the thing with DJs; you don't know their face. You know?
Okay, maybe he's not with Earth, Wind, and Fire. And then here's a cool looking dude in a double breast. He looks like this outfit came straight from Miami Vice in 1989. For sure. I had this outfit. I had this exact outfit. This silver suit, double breasted, with the black T-shirt.
Hey, that's a vibe, though.
It's There you go. Now, Perry famously, he just got his first Royal Oak a few weeks ago. He got the 41 millimeter stainless steel with the blue dial. So people hooked him up with the contacts to get that watch.
This is a relationship game that we're in, you know.
Yeah. Now I'm just gonna pull away from that just for a quick second, because also on the official AP account, official AP Instagram, check it out. We've got some updated visuals here.
Oh,
a journey through wonder and craft. Don't forget about this incredible immersive experience it's called the Wonders of Watchcraft or Wizards of something. It's in Geneva. They have this new, what's it called? I'll click it here. Oh, the House of Wonders. The House of Wonders. And they have these, it looks like you're in a giant humidor there with a whole bunch of boxes to store your cigars.
Wait, is it only available in Geneva or
yeah, only Geneva?
No, OC.
Yeah.
No.
And you can visit this goblin type troll guy.
Ugh,
he's there.
wait. Are you telling me, sir, my good sir, are you telling me that the only way for me to get into this amazing experience is I need to go to Switzerland? There's no way for me to use my MetaQuest or my whatever to plug in from where I am right now?
Yeah, you got to make the special trip. It's the House of Wonders. It's only in Geneva. Yeah. If you want to meet this troll guy, you got to go there. He's got some press here that he's using to print the dials or something. There's this, I don't know, this weird guy with, he's
I
wearing
think
socks.
you're right. Oh
Tubes.
my
He's wearing tube
God.
socks.
This
Oh,
is the biggest waste of money I've ever seen in my career.
This
Oh
guy's
my
smelting.
gosh. It's only in Geneva, 12 to 7.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
They spent a fortune. They spent an absolute fortune on this. Yeah. By the way, I love going to my Instagram and seeing who liked the posts. As you can see, this one is liked by the Boston Collector. Of course, right?
And he made a comment on one, and I almost said something rude, but I'm gonna keep our jokes for the community and not go public with it. But he was very early, and he said some BS. This is can we just, like, somebody pitched a VR experience to be built, hopefully not from the ground up, but very possibly for the ground up for AP, right? The whole great thing about a virtual experience is I can virtually interact. I don't need to be there. So if you're telling me I got to find my way to Switzerland to go play with genies and aliens and whatever this thing is, that is like, you're burning cash. This brand is gone in 20 years. It's done. It's done. I'll say it now. In 15, 20 years, this is a brand that we laugh about. This is like, that's laughable to me. I'm sorry.
I don't know, but he's smelting gold or whatever you do on this machine. He's wearing beautiful tube socks, and
so that's the thing. If it was like a alien or whatever that was working on a real watch, doing something that a real watchmaker does, then you could catch me. But what I'm seeing is some kids who just got out of college or have a VR company. They're just making you like a little avatar. It looks like an older person was taking advantage of a younger person. I'll just give you what it looks like. It looks like a younger person was like, they'll love it, pizzazz, jazz, sparkly lights. Somebody cut a check, and this is what you're left with. And then people are just like in the comments like, it's not too late to delete this. And I still say it's not too. Only the colony. Only we'll harp on it. Nobody else will talk about it. We promise. But get this out of here.
You lack imagination. You lack vision, my friend, because this is a traveling. You're taking a journey to a whimsical world of wonder here. Like this is the workshop. It's a state of the art, next dimension level workshop where characters of all sizes and shapes come together to create marvels. They create timepiece marvels.
Oh my gosh, this is a regional thing. Like literally the Dreamscape VR thing. Like this is like something you did for your people in Switzerland. This is not something you advertise. Like really, like when you go to the Dreamscape website, they have one location in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They have one in Geneva. And literally, this is just a little thing they made. Or this is something that they made for that. But this is not something to advertise. Now I understand why the confusion's happening here. It's like somebody probably cut the check. And they're like, what did you cut the check for? And it's like, this is only for people who are being in Geneva, right? And it's like, well, we got to at least advertise it so we can tell somebody that we didn't just burn all of our money on an event that only people who are going to Geneva in now, like from, like who's even the Swiss are leaving soon for summer. What are we talking about?
Yep. Let's see where do they have anything in their stories? No.
Yeah, this is just like, imagine spending $1 million in AP and this is what's on their Instagram.
It's a beautiful world, a world of wizarding wonder.
Wow, what a time to be alive, man. I really think I will start charging like 50 grand a consultation and just start pitching to these big brands, man. Because like if this is what's going on, I got a chance. Somebody will give me 50 grand to talk to him for a couple hours. Because if this is actually being like greenlit and put into production and all the things that go on with making a 3D thing, yeah, and this is the result, then I could change the world, OC. I could change the world.
Omar in the chat says, "What in the sweet holy fuck?"
There's nothing sweet nor holy about what you see, sir. Please don't put that together.
It looks like it's like, "Hey, join us for the House of Wonders now at Universal Orlando."
Exactly. And you know what? I would have loved that if this was at Universal and they said, "Hey, listen, we did a little fun thing at Universal. Take your kids, blah blah blah, in partnership with Universal for a week." This would have made 10 times more sense. But before, when I thought it was okay, it's VR, everybody who has a Meta Quest, that at least made sense. I thought like the Genie didn't work, but whatever. But when you tell me this is for Dreamscape in Geneva, you're telling me that everybody who's going to see this, like, I don't even know who would. Well, like, if you're already in Geneva, why not just go to Le Brassus?
Yeah, let's go to La Brassus, where they have a hotel. They got they got food, and they got food there.
Listen, I'm gonna say, if you're gonna jerk me off, I want you to use my hands, your hands. Don't use my hands, use yours. But like, I don't want this virtue. Like, what's this? What are we doing here? Like this, I'd be so like, I'm actually very disappointed, like, to find out that this is a regional thing that they've been advertising this way, because they could have not advertised it and just not get the heat. You know what I mean? This would have just been a fun thing they did in Geneva, and people like you and me wouldn't just keep like leveling them over this. But the fact that nobody has a sense to think, that shows that nobody's at the wheel. It's just a ship that's just going. It's a ghost ship. This is a ghost ship. Embark on the fantastic journey of the ghost ship, Audemars Piguet.
Let me see here. Let's see if I can search for any other breaking news.
Oh, the vote happened today, right? With the Swatch Group guy. I wonder if
it did. How did it
I
go?
don't know. Is it public?
Let's see here. If I go
think his name is
to
Stephen Wood. Oh, they rejected him. Sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah.
Activist investor fails to win Swatch board seat. That's actually super sad, because when you look at what he was trying to do, what he was like, his thoughts, and it made sense, right? It was very logical. It didn't seem like somebody who's looking to really disrupt much. He was just like, hey, let's start treating the luxury brands like luxury brands, and let's treat the under 3,000 brands like under 3,000 brands. Let's make Brigade more exclusive. Let's tailor it a little bit different. Like, yeah, actually, like, if you look at his the interview with him, and also what his company pitched to the Swatch Group, it wasn't crazy. It actually made sense. And to find out, like, the biggest reason that they were using to block him was that he's not a Swiss national, and they feel like he's gonna come in and shake things up too much. And he makes the best point. 90% of their customers are outside of Switzerland. So what are we really, what are you holding on to that you can't just, and he didn't want to erase a board seat. He wanted to add a board seat because the bearer holders, which I think are the shareholders who don't have the most shares, but together they do have a substantial amount. They, according to Swiss law, they're supposed to be able to vote for a board member who speaks to them. They were not not allowed that vote. Somebody was placed there, and he said, listen, I don't want to erase that person. That person's doing a good job, but I want the people to also have a vote. And he got, I think, 10% of the value stockholders to agree and put letters towards and say, hey, we agree with what he's doing. And it's the biggest share, it's the biggest holding his company has is in Swatch Group. So this guy and his whole company is betting on Swatch Group. So if I was Swatch Group, that's somebody I would want on my board. And guess what? He's a watch collector who loves Brigade. So he's not even like an outside rando dude. It's a real watch guy. So I don't understand it.
Yeah, the breaking news today, Swatch shareholders reject the bid by the U.S. investor to join the board. Swatch Group shareholders on Wednesday rejected a bid by an American investor to secure a place on the company's board as the family that has long dominated the watchmaker closed ranks to keep him out. Now that we're referring to the Hayek family, which controls about 44% of the voting stock at the Swatch Group. Stephen Wood, founder of U.S. firm Greenwood Investors, is pressing Swatch to focus more on its luxury brands such as Breguet and Blancpain in an attempt to turn around the fortunes of the Swiss company. Now, I understand that Breguet is actually unprofitable now. That Breguet is actually now at a point of unprofitability. To be elected to the board, he had to win over the Hayek family, which controls, I actually know my stuff, 44% of the Swatch voting rights. The board had recommended Wood's bid be rejected before the firm's annual general meeting on Wednesday, and the company said nearly 80% of the shareholders voted against his election. And by the way, here's an article from Watch Pro, and it actually goes through Stephen Wood's 6-point plan to strengthen the Watch Group. Swatch Group's ordinary general meeting will no doubt vote down an attempt by Stephen Wood to secure a seat on the company's board. His stated aim is to rejuvenate what he sees as an underperforming business, particularly at the luxury end of the watch market.
Yeah, good ideas. I nothing he said made me think that like he was going in to break anything that's not already broken.
Yeah,
he argues
that the fragmentation of these smaller shareholders mean they struggle to be heard as the Hayek family exerts too much control. Mr. Wood suggests there's insufficient scrutiny from the board of directors over the $7 billion group because the Hayek family has such a tight control of the public company, and this is impacting its performance. His company, Greenwood Investors, has created a manifesto for change at the Swatch Group, in which it argues that the group needs to increase marketing spend, funded by removing overhead burden, to double down on storytelling for incredible historic brands, and ongoing innovation in the group.
So the big struggle, right, that you'll find if you're within the Swatch Group, like if you're somebody who's in that business, is Mr. Nick Hayek is really good at the lower end stuff. The Tissot, the Moon Swatch, all that stuff, he's really good. It seems like where the struggle is happening is in the luxury segment. Breguet, Harry Winston, Jacques Drouot, which is like just a name that you order from directly. They're not even in stores anymore. So when like you read what he thinks and like you look at what's going on, he's right. Is like the luxury brands are dying. The low-end brands are performing well, but that's such a wishy-washy business, and the profits are much lower in that market versus the luxury market. You know, he's like luxury market profits is 50%, and we're out here fighting for pennies, and it's true. But it's their company, man. I don't think anybody. It's sad that somebody couldn't just say let the guy try. But it's their company, and nobody who's Swiss is gonna vote against a Hayek. Keep running that brand, which his father made and helped save the industry. There's so much things that are tied into it that I think if this was a truly public company, the Swatch Group will be behaving in a different way for sure.
Well, let's go through some of his points from his 6-point plan, strengthening and rebuilding confidence in Swatch. Point number 1, Breguet, improve the retail experience, add personalization programs at scale, reduce the wholesale channel variety, and improve residual values. We believe these steps can make Breguet once again the king of the Swiss watch industry. So obviously improving what the residual values, which is basically after the value in the secondary market, is key to driving an increased interest in the brand, because when you see that a watch that's $50,000, is selling for 25,000 within a few months on secondary, it makes it very, very difficult to sell. But what do you make? I mean, do you think there's a problem with the retail experience at Breguet?
Well, I think I'm not sure. I haven't been to a Breguet boutique in a couple of years. But if he's talking about retail experience within multi-brand stores, for sure, that it's not going to be good. In a Breguet boutique, those people are tuned to Breguet and they know how to sell. That's all they sell, right? Especially like in markets that have like New York or Vegas that are going to have a lot of international and Asian clientele. They'll always have a super sharp, storyteller who speaks multiple languages to, tap into that market. But if you're talking about a multi-brand retailer, I'm not working hard to sell Breguet. It takes too much time out of my day. That's the issue. Is like when you're talking about a brand like that, is like how many times, OC, if I were to sell this to you, I'm gonna have to work on you for like 2-3 months and then give you a big discount for you to buy a Breguet from me.
Yeah, let me ask you this. One of the points here is reduce the wholesale channel variety, meaning like maybe, okay, the stuff that they sell through the boutiques, they can have the entire collection available. But it sounds like he's saying like restrict the number of models that go to retailers. Does that mean?
I think that's smart.
Like, and what would you focus on? Like, for example, let's say Breguet sells into Bucher or Time Machine, right? Should they only have 3 or 4 pieces available? Like, hey, you can only.
They could be more than 10, but it's only core stuff. You got a tradition, you got a marine, you got whatever the pilot's watch is. You got a couple traditions, you got a couple classics. 10 pieces max. Nothing over 50 grand. Anything over 50 grand, you got to go to the boutique to buy it. Anything where there's big room for discounts, I want it at my Breguet boutique. I don't want anybody having a tourbillon. I don't want anybody having something too overly complicated. Because they're just going to discount it. So I want watches that my dealers can sell really easy. They get people with Breguets on their wrists. They're getting people into the Breguet family. I don't want to give them the job of selling 100 grand Breguet because they're just going to discount it to sell it, right? There's a diminishing return there on the retail price. And then you have to do the calculation of how good your sales associate is. And I'm telling you, even very savvy guys, they're not itching to sell a Breguet. It's a lift. It's like a JLC. It's a lift. So it's like, if I was Breguet, I would limit what my ADs have, small core collection, 1 or 2 special pieces. Listen, if you're Cellini or something like that who can do it, I'll give you some love. But, Joe Bob in Arkansas, he has 10 pieces, my best sellers, and that's it. If Joe Bob has a guy who wants to get the new subscription piece or something, it's a special order, or I'm sending out a rep to do a showcase for that guy and a couple clients at Joe Bob's spot. But I'm not selling him $100,000 watch so he can watch it every day for a year, and then when the bills get big, he just wholesales it. And then that watch is on Chrono 24 and then at a very low price because he wholesaled it under cost just to pay his bills. That's the issue.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I had a question off the top of my tongue. So Vimal here says, brands must realize that customers today are well informed and you can't sell a brand people aren't looking for. Now, I disagree with this. I think it's the retailers and the salesperson's responsibility to introduce customers to brands with which they're not familiar and educate them on those brands. That's what Sales 101 is all about. In a multi-brand boutique, if someone comes in and they're looking at Rolex or they're looking at Cartier and they're looking at dress pieces, or you also carry Breguet, you should at the very least, if that customer shows an inclination, take them over and educate them on, hey, this is the 250th anniversary of, or whatever it is, 220th, whatever it is of Breguet, and here's why we're famous. And Abraham Graham Bell invented the tourbillon. Alexander Graham Bell, sorry, invented the tourbillon, and this is why the brand is so great, and here's the kind of stuff that we do, and everything's hand guilloche, blah blah blah. How else are you going to ever get customers if you don't inform them and educate them. That's what selling is all about, right?
Exactly. It's a tough one because I understand what Vimal's saying, because like a lot of the customers are super well informed, but just because you're well informed doesn't mean you don't want to try new things, and brands still have to sell, right? The problem that we're having is so many people are concentrating on just such few brands that it's not the effect isn't happening how it's supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen, right? Is Vimal's a Rolex guy. Vimal comes into my store for Rolex. Before I show him the Rolex, I'm showing him JLC, all these other brands, blah 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 blah. I get to get feedback from what Vimal likes, what Vimal doesn't like. Then that feedback kind of trickles up into the brands, and when the reps comes in, I can say, hey, I have these guys coming, they don't like X or X, and then brands go back and they do feedback and new models come out. That whole thing has been broken. Now it's like brands see what's selling hot. Oh, it's integrated sports bracelets. Everybody's doing a sports bracelet. Is it Blue Dial? Because they're just like they don't know how to sell watches. So they all got confused and they all start tripping over themselves. And then we wake up in 2025 and you're going to Lange, and before you can get the Odysseus, he wants you to buy a Lange 1 or something for your wife or Saxonia. When 3-4 years ago, he'd have been super duper happy that you even walked in the door. You know what I mean? Now he gets to say like, so, yes, clients are more educated today. Sales associates are more uneducated today, or less educated today. The brands still don't know who they're selling to or how to sell watches. So it's a minefield. But Vimal, people have to be open. You can't just buy what you always want to buy. Who else will only buy Rolex, Patek? You have to be open to let somebody give you a pitch about JLC. Maybe you don't buy it, but you have to be open to let them give you the pitch, try it on for them, and then you move on. Or else we just end up in a world where everybody's wearing Rolex and Patek, and then it's just, imagine that world. Imagine the hoops you'd have to jump through if the path keeps going the way it goes now. 5 years from now, for you to get a Submariner, you're gonna have to give a blowjob. Straight up. Straight up. Like, I'm not even joking. It's gonna be like, oh, a sub date? Oh, okay. You gotta see Johnny.
Hey, we gotta go in the private room. Private lounge time.
You look at Johnny. This look at you. And Johnny comes over. It's like, I like you. You want a sub no date? Let me tell you about the journey. For real. Because if we keep going down the path this way, that's where it does. And Buckley makes a good point. CQ, why do we have to be open? Other brands just aren't as good. This is true, but we have to, I don't know, man. We have to keep making them try. We have to keep making them try for our business. But you're right, because the other brands are just, every day you just see the quality of everything else just go down, but their prices are also raising at the same time. So here's
an extremely closed-minded comment. Diego M says, if I come into a store looking for Rolex, and you try to do your job by educating me about a great brand like Jaeger LeCoultre, I'm never coming back. Let's say maybe it's not the reverso, but you're getting educated on the master control or like some of their incredible perpetual calendars or whatever, and you're dealing with a customer who's extremely stubborn and doesn't want to learn anything about other watches. He says, "I'm not coming back." How would you feel if you had a customer that was so dogmatic in his approach that he wouldn't want to at least learn about a storied brand, the watchmaker's watchmaker? It becomes. I mean, what would you say to a person so dense? And by the way, you could say.
Oh, there he is.
And there he is, right on the.
Hello.
Diego,
hey. Do I have the burps first of all?
No, you don't. You don't.
Okay.
You're not
so
at the gym.
There's this crazy invention. It became prominent in the early 2000s called the internet. I don't need some sales associate that didn't go to college to fucking teach me anything about anything, because I already know it all.
Maybe you.
I came into your store because I know Rolex is the shit, and I know Pateks go over retail. I don't need you telling me about Breitling or Breguet or Tudor, because I've already opened my eyes in the morning and I've seen these other brands and I've decided on my own, because I have a fully functioning brain, that
and
I'm
Instagram.
not interested in that. Yeah, that I'm not interested. So if I go to your store, if I take time out of my day, clear my busy calendar, and come into your store and say, hey, I'm an adult, I'm an American, I would like a Submariner, and you say, have you considered the ultra thin master control compressor? I will say, you're a fuck for wasting my time, and I'm leaving.
Hey, but you gotta try.
I know, but listen, you also, as a sales associate, you God, do not demean your customers by being like, "Oh, that's what you want? I'm totally going to ignore that. I'm going to bring you over here
what about
and
if it's
sell you shit that we can't
Diego,
sell."
hold on a sec. What if it's phrased this way? What are your feelings about JLC? Have you looked at their collections?
And I would
is
say that's a
is that
great
okay?
question. That is a wonderful question. What the hell does this have to do with my Submariner?
Well,
What are we just chit chat? What are we just chit chatting here?
You know what it has to do with it, Diego. Don't please play stupid.
Come on. Let's be real. Let's be real for a second.
You know what? I'm trying to get you into some soft pieces here. You know, it's a quid pro quo. We got soft pieces to sell.
You know what I want? You know what I want as a customer? I want a fucking face-to-face, no bullshit conversation with my sales associates. I'm tired of being lied. I'm tired of being played. I'm tired of being manipulated. If you can't get me the sub, just tell me that there's a long ass wait, or tell me I can sell you the sub, but you got to buy something else first, buddy. And with that being said, let me show you what we got. Do not play games with me. I'm the one that has a freaking gazillion dollars and I'm buying expensive watches, not you. I'm the smart one. I'm the one that succeeded. You're just selling me watches. So don't play games with me. Don't try to manipulate me.
But that's what makes it more fun. And that's actually like the sad part, right? Is oftentimes you have a sales associate dealing with a very high net worth person. That sales associate, maybe they don't even see themselves being somebody who can achieve that type of success in their life. And a lot of times you get these weak people just toying around with people just for that feeling of like, I get to boss around this big $1 million guy with his secretary and stuff, but he gets to beg me for the Submariner. So unfortunately, you're right, that's out there. But I gotta still try to sell you the JLC, brother. I still gotta try.
I lost you guys.
Yeah.
Are you there?
No, we're still here. Okay. Anyway,
you get what I'm saying? Though it's like
no. I mean, you have to. They can't be 100% honest. They have to dance around it a little bit. They can't just say, "Hey,
you know what?" People are starting to be aware that they're not being honest, and it's a huge turnoff to the entire industry. We've got people in our group who swore against ever going gray that are now saying, fuck these sales associates. We're going gray. Like, we're tired, not just of the prices and the difficulty. We're tired of being treated like we're idiots. Have an adult conversation. Like, I'm sorry, but if I'm coming in willing to spend close to 6 figures on a watch, have the respect and decency to understand that I'm not just some jabroni coming in here to buy the latest Nike Dunks because they're going for $100 over retail. Like, I'm pretty successful. I'm not saying me. I'm saying we as buyers of luxury wristwatches, we're pretty successful people. We deal with negotiations all day. You know, some people work internationally with different governments. Do not say, have you ever considered JLC? Well, just tell me you can't get the Rolex you want, but if you really want it, here's what you got to do.
Diego, these watches are very, as you know, the demand for Rolex is astronomical. We want to do what we can to get you the pieces that you want. We're going to be fighting for you. That being said, you know, we have a tremendous list of customers who've requested that piece. You've asked for one watch out of 1,500 references that are available from Rolex. Okay, so think about a more balanced collection. Think about broadening your horizons on what's possible. Think about being a little bit more open-minded about your collecting philosophy, and then you could be a much happier customer. You could be a much happier collector if you
You know
if you
what?
listen to Yoni. Okay, if you
You know?
listen to Yoni and you learn to not close your mind about what you love. Okay, the problem
Oh
is
my
you
God.
don't know what you love.
That speech was so inspiring. It made me change my mind on what I like. Thank you so much. I think what will actually happen in that case, people are going to say, oh, I can't get the Batman. All right, cool. I guess I'll call David SW, or I'll go to Watchbox or European. Appreciate it. That sales tactic only works on stupid people.
There's a lot
And
of
I would
them,
love to think that most people aren't that stupid to go, well,
we're
you
in the
know what?
minority, bro.
I've been looking at the Batman for like the past fucking 2 years. You know what though? The Brightland Avenger isn't that bad. Yeah. People,
Yeah.
if they're told these, I'm sorry, but man, if you've got enough cash to go in there and buy a Rolex or Patek, and they start telling you this fairy tale about, well, you know, it's really great to have a broad collect. I'm gonna look at that sales associate and go, you fucking retarded, and then walk away.
and walk out.
This fucking guy was trying to sell me a tutor. I went for a
Let me
Batman. I guess I can't get the Batman. No big deal. But then he tried to tell me that if I get a tutor, like around a collection, give me a break.
Yeah, I guess that there's different. We might be having two slightly different arguments. I guess I'm saying you should be open to other watches, but yes, if you're going in for a Submariner, a blah 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 blah, it is what it is. But you also can't, because one thing people don't talk about is most places that sell Rolex, they've cut the commission of Rolex sales. So selling the Rolex isn't even a sexy situation in most places that you're selling Rolex. Like if you're selling someplace and most of the volume is Rolex, they've already cut the commission because they're going to tell you, oh, it's so easy to sell. So you got, but I don't know.
I know. Mayer's Jewelers, the commission at Mayer's Jewelers is 1% on Rolex. However,
disgusting.
I think it's 4 to 6% on Omega and everything else.
Yep. So it's like it
So
just
there is. And look, maybe as consumers, we have to also be adults and say, I'm going to go in here and they're going to try to sell me shit I don't want. I get it. It's their job, right? And that's fair. But there's been so many lies. There's been so many. I wonder how many people were manipulated into spending way more money than they ever anticipated because they've been strung along.
more than
Like
way
people are being
more
taken
than would ever
advantage
admit to
of.
it. Yes.
People are being taken advantage of. It's crippling some people financially.
Oh, for sure. No. You're so absolutely right, and it's sad because a lot of people just got too caught up in the game and they got themselves in lists, right? And so what's happening now, right, is all these brands are calling people who are on lists who they didn't care about before, and now those people who are finally getting the call, they start to feel special and they fall for it, not realizing that they're just catching a falling sword. So there's tons of people, everybody who bought an AP Concept, everybody who bought a complicated AP, you know what I mean? Anybody who bought a brand 6 figures, anybody who bought a watch over 6 figures from not one of the premier brands and expected to sell that watch got taken advantage of, and all the brands jumped on it. Everybody did it.
Let me ask you, I'm going to put this hypothetical and you tell me if this has happened or not. And I'm not saying where you work, but just in general. Let's say some guy, he's not that well public speaking, he's kind of awkward, but he's got money. And he comes in and he's like, I'd really like a Nautilus for an Aquanaut. And the sales associates are like, oh, that's great. Let's start you off with the Calatrava. And the guy's like, oh, okay. And like, he thinks he knows the game, right? But the sales associates are like, this guy's a fucking weirdo. We are never selling him a sports piece. But he's got money and he buys everything we offer him. So he buys his Calatrava and then he's all excited. And then they say, you have a wife. You should get her a watch. oh, that's a great idea. He's thinking, hell yeah, here comes a Nautilus building up my spend. And they're going, I can't believe he just spent $80,000 on that watch. And then he gets his wife to watch. The next time, hey, we just got in these new perpetual calendars. Oh, wow. I can't believe you called me and thought of me. Well, surely this will get me up the list. And they will. So my question to you, we know there's customers like that, but from the sales associates and the AD side, are they knowingly selling to people like this and pushing product on them, knowing
For
that they
sure.
will never sell him a Nautilus?
For sure.
And they will continue to do it because he keeps buying and he has the money?
Yeah. So the problem
That's
in that
fucked
situation
up.
is if that person, it all depends. It's all in
It's
general,
fucked
right?
up because they know he wants the Nautilus. Right?
Exactly. And it happens all the time. And if that person doesn't realize at a certain point he needs to speak with the manager, this is where it becomes dicey, right? If your only interactions is with a sales associate, and you have no interaction with the manager, when you walk in, the manager doesn't, like, let's say you walk in, you go to the sales associate, you want the manager to walk over, shake your hand, hey Diego, good to see you again. If you don't have that type of relationship and you're spending that type of money, what happens is the sales associate leaves. You know what I mean? Yes, you can hem and haw and maybe they take care of you, but many of those situations happen like you just described, where people are just spending money. Let me get something for my wife. This is what the guys on Reddit said I should do. This is what everybody says I have to do. And because they're not savvy, they don't know at a certain point, hey, if you're spending, like after you're over 100, the manager should know your name. You should go in
And
and
that's
be, you know,
and
go ahead.
that's what I mean by some of these sales associates are actually like, I mean, if someone would just have an adult conversation with the guy and say, look, we will never sell you a Nautilus, and if you really want that watch, you probably should just buy it gray, you would have saved this guy hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you know there are people out there like it. So to me, it's not just that these sales associates lie or won't tell you the truth or will never tell you no. You know that out there are some of them that are just milking people financially and I mean, I guarantee you there's been people that have gotten divorced over watches. You
For
know,
sure. Oh,
the
yes.
wife finds out you spent how much on watches the past, oh my God. And they get divorced and these people have kids and it affects their life. And at the root of it was a sales associate that wasn't telling the customer the truth. I think it's fucked up.
Watch Hangout. Hold on a
What?
second. Watch Hangout. I'm going to get a couple of super chats in here. Watch Hangout. Flamingo Blue highlighted comment. Should I become a Patek man or a Breguet man? There's a new poll that is in the chat. The new poll is, which is the better brand, Breguet or Patek Philippe? Vote in the poll. Thank you very much for the super chat. SE, what exactly is your point, Diego? Of course, you have to put your money where your mouth is. You got so lucky and are still bitter and butthurt. I wouldn't call Gasman's way stupid, not for a second. And Buckley also chiming in here. Diego just doesn't understand. I'm currently transitioning to become a minority woman so I can get an Audemars Piguet easier. Change your strategy, Diego. And by the way, let's remind ourselves based on Yoni's list of do's and don'ts.
Oh, that's why. Okay, now I
yeah,
understand. Like, why you
Yoni
keep saying Yoni?
of Material Goods said these are the things to do in order to be a great collector. You need to visit often, get to know the team, shoot the shit. You need to be open to new things, different models and other brands. You need to expand your horizon, right? Collect across a broad range of models. Don't just look at the Nautilus and the Aquanaut. Be open to grand complications and ladies' pieces, and don't forget about those date justs and a whole bunch of other things. Be transparent. Tell us, what you can afford. How much money are you going to plop down with us? And help us help you by telling us everything about your personal life and situation so we can do a better job sizing you up. Would you agree these are very helpful hints for collectors coming in and having a frank conversation with a sales associate?
Yeah, It depends your level of collector, right? But yes, if you're level 1 to 3, all of this will help you out. I think if you start to get to level 4, meaning you bought 3 to 4 watches, if you know the game a little bit, then you can you can do the Diego route, which honestly is the way to go, right? That's the way to do it. Is just be very, very straight up. If you got the balls and you know what you're talking about, hey, guy, I love you. You seem great and everything. I've done all the hoops, blah, blah, blah. This is what I want. Tell me what the style is here. But if you're not to that level, which we have to admit, most people we talk to about watches, we're their watch guy. Everybody in this chat, and me and you included, we're the people call when they need advice on watches. So those people should definitely, you know, go use Yoni's list. Visit often works. I've seen visit often, especially before these past 5 years, work tremendously for people visiting in different locations. Forget even Caribbean. Just like if you're from one small town, you visited a big town or vice versa. But every time you go, you always see this one guy. You don't buy anything. You're not bringing baked goods, but they just know you. I know OC. Oh, he does the little YouTube show. Oh, he's from here. He's from blah, blah, blah. His kid likes, making guitar pedals, like stuff like that. Like when I can get that relationship, and then one day you roll around and you say, "Hey, CQ, I just saw that blah 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 dropped." I'll stretch for you a little bit more. But that is in 2025. It's harder and harder to find those situations, and the sales associates just they don't care, man. They're not much CQs out. They do exist, but they're in the more expensive establishments. And what we like today, you couldn't hire me to sell Rolex because it's the meat's not on the bone for me. You know what I mean? So, and other people of my caliber, same thing, is like they're not gonna go sell that because it's like, man, I could just go sell cars and probably make that money. So what are we talking?
Don't forget about some of the don'ts either. Some of from Yoni's list. Don't be a jerk or aggressive, and don't lie. You're not allowed to fib, about your birthday coming up or your anniversary or anything like that. Don't shop multiple ADs or take advantage of them. Yeah, just concentrate all your purchases with one retailer. Don't use other retailers against each other. Don't go to Booker and Watches of Switzerland and ask both for great watches. Don't do that. That's wrong. Don't ever criticize or badmouth a brand or a retailer. Don't talk about gray market prices or watches as investments. And finally, remember, don't compare yourself to other customers, because you are going to be delusional about what your place is on our hierarchy. And we have to keep it real. You think you're, what are the tiers that you just said, like a tier 4, tier 5 customer? The reality is you're a tier 1. Don't even think you're important, because you're not. And get that through your head before you think you can ask for a watch that's desirable or hard to get.
Well, I mean, you're as important as you think you are, right? And I think that's a real thing, is that there are ADs out there who are willing to work and establish real relationships, right? There are definitely those ADs out there. I don't know about these bigger ADs. I really honestly don't know how they work. And I can imagine the more corporate you go, you get into the situation I just discussed where, and Diego's talking about, where you end up working with these SAs and the SA leaves, and then you got to start from zero, or the brand, So if you can find a good, nice mom and pop where you can figure out the guy's last name is the last name on the building, or they're like 4 people with the same last name working for the company, it makes me feel a little bit better. And those places, certain times you can really just start that relationship up. Super duper hard to do. It does exist still, but super hard to do. The don't shop with multiple ADs. This is actually like, I know, like, it's hard for me to say because you guys are gonna say like, oh, you just want us to like play ourselves, but like, loyalty goes an amazing long way in this industry. It goes amazing because everybody talks to each other. Everybody, secondary, primary, they all know everybody. So what happens when you start playing around? Then I found out you played me. I don't care that you played me. You're not going to get the energy the next time you interact with me because you're wasting my time. I think people don't realize that. It's like, Even if somebody message DMs you right now, hey CQ, can you quote me a price for XXX? I gotta call people. My time is being wasted. Their time is being wasted. So when I return to you with results, and then you just tell me, oh, thank you for checking. I didn't care. I was just like, or something like very flippant like that. And like beforehand, you was like, man, I really love a price. I really want to go now. I really want to sell right now. I really want to make it happen right now. And you're making me call a bunch of people. Next time you do that, I don't call a bunch of people. You get a much different experience because I can't become that person to other people who's wasting time and energy. And that happens on the primary market a lot. A lot of people think they could go to one place, try to get a Patek, go to another place, put their list on a Patek. Patek is getting the names from both dealers. You know what I mean? So they know, and they talk, and they're like, oh, is your guy trying to... So it's not worth it, you know? And then as a dealer, again, like once you do that, once I get caught up in your rigmarole once or twice, I'm not doing it again with you. So to me, if you can be loyal with a secondary dealer that you like, that gives you fair pricing, that gives you the experience that you like, work with them. Work with that one person, because they're the people who I take care of the most right now are the people who've been with me forever. I mean, I'm literally like, I'm doing a deal right now, and if he wants me to fly with the issue now is we have a box. The box he needs to ship is too big. If he says, hey, CQ, you'd really do me a huge favor and fly across the country with just a FedEx box that would fit, I'll go. No problem. He has to pay for the flight, but I'll go. But that's the type of, like, he's done so many deals with me, and I've had to beat him up so much with trades and this and that. And he was mad with me because he bought a Dibit. He sold a Dibit tune before it spiked up, and he thought I knew the inside details, and I screwed him. That's the type of relationship we've had. Like, we've fallen out and gone back together. So whatever he wants me to do, I'll do. And if you can build that type of loyalty up with a primary or secondary market dealer, that's the situation you want to be in, because then your spend starts to, it's not about your spend so much, because you're sending me friends, you're sending me clients, and I just know you. So I want to help you out. I'd rather support my friend than a stranger. And it's as simple as that in so many cases. But loyalty, if you can, if it's somebody who's treating you well and you don't feel like you're taken advantage of, it really does help, primary or secondary. That's the one thing on his don't list that I will definitely say he's very, very right. The rest, yep. I don't know if I agree all the way with.
By the way, if you're just joining us, upvote the live stream. We have still over 60 people watching. Let's get to 50 likes, guys. 50 likes. We're breaking news here on the OC channel, just in case you just joined us. Famed Fifth Avenue retailer, watch and jewelry retailer Wempe is expanding their footprint with Patek Philippe. They're going to be building a 1,600 square foot showroom, complete with model galleries and VIP lounges and everything like that. Huge shout out to Wempe on that. The flip side of that coin is that they are parting ways with Rolex after decades and decades of a very mutual and beneficial partnership. Wempe and Rolex are parting ways. And what does this mean for you as a Wempe customer? What does it mean for Rolex customers in New York City? This is a pretty big deal. So if you have any comments or thoughts on that, jump on the panel or let us know in the chat. We also have a poll running here. I think we have over 30 people voting in the poll, so we can just close that out. The poll was, the better brand is, and you guys overwhelmingly chose Patek Philippe over Breguet, 78%. To 75% to 25%, 75 to 25. So there you go. I think you guys spoke overwhelmingly there. The link to join the panel is pinned at the top of the chat. And then also another quick note, check out Cased in Time. The Cased in Time NASA moon case is available. You can go to casedintime.com, apply the promo code OriginalOC. Do it now because supplies are limited, but they make the perfect gift for dads, grads, birthdays, watch collectors, people who have Omegas, Speedmasters, Moon Swatches, whatever. I highly recommend you pick up a few of these immediately before they're completely gone forever. Original OC is the promo code, and you will get the biggest discount available for anybody shopping online. CaseInTime.com.
Damn, I might get this in the donut one. These, by the way, guys, are some of like the best style cases for like if you have a bunch of watches and you don't have a big roll. Instead of having the boxy ones, these are actually like, I love where the watch can lay down. It's very easy to put like 5 or 6 in like wherever in your briefcase or your bag and like not take up too much space, where sometimes with the bigger rolls, it's like, you know, it's 6 watches ends up being a lot of rooms. I actually love these style cases.
Thank you. Yep. And then, yeah, let's like, this was a live stream that we did. God, when was this live stream?
Can you go back to the don'ts? Because I'm looking at my other screen's delayed, so I still have the don'ts there. And I don't know if I agree wholeheartedly with this list. Because now,
the list, so the items in the first bullet is what he said, basically. I'm paraphrasing. And then in yellow, that was the watch colony, watch community interpretation.
Okay.
Of what means.
Still, I think, okay, don't be a jerk or asshole. I agree. Don't ever lie. I don't know I don't know what that means. Don't chop in multiple 80s and take advantage. I agree with the multiple 80s part. I don't know what the take advantage part means, because the only way you could take advantage of me as an AD is if you flip on me, and that's like, yes, don't flip on me. But I don't know if there's another way you could take advantage of an AD. Don't ever criticize or bad mouth a brand or retailer. I think you can refine how you say that, because like if I had a bad experience, I'm gonna let you know what's wrong with me letting you know my bad experience. Right? Like, of course, don't go out of the way and say like, you know, screw that guy CQ, he's a cheat, he's a steal, if it's not true. But if, hey, CQ gave me a bad experience, I didn't really like it over there, you could feel free to tell me that. Could let you know what you expect as well, right? Because as an SA, it gives me the opportunity to ask, oh, well, Mr. CQ or Mr. OC, what didn't you like about CQ? And it lets me know, it helps me build my profile in my head of the type of person you are, what I need to meet your expectations. So that part I don't agree with the most, because I want to get as much information as possible from me. So if you had a bad experience, I need to know, tell me about the bad experience. How can I make sure I don't give you that same bad experience?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think their fear is that if you are critical about brands, that means you're closed-minded and they're not. It's going to be harder for them to sell you garbage brands, right? If you're like, hey, no, I don't like Parmigiani, or I don't like Tudor, or I don't like whatever, then it puts you in a corner of like being, oh, how am I going to be able to sell you a $40,000 Ulysse Nardin or $50,000 Ulysse Nardin if you're expressing that you don't like certain brands? We want customers who are open to all, you know, who don't badmouth brands, so we can present more brands to you. And we don't want people who badmouth sales associates, because I'm a sales associate and I don't want you badmouthing me to somebody else.
Hey, but if I did a bad job, brother, I will never forget. Oh my gosh, I could see it. There's these two gentlemen who always cruise together every year, and they cruise in the Caribbean, Alaska, blah, blah, blah. And one day I was given a JLC presentation and they didn't buy. And when they walked out, one of my friends overheard them say, that guy just doesn't know what he's talking about. We can't buy from him. And when she came back and told me that, I was crushed for 2-3 hours. But the next day, I went to the best JLC guy. I told him what happened. I was like, hey, let me know. Let me know how. Teach me, brother. So that's the only way I got better, is that bad experience got to me. Now, if I never got that experience, maybe I never learned how to sell JLC. If I never learned how to sell JLC, my whole life is different, right? So I understand what they're saying, but like as a sales associate, I know every bad review on me on Reddit. The only thing you can say bad about CQ, a couple people I didn't call back right away, and there's one guy who tried to sell me, I forgot what he tried to sell, just something very, very unique, and I was scared to probably call him back and tell him, hey, I don't want to give you an offer on your watch, but I didn't know how to express that, and that's it. But that's how concentrated I am about my experience. So if there was a negative experience, I would want to know. And if there's negative experience about other dealers, I want to know as well, because it helps me give you the best experience.
Got it. You wanna, I can pull up the dues just to refresh your recollections here.
Yeah, but don't listen to the don't list. Listen to the do list. The don't list is kind of funky.
Let's see the dues. Dues. Here we go. CB in the chat says, buy jewelry, buy more jewelry, and all doors will open for you. Good advice, CB. Muhammad Ali, $5 super chat, 5 British pounds to be specific. My strategy at the Patek Saloon is just be myself. I'm rubbish at faking it. There you go. So and it works for Muhammad Ali. Although, let's see what the Patek journey delivers for Muhammad Ali going forward. We shall see.
Be
Thanks
yourself. It's
for
the best
your
way.
be yourself. Be fun and foolish. Boston Collector says, down with the tire kickers, down with the SAs jerking you around, using you like an old tea bag to sell watches to your friends and loved ones.
Yep. Hey, but people have let them the I don't know how to say, but the overall buy-in population has let themselves be treated this way, and sales associates are not going to stop. Managers aren't going to stop. It's interesting because it feels like everybody's like, I'm used to selling like when you sell jewelry in like Alaska or the Caribbean, it's just fast moving, fast, high closing. And it's like the whole, and usually that was only reserved for there. And now that whole mindset is, everywhere else. It's like, oh, you want this? Well, you got to buy this. Like, it's all about getting your money. And like, of course, it's always been about money. But before it used to be like, okay, let me figure out about what you want. And no longer is about what you want. It's about how much I can get myself paid until I give you what you want. Because let's be honest, after I give you what you want, you're not going to talk to me. And that's a bigger issue, right? After I give you your Daytona, do you really call CQ? Are you really calling me for anything else? And this is the bigger issue. Is like the SAs need to squeeze all that commission out. The brands, the deal, everybody needs to squeeze as much as they can, because as soon as they give you the cherry, like you might not hear from them. The visits stop. Boston Collector is not bringing you the scones that you like anymore. He used to always give you the bun cake for your birthday. Now he's sending you a freaking cupcake. It goes away when you give him what you want, what he wants, right? Then he's like, oh, I didn't have time. And it's like, man, you used to handpick the blueberries for me. I remember that, Boston. You used to go to wherever and you used to handpick the blueberries and make sure every muffin had an even amount of blueberries. And now I got one blueberry, it's full of blueberries, and I get one muffin that's could be a brand muffin, and that's the thing, I want to keep my baked goods coming to me in a certain order. And I'm saying this all in jest, but for sure out there somewhere that there's an SA who has orchestrated their, I see it, right? I see it like even with some of my own collectors, right? There's SAs out there who are enjoying beautiful trips to places. They're enjoying, the Knicks just had they got a couple of seats to the Knicks games. They didn't get front row, but they got close to it. And they're enjoying the life of, hey, I'm just trying to wine and dine you until you let me bend you over. Yeah, but then instead of you bending them over, they bend you over. Because at the end of the day, after you took him to the games, after you did all these things, after you handpicked all the blueberries, he's still taking all of your money without a discount. And that's like, it's a beautiful, crazy thing, but that's what it is. And there are sales associates who, like, they're living a wealthy life just because you're letting them dangle watches in front of you. And that's the thing, like, I get invited to stuff like and all the time, but like I would feel so weird, right? If somebody invites me someplace simply because they're hoping to get a watch from me. I'd feel like because like if I invite you to my home or to do something with me, I just want to enjoy your company. I could care not what comes out of this. Yeah, and that's why you don't see me in a lot of places, right? Because I don't care, bro. I'm from a I'm from a place where I go to the beach and relax every day. That's my daily routine. So I'm not gonna, like, but there are guys out there who that's part of their thing. Like instead of spend, they'll be like, oh, well, what do you like? You like baseball? Oh, come on, man. I got some club seats. And they'll help you live that luxury life. And then, yeah, but at the end of the day, you're still going to the back room and you're letting them bend you over because you're paying in that full pop, baby. That full pop. And everything he asks you for or they ask you for, you're going to say yes to. Because you've already bent over enough that your butt hurts. So now you don't want to like, I might as well, like, I've done it, right? So the things are stretched. So I don't want to like have to go start over, and I don't want to like tell you no. And then you're like, OC, you're telling me no? Because that's the conversation, right? Or the email. It's like, OC, I understand that now might be a trying time. Perhaps you'd like me to adjust your place in the wait list a few positions back so we can give you an extra 6 months. And then when you write back, you know what? This watch isn't for me. Okay, OC, I want to thank you so much. Blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, no more, hey, OC, are you going to the game tonight?
That's
no
right.
more, how's the kids going? What you guys eating? None of that. None of that until the market starts trickling down and they can't sell it over retail. And there's OC, oh, my buddy, my pal, I haven't seen you forever. I got this really great, and that is happening today. And unfortunately, many people are just like, oh, thank you so much. I'll take my money. No discount. And it's sad.
Gatsby 10 Canadian super chat. These do's and don'ts lists are great. If only I knew I could present people I'm negotiating with a list of things that I do and don't want them to do. I've been doing things wrong my entire life. That's right. Why can't we just, as a salesperson, why can't we just publish, do a PowerPoint presentation and just say, hey, by the way, here is, as a customer, please do this, this, and this, and don't do this, this, and this. Appreciate the super chat, Gatsby. Also, thank you for being a member. If you want to become a member or upgrade your membership, I'll drop a link in the chat. By the way, this do's and don'ts list here came from a great live stream that we did back on March 5th. It's entitled The AD Game 101, the do's and don'ts of how to get super desirable watches at retail. And I dropped the link in the chat there. It's that comment here, this comment right here, the do's and don'ts of watch buying. Click on that link and you can check out that great live stream that we did. Yeah, I think, I'll do this. I'll drop the link to join the panel and we shall, if we want to keep going, we can keep going. But listen, we had a great show, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Let's see if anybody wants to jump on the panel.
This is an interesting question. We should do that baked goods spreadsheet, because I do think that if you show up with I can't guarantee you, but I can almost guarantee you that if you showed up with a really nice, well-made tiramisu, you'd bump yourself up a few spots. I'd get you bumped up. I would never bring CQ scone because I know it's not going to be appreciated. The point is to treat people well and you'll be taken care of. It's not in some lame attempt to bribe someone. I do appreciate scones, Boston. That's every time I throw a thing out there so me and Boston can be friends. Now he doesn't want to bring me scones. Terrible. I'll take a bundt cake, but I'd really enjoy the scone. But I do think if you brought me a tiramisu, that would be the thing that would get me to go to like Brian Goldberg and be like, Brian, this guy's giving me a tiramisu. You got to give him a 57. That I think that would get you to I'd make a phone call for a tiramisu, a well-made one, not a cheap Publix one.
SE, who's supposed to be asleep right now and supposed to be getting some sleep and getting better, says he can't turn the stream off. He says some guys get 2 cherries in a row and they do come back, but only to ask for bigger cherries, which is basically okay, but to allow yourself to turn sour because it doesn't continue is delusional. What would you say, CQ, if someone got, let's say, a Patek Philippe Aquanaut as his, I mean, they broke the rules, they jumped the line, they got an Aquanaut at retail as their first watch, and then they, instead of being grateful, they
Hold
asked
on.
for a bigger
I don't know
and
audio.
better cherry as their second watch. How would you feel about that customer?
Hey, hold on. Let me. This is why I jumped on, because
Okay.
SE, and if we can, his previous super chat was a shot at me.
But for real, SE, go to sleep, brother. Like I feel bad, like you're sick. You know. So
Well, you
that's-
don't know what he's talking about. So I got an Aquanaut as my first piece, and then my second Rolex was a Panda.
Oh wow.
He's thinking that my whole tirade earlier was all about me. You have no idea, dude. You haven't heard the stories that we've heard in our group, not on the streams, of how these sales associates are treating other people. And my tirade, again, not about me, was in a hopes to protect people in the future. Some poor guy going in wanting the sub and then spending $20,000 on jewelry or Tudor or Breitling has nothing to do with me. I know I got lucky. I'm not bitter about my situation. You don't know my situation. You don't know what happened with me in Patek. So don't make these little comments claiming that I'm being a little bitch about, oh, well, you got two cherries and you asked for an even bigger cherry. You know why I asked for an even bigger cherry? Because they said, what do you want next? And I said, well, I would like this, please. And they said, sounds good. We can do that. And you know what?
They said,
Manage.
hey, I'd like a big giant chair there. Yeah, okay, sure. We'll give you a big
guess
giant
what?
second chair.
Management changed. And so I couldn't get the cherry. And so I left. But my whole tirade earlier, the fact that you think I was crying about my situation, dude, come on. We always discuss on these streams for the betterment of everybody, not just ourselves. And if you know me, you know that I rarely ever talk about myself or my situation on the streams. I try to avoid that as much as possible. So if I said me in any of my statements, that was me, the customer, as in all of you. Peace.
It's all good.
Yeah. I think Diego, that SE was more speaking on the broad, especially in his second comment, on the more broad situation where there are many collectors, right? Who, let's say you get him the Daytona. Oh my gosh, I got it for you, OC. I went to bat with you. Two essays went in, one went out. I'm bloodied, but I got it for you. And then their next ask is, what can I get the Platona next? And it's just like, what the fuck, bro? You know what I mean? Like, people don't understand, depending on your situation, how hard it is to get you the one cherry. And yeah, sometimes you're lucky where, hey, bam, I could get you one cherry, bam, I could get you another cherry. And then sometimes you gotta be okay taking a break. And then sometimes third cherry time. And it's like, bro, we have other people to take care of. And honestly, like, nobody will believe me, but not that many watches come in, especially with the hot stuff. There really isn't $40 getting shipped to anybody. You like, it really is like a very tough situation. So when you do get into that area where a client only you I don't want to say reward, but you get him a good hot piece, but then he's like, I only want hot pieces. And then when you can't get in the hot pieces, he's like, screw you. That doesn't feel good either. And that happened a lot. So I know a lot of essays who don't do the relationship thing anymore because that's what happened. Either this guy flipped on him, said he was going I'm getting it from my mom, my brother, blah, 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 flipping watches out the back door. This poor essay, things are just getting a great client who's helping them make some money. And then their manager's like, you're fired. You've been selling to this gray market guy. So it happens so much out there on that side as well.
Whole Milk says Diego needs to chill and just watch The Godfather already. I don't know what that means. I think he's seen The Godfather. I mean, I'm not sure what that has to do with watches. Are there good watches in The Godfather? Not sure. Eddie Mao has a great point here. He says, if you bang, which has happened to me, if you bang a Victoria's Secret model once, best believe you're gonna ask to do it again.
But
And
that's
also
not
best it's delusional, I know, but like if it happened once, you know what? Lightning could strike twice, but it's only natural that you feel okay. It's only natural to feel disgruntled
yes.
if something incredible happened and you could never ever live up to that feeling of what that experience was like. So getting a sports Patek early on, maybe it sours you from enjoying or appreciating what other people have to go through, which is buy watch after watch after watch. Listen, I know I have gotten incredible watches, Sky Dwellers, GMTs, Daytonas, and I don't for 1 minute pretend that other people have waited years and years and years to get a Pepsi or years to get a Daytona. I get it.
But
We're
that's life.
incredibly lucky and gifted in this group to have a bunch of collectors who are able to get what they get. But it makes you a little bit jaded, right? Because like I got something great, now I want another thing great.
Let me explain my situation to CQ. CQ,
Yes.
my sales associate randomly says the manager would like you to get into Patek. So I said, sure, okay, whatever. They want me to buy a Calatrava, right?
Okay.
And I talked about it with all the guys, all the calling guys. I emailed the manager, hey, she said you want me in a Patek. What do you have in mind? At this point, I've bought a Rolex Explorer, a Wolf watch box, and a Nomos for my wife.
Okay.
She writes back, I think an Aquanaut would be great for you. What do you think? So I write back, of course, this is great. I got it in 5 months, okay?
Beautiful.
At no point after getting that watch did I ever consider I'm now a Patek Philippe customer and I can get whatever I want. At no point did I ever go back on the website and say, what's my next Patek going to be, right? I won the lottery, and I knew I won the lottery.
Yes.
And I was happy with that. It was as if somebody picked me up on a random street corner and said, hey, get in the limo. Where are we going? Don't worry about it. Just get in. Okay. And then they take you to like the craziest...
That's a scene from Boogie Nights, by the way. That's a scene from Boogie Nights.
And they take you to the craziest club with the hottest Ukrainian chicks and the best food, whatever, right? You had the best night of your life. They drop you off at your door. The next morning, you're just like, fuck, that was awesome. But you know that's not your life. You know that was a one-time thing, right? That's how I was with my Aquanaut. The problem was they said, hey, Diego, remember how we took you to that club and you had an amazing time? Like, yeah, that was great. I really appreciate you guys doing that. Why don't you hang out by that corner next weekend? Really? Yeah, we love you. Seriously? Absolutely. All right. And then you go to the corner for 3 years and nothing. You just see.
What year did you
essentially,
get that?
2022. So what happened was they told me about maybe 6 months, 7 months after I got the Aquanaut, we're taking orders for Patek. They want to know what you want next. And I've got small wrists, so dress watches for me have to be small. Patek doesn't make any small dress watches. So I told them, I said, listen, I like dress watches. I have dress watches. None of them are Pateks, and for good reason. The only really thing I want is this. And so I asked for my piece. Totally thinking, first of all, shocked that they would ask me what I want next. But totally thinking they're just going to say, we can't do that. The response was, sounds good. I introduced a coworker of mine. He got a 5990 as his first piece.
Oh,
okay?
Wow.
So the relationship is there. They like me as a customer. Meanwhile, over the period of 3 years, I see so many pieces getting flipped. And I know they're flipped because the stupid websites don't blur out the AD name.
Mm-hmm.
They're stickered, blah, 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 right? And I'm like, hey, what's any updates on my piece? Oh, well, now you have to buy 3 to 4 pieces and be with the brand for 5 years. My response is, well, does anybody in your system qualify? Well, no. Okay. So then I go to the manager. Hey, what's going on with this new rule? Oh, there is no new rule. And at the end of the story, my AD built their own standalone Patek Philippe boutique, still run by the AD, but it's standalone. And I pretty much lost any connection that I had. The people that decided they wanted me to have the Aquanaut and the Panda, the people that trusted me those watches no longer had a say. And I'll tell you offline what happened with the new Patek, but it was enough for me to just text the guy and say, I don't want to do business with you. So that was my journey. I was a guy that got to go to an exclusive club. I had the time of my life, but I knew that that wasn't my life, right? I knew that Patek Sports as a first piece is not normal. Be very grateful. Problem is, when they said, what do you want next? And I said, another Patek Sports. And for 3 years, they said, no problem. Of course, we love you. Sure. And it doesn't happen. And then you get burned. You have no idea how I got burned. You get burned the way I got burned. Yeah, you have a little bit of resentment, but that's my Patek journey.
No,
And it wasn't that I was like, oh, I only want hot pieces. I told them, I said, look, if you can't do it, I'm an adult. Just tell me. It's not a big deal if you can't do it. No, we can do it. Well, if you can't, let me know because I'm going to go do other shit elsewhere. No, don't do that. We can. For 3 years.
That's now I understand. That makes sense why I would feel the same way as well, because what happened is in 2022 you got the 2017 experience. So that's the big problem, that if you got the 2017 experience in 2022, like so many people who did get that experience, you can't even look at the 2025 experience. And what's even more strange in your situation, they let your friend get a 5990. So that means that you have helped them sell big pieces, right? So for them to go back to you and want to restart your journey just because somebody looked at your record and say, why did this guy get an Aquanaut? He doesn't have, I don't know what your spend is, but I'm guessing you don't have a multi-million-dollar spend. So somebody went back and said, oh no, this was a mistake. When in reality, what happened is your sales associate liked you and your lady. If she met your lady, she had a good relationship. They saw they had an Aquanaut coming in. She probably was in a position with her manager where she gets to book that sale. And she said, you know what? I know who I want to book that sale with. Let me see if Diego wants it. And that's why you got the Aquanaut, just because purely for whatever reason, she liked the way, whatever, she liked your vibes and it matched up. You bought some things before and she was able to book a deal. So she booked it for you. But to have them to restart you is just savage, right? Because then if you flip the Aquanaut in front of their face, they can't tell you nothing because look how bad they treated you, and you want to go on a journey. You already have the thing, so it's like once I already give you a sports watch, I don't get to tell you can't get more sports watches. I get to tell you, listen, Diego, you got to wait a few years, but I can't guarantee it. But like I already
And
gave
that's
you
the thing
Aquanaut,
is,
you know.
I met with the manager, the one that was able, and this was not the current Patek manager, but the manager of the AD. And I said, we had a frank conversation. I said, look, my wife would divorce me if I spent $100,000 on her for jewelry. For one. Two, look at my wrist. Go grab a 6119. This is bad. I can't do this. Three, this is what I like. And if you can't sell me the watch, you just have to tell me. I'm not going to be upset. I understand you guys are a for-profit business. I understand that you have to sell watches. And you need to understand that I'm not going to buy what I don't want. And that's okay. And if you tell me that I can't get what I want, that's okay too. You know what she said? She goes, Diego, I'm surprised you feel this way considering what we sold you. If anything, you should be the least worried about being able to get what you want. She's like, it just takes time. Meanwhile, CQ, they're getting flipped. They're flipped.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen. First
and it's
of all,
just like, they just kept selling them to the wrong people for one, or who knows what was happening, backdoor deals, I don't know. But for 3 years, I was a good customer, and I just, I just kept getting passed up. And I tried to exit myself. I tried to give them a reason to tell me no, and they never would do it. And
No, they'll never tell you no.
it's bullshit. So I had to remove myself from the equation.
So I wholeheartedly understand. I wholeheartedly understand. It's not fair to you, right? Because you didn't ask to be, to get wine and
I
dine
never
like
asked.
that.
I never once, and you can ask anybody in our circle, after I got the Aquanaut, until they asked me what I wanted, I never discussed Patek Philippe and what I was going for next, ever. They're the ones that opened that door again. And when I said, wait, I get to do this again, they said, yeah, of course.
It's sad because, like, just because I know how things work, it's like for sure there is definitely a green light, and then there's a red light somewhere. And the red light most likely was, we already gave this guy Aquanaut. He doesn't have a crazy spend. What more does he want?
And that's fine. But you got to show me that it's a red light.
Well,
You know
exactly.
what I mean?
And the thing is, like, I'm just trying to think if I was in that scenario. It's like, man, so I sold your friend a 59.90. So that's the thing. If I'm selling your friend a 59.90, like, that means that I really, you're in my circle. So, like, to me, like, if I'm doing that, and like, then I'm sorry I had to deal with that. I'm sorry I had to deal with that.
But part of it too was that management changed, so my manager no longer had a say, and the new staff didn't know me, and I was now one of 1,000 people wanting the exact same thing, and it didn't matter.
I hate that so much.
That's been enough about me, but that's the story.
But like, because your experience is actually it happened so much. Now your experience with the 2022, that's very, very, that hurts, to be honest with you. Because 2022, you give me an Aquanaut, like, you just flicked my bean for what? Why would you do that? So I really, really feel it. But so many people have done that. They jumped in, 2018, 2019, they were able to get stuff. They go back 2020, 21, they can't get anything. I know so many people who are on the list for Chronomet Blue. I know people with emails confirming that they're supposed to SA left. That person didn't keep in communication when all the management changes was going. Now all of a sudden the CBs are 100 grand, and they're like, no, we don't do it anymore. And he's like, man, I wanted it when it was nothing. I would have put them. And it's like, yeah, things happen. So this happens all the time, and it really sucks because at the end of the day, it turns into a people thing. And if I'm a new manager, I'm helping everybody who I know out before I help out Diego out. That's just the way it goes. Because again, it gets back in like, well, Diego doesn't know me, so Diego's not telling me, sending me stuff, sending me to dinners. He's not. Our kids aren't on the same football team. Like, all these things, unfortunately, get roped up into who gets these 10 watches I'm going to get this year. When 100 and 200, 1,000 people want it, not even 100, thousands of people want it. But in your experience, that sucks, to be honest with you. And it's sad that people play those games, because there is definitely, listen, I can't tell you no. I can't tell you can't get it, right? But there are different ways that I can express it in a better way.
Here's the thing, though. And SC's asking, did they really promise you the 5726?
No, they didn't promise.
But here's the thing. But time out. When I was waiting for the Aquanaut, I sent an email saying, by the way, I know you said I could get the Aquanaut. Is this a 5 to 12 month thing, or is this a 2 to 3 year thing? And the reason I ask is because there are other watches that I would like, and I'm not working on an unlimited budget, so I just kind of want to budget my year out. The response I got, CQ? And I have the email. The next one we get is yours. Does that answer your question? So when that's the relationship you have, you don't ask for it in writing. When they say, what would you like next? And you say this, and they say, sounds good. So no, they didn't promise me the 5726, but that was the status quo at the time, which is literally for the Aquanaut, they said, the next one we get is yours. What part of that don't you understand? So no, you're not going to say, oh, can you please put in writing that I'm getting a Nautilus as my second watch? No.
No, you can't. Like no
You
good.
wouldn't do that.
If I
You
was your
play it
manager and I
cool.
saw that email, you would not be selling Patek. I just you put yourself in the business in such a weird situation. God forbid a watch gets discontinued or like emergency happens and we can't fulfill that
Sure.
watch. There's so much conspiracy theorists out there who would like make up this crazy lawsuit against you. So I understand that
Yeah,
part.
no,
But
but the point of my statement is that no, I didn't have a Nautilus in writing, but I didn't need it in writing because that's a relationship I had with this AD.
Exactly. And I do think what you're describing is the way it goes. Like I'm telling you, is like, hey, CQ, or team. We got these coming in. Who's the last one who sold one? Or who, like, whatever the hierarchy is there. Okay, CQ, you deserve to book one. Who do you got? Hey, I got this guy Diego, man. He doesn't have a huge spend, but he's a really good guy. I think he deserves it. All right, boom. Call him, seal the deal. Hey Diego, you want it? Yes, I want it. Boom. So,
Yeah.
so she already got the next one that's coming in for sure. So of course, if you go through that experience, and for the 5726, it would have been the same thing. Maybe not the next one, but hey Diego, you're like the third or fourth one I get in. I'll be able to get it for you. So I could imagine you having a conversation similar to that, and you believe in it, and you should have believed it as well. So I don't blame you at all.
So to Gatsby's comment, he said, they opened the door. That's the kind of hint of you need to scratch our back too.
No.
But that's my thing has always been, and I've said it even on this stream. Have an adult conversation with me, and I opened the door of I'm not going to do that, and if that's not okay, you got to tell me right now. So I gave him an opportunity to understand that I was not going to feed their business, that I was not going to be a money train for them, and if that wasn't going to work for them, that's totally okay. They said, we can't believe out of all our customers that you're the one that feels like you can't get what you want. That's the response.
Well, because you got a gift, Diego, and you got a gift, and like everybody's in this world of like, I gave you profit, even if you didn't realize it, I still gave you profit. And like where that comes in a weird situation. But because again, if we go back to 5 years ago, you just get the fucking Aquanaut, excuse my language, but like you just get the Nautilus. If I have it, I sell it to you. There's none of this. The only thing that was application piece was maybe some perpetual calendar chronos and some mini repeaters and things like that. But like Nautilus, so you got in 2022, you got the 2017, 2018 experience. Somebody there who was trained under the new experience saw what happened, and they were trying to fix it.
No.
But you're like a savvy guy, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna.
It came from the top. It wasn't that somebody. It wasn't that the sales manager. I mean, she has to go to the owner for approval. So there's no one higher than the owner. So it's not a case of. I mean, it's not a case of like somebody went to the manager and said, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that." No, the owner.
Yeah.
The owner knows that I got the watch. I've spoken to her. So,
but they don't. Okay, at the end of the day, unfortunately, like
it's all
what's
good.
the worst that's gonna happen? You're gonna leave, and then you're gonna do a couple of streams, but like in their head, they're like, oh, there's all these other flippers I could just, or all these other people who spend crazy amounts just to get these gifts, and they make these decisions. But
it's the best thing. It's the best thing that has happened. Well, not the best thing, but it's a good thing that it has happened because it's opened me up to so much more. I can look beyond Patek.
Exactly, and so many other people that are in the same boat, and they're doing the same thing, and like a lot of brands.
And it's not just CQ. It's not just me. There's a lot of people. There's people in our community that they haven't been told no, right? And they are every weekend. They're wondering, is this the weekend I get the call for really sick stuff? Yeah. And they're good people. They should get the pieces, but they may or may not. And so it's like this isn't just a Diego problem. This is a problem in the community itself, and it stems from sales associates and authorized dealers, and it might stem from the actual brands directing the ADs on how to sell our watches, who to sell them to, right? But there's so many people. There are so many people that would. I mean, Buckley has said it himself. He's one of them. He's like, if they called me tomorrow and told me no, I'd be so relieved. But every single day, Buckley's wondering, fuck, is this the day? You know, it'd be amazing if today was the day. That'd be amazing. But every time he goes to bed, he's like, fuck, today wasn't the day. Is tomorrow the day? You know what I mean? Like, it's a never ending cycle of, am I going to get what I want? It's just constant disappointment. So to remove myself from that equation,
I think you're
it's
smart.
stress relief. It's a stress relief. I'm
honest with
enjoying what I have. I'm able to look at other shit. Not that I've bought anything else, but I'm free to buy other things without wondering, well, if I buy this, what happens if I get the call? So it's great. Enough. I don't want to talk about me anymore.
No. But this
really,
is great.
really, I want OC jumping in. OC's a smart guy.
But I think your experience is indicative of the experience so many others have had in the past 5 years. And like, how do you even tackle this hobby? How do you just get the watches that you want? You know, how do you not get stuck on a list that's a wish? I remember the first time I went to Dubai, it was the first time I heard wish lists, because in Dubai people were so literal, right? It's a different culture there. So when you said, hey, you're on a wait list, people were like, okay, well, let me know the number. And like they were getting very aggressive. So the Siddiqui family, they said, okay, we're doing a wish list now to help so they could usher in this same type of situation where they can kind of massage who gets what when, because there is no wait list. I can't do a wait list. There's not enough inventory out there for me to do a proper wait list.
The wait list would be decades.
Yeah.
And that all makes, I think we all understand that the people that get the sick stuff are the big spenders, which, again, capitalism, we all believe in that. We all understand that these ADs are there to make as much money as possible. The problem is, CQ, and we got a big super chat from Chalk Flip. He's a great guy, $20. It's a good conversation.
Thank you, Chalk flew up. Thank you, Chalk.
Amazing guy.
Thank you. Chalk flew up's going to be with us in Dubai, CQ. So he's going to be
eating some camel.
He's a cool guy. I won't tell you his real name, but he's a super cool guy from California, and you'll love meeting him. Thank you very much, Chalk flew up. He's, by the way, he's one of the mega members on the channel, like one of the super high tiers. So thank you very much for all your support.
Yeah, the problem in our community, CQ, is that so many people got lucky. Like, a disproportionate amount of us had the experience that I had in some regard, right? And it creates this level of hope that, hey, like, I don't know, we'll use an example. Buckley's a great guy. He got a Tiffany Patek, right? I'm a great guy.
Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
I'm a great guy. So someone like Boston or, I don't know, America, they're like, you know what? I'm in the same circle. I'm a great guy. Let me give it a try too. And it's like, we don't know if it's luck. We don't know if it really comes down to the person. We don't know if it comes down to, the AD has a crush on Buckley.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery.
It creates this level of hope, though, that keeps us, it just keeps us in the game, right? And it's like, it creates this fucking illusion that anything is possible. And what that creates is disappointment. Really, really constant disappointment from ADs. But in reality, that disappointment should be expected. We really need to be looking at these special cases and say, that's a fucking pie in the sky. That's never happening to me or him ever again. But instead we go, man, you remember that movie Angels in the Outfield? That little kid? It could happen. It could happen. That's us. It's us.
The unfortunate part is, I don't know if it gets better. And you're right. A lot of people, I don't want to say lucky, but yeah, lucky in terms of the timing. Not lucky because but lucky in terms of the timing. Yeah, lucky. Yeah, it's lucky. Because like if you got in at the right time, or like yourself, you just happen to vibe really good with the right sales associate who's working with the right manager who's able to get you that type of piece, you're in a different world, and you should give up hope out there. If you're not in a relationship where you can directly talk to your SA like that, directly talk to the management, please give up hope. Please don't let them down. Because I could tell you, somebody who's worked for ADs is like, there is no hope, brother. Like, I could tell you straight up. I could tell you the first day I meet you, whether you can get a Daytona or not, whether you can get a Nautilus or not. I don't like.
That's why I asked you earlier about, are there these customers that the ADs see as marks? Like, he's never getting the Panda, but watch this.
Yeah.
Right?
People, again, sales associates are just people, and they're often paid vastly on commission versus salary. There's a lot of good salary places, but most people are paid on commission. So, it's hard to go to the baker and talk about your diabetes. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to come to your baker and not expect me to try to sell you some cake. You know what I mean? And it's hard to go to a sales associate who doesn't know where their paycheck's coming from. And you say, hey, I really want this Nautilus. You look like you could spend a lot of money. And they're going to take you for a round if they can. And if there's somebody, unfortunately, like the person you described, who's very naive, and you just come in, hey, I just love watches. I just want to spend some money. I want to get the Nautilus. What do I got to do? And they poke and prod you and realize you don't have a Colony, you don't have an OC Stream, you don't have a Diego or CQ or any of the great guys you have in this chat in your life. Yes, you will be swallowed whole like the worm in Dune. It was just like that. They will just swallow all the money they can. Yeah. And it's just a fact of life. It's very, very sad, but today I don't know if that could ever be fixed.
And that's why I always, that to me is the biggest thing, is just, let's be honest. Let's have 2 lanes of honest conversation, not one. Because we're spilling our guts to these essays. We're telling them our life story. We're being honest, truthful, for the most part. Some people just want to flip stuff, but we're letting them into our lives, and we're just being lied to. All right, let's read the super chat.
Super chat from Gatsby, 10 Canadian. Question for Diego. Are you saying successful people that are experienced negotiators and know how to conduct themselves get lucky a lot? Imagine that.
Very true. Now we have said that you to get a Submariner, that's just an example. You have to be able to be confident, hold your head up high, walk in, say hello, say the right things. And when I say the right things, I don't mean as far as getting the watch. I mean, how are you doing today? Presenting yourself professionally. You have to do that. Yes. For our group, that's the baseline standard. So yeah, I mean, that is part of it. The problem is, and it's worked for us, yes, but there are different levels, and there are people that are experienced negotiators, tacticians, whatever you want to call it, that are still being played with. So I'm not gonna say who they are, but and they recognize it. Okay, so as good as they are, as good a guy as they are, or guys, it does come down to luck, because there's plenty of us that know how to talk the talk and walk the walk. So it does come down to luck. Now, it's this, like I said, there's a baseline standard that you have to be able to meet, but there's a lot of people at that level.
That's the problem. There's a ton of people at that level, and if your leverage is only money, there's a lot of people with money, depending on the market you're in, and every market now. Even in Farmington, Maine, there's enough, millionaires to buy all the Rolexes in Maine. You know what I'm saying? So it's such a tough situation. But I will say, if you're savvy, if you're a businessman, you know how to talk. It helps. It doesn't hurt. It never hurts.
You know what helps the most? We had a conversation off air, and it's the words, "What have you done for me lately?" We might have talked about this on stream, but as we in this group collected watches, we started going up the tier, up the ladder, and it never occurred to us that maybe we have to go back to the bottom rung and buy the new Air King, or buy another GMT, or buy a second Tudor. It never occurred to us. We thought that these were one-time check boxes. No, this sales associate, she doesn't get to retire off your one-time Tudor purchase, right? Nope. You need to keep buying from her. You need to keep feeding her or him. And it never occurred to us. We all thought that, in OC's experience, and I'm speaking for him. If I'm wrong, let me know. But he bought a platinum Day-Date. Why in the world would he ever buy anything beneath that watch ever again? Right? It's platinum Daytona.
The advice that we give a lot of times to our friends and collectors is, listen, once you buy something at a certain level and you have 3 or 4 pieces at that level, why would you buy something below that? You always want to be going for something above that. So it's kind of counterintuitive that sales associates would be like, oh, well, why don't you buy this IWC or look at this Panerai or whatever. It's like, are you kidding me? Why would I look at a Panerai? I have a fucking platinum Day-Date.
Yeah, and we mistakenly thought that it was almost like a video game and that we were in this exclusive club. Like, we're thinking that they're having these meetings like, listen, OC just bought the Platinum Day-Date. He's now at a tier 3 level, so I want you offering him Rainbow Daytonas, and you over there get him into Patek, and you over there, I think you said you wanted a Platinum Daytona. Let's get that happening. No. What they're saying is, OC wants a Platinum Daytona? What has he bought this year? Well, nothing since the Day-Date. Why the fuck would we sell him a Platinum Daytona? He's back at level 0.
Well,
And I know
zero,
not level
but
0,
3,
but
you're back to level 3. Yes, correct.
or you might be back at level 2, where it's like you got to work your way back up to that heavy piece. And so again, what have you done for me lately is a real thing. Doesn't matter how well you are, or how much you've spent. Nobody in our group, CQ, that has been on the stream or in the chats is at a level where they are spending millions a year on watches. So those people get whatever they want, but there's nobody in our group that is at that level. So when I say like that we have to go back down to the bottom rung, it's for us, it's true. Some people in the world, of course not, right? But for us, it's very true that, and nobody understood that in our group. Not one person, after they got something really sick, said, I'm going to go buy Bright. I'm going to go buy another piece of jewelry. I'm going to go buy a tennis bracelet for the wife. No, because we were like, we're a good customer. Like, if you sold me a Panda and an Aquanaut, I'm a fucking VIP.
Well, so that, and it's so...
That was the mistake that we made. We made that mistake.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that was a mistake. Because, see, in 2017, that was just a sports watch. So, you know what I mean? So it was a nice sports watch. It was one that people were sought after, but it wasn't the same thing it was in 2022. So I can imagine if I got an Aquanaut in 2022, I would feel like I am the best of the best of the best. But in reality, while you are, as a person, you are, but in the eyes of the dealer, you're somebody who got lucky that didn't need to figure out how to get the money that they gave you back. Because in their eyes, they gave you a gift that's worth $60,000 in profit, let's call it. And now they need to figure out, okay, how do you get the $60,000 back to us without also giving you another Nautilus or something, which was then giving you more profit. So the game now is I need to balance out the profit that you can make on the watches I've sold you, because I can go back and say, well, maybe you're a flipper, so I need to make sure you don't flip. So I need to mitigate the profit. So now I'm financial advising your watch net worth, even though I won't give you liquidity if you wanted it. It's so weird. It's such a weird, wild place. And you're right. And the great thing about you're part of this group and you have a good network, and you guys can figure out how to work with 1 or 2 ADs who really work with you guys, and your OCs guys, your Diego guy, and you can compound that interest over time. But you're right. If you don't do it that way, somebody has to start at the bottom, or you got to bring in somebody to the bottom of your pyramid to buy the Tudors, buy the Breitlands, and you could say like, look, let's feed it into our pyramid,
Only in this hobby do we actually take the side of the retailer and sympathize with their point of view. We just, in their eyes, they gave us a $60,000 gift. How is it a gift when it's the watch that we wanted? It just so happens to trade over retail. Hold on a second. Okay. Hold on a second. And we're not selling it, so we're not realizing these gains.
Thank you.
I mean, for some people, yes. For some people, yes, for sure. They're flipping those watches, and the ADs it's on them to do a very good job vetting and qualifying their customers. And if they make them, we understand they make mistakes once in a while. Certain dealers, they make way more mistakes than others, and there's a pattern of a pattern of poor decision making, put it that way. But how is it is it, I mean, there's a lot of going back.
You know what it's like, you know what it's like, OC? It's like when your grandfather gives you, I don't know, 50 IBM stocks and says this is a gift. He didn't give you the money, right? He didn't give you the unrealized gain. You still have to sell. And yeah, you get a sick piece from the AD. To me, this whole notion of, oh, well, we just gave you, when I bought the Aquanaut, they were going for 130. 90,000 over retail. They didn't give me $90,000 cash. I had to spend $40,000 to get the watch.
Well, but because these watches are so hard to get, and because they are in the positions of power of deciding who gets them and who doesn't, we are continually in these fucking the mind games of figuring out what is it going to take to move these levers. And that's actually a lot of the attraction of the hobby too, is the chase and it's like a chessboard, and the complexity of figuring out what to do and how. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. For example, here's a great question from John D, by the way. I think, let me see if I can find it. Hold on a second here.
Sure.
Upvote.
Genuine question from John D. Would you not be willing to grab a Patek Philippe's dress? So now here we're putting ourselves in a sympathetic view of the retailer. Like, Diego,
Sure.
Come on, please be reasonable.
I'll answer this honestly. Yeah.
Hold on, let me read the question first. Would you not be willing to grab a Patek Philippe dress watch and then see what happens from there? Perhaps that would be a strange order, but helps the sales associate or the AD justify, your next piece or whatever. So like, here we are. As collectors now, we're putting the position of like defending the dealer. Like, hey, why don't we give buys? Why don't we be more open-minded, follow the Yoni advice, right? And be more receptive to watches that we weren't contemplating before, because we know that might be helpful to our situation.
Yeah, I'll answer this question honestly and carefully and respectfully. So I think the cheapest entry level, what is it, 6119, you're how much out the door? Close to 50, right?
I'd say 40.
40? Okay. I've got 40,000, but I'm not going to spend $40,000 on something that I don't love. That doesn't fit well on my wrist. So that's number one. Two, don't really like the watch. If I were to be forced to spend $40,000 on a dress watch, there are many different watches I would buy before that. So that's number one, is like, I'm not going to buy the watch because it doesn't fit me. But imagine looking yourself in the mirror, buying something that you didn't want because you hope it will get you something else. Like, that is very self-demeaning. I would never go in there and be like, well, you know what? Maybe this will help me, and maybe this will make the sales associate like me. We're not talking $500. We're talking $40,000. That's a big like what if. I don't even want to call it a gamble.
But don't we often, and more often than not, rationalize why we like what we like based on how much those things sell for in the secondary market? Like, isn't it just a strange coincidence that I happen to like the Panda Daytona, and I happen to like a Titanium Yachtmaster, and I happen to like a Nautilus and an Aquanaut and a Royal Oak?
Let me give you some examples. When I was in college, I don't know, I'm 37 now, so however many years ago that was, I had catalogs from Patek Philippe and Breguet and all this stuff. And back then I knew what I liked. Okay. I knew about the Aquanaut for many, 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 many years before I got one. I didn't know what they cost. I just thought they looked cool, right? I love Speedmasters. The moment I tried on the Speedmaster, I was like, fuck, they're too big for me. Oh, well. But the Cartier Tour 2 that I bought, when I saw that watch for the first time, I didn't know that they only made 200. I didn't know that it had a Journe movement. I didn't know that they were selling for at that time $70,000. I had no clue. I saw the watch and I was like, what the hell is this? So then I start Googling Cartier, chronograph, whatever, blue dot. Holy shit, these things are expensive. So I think what happens more often is certain designs, certain watches, the cream rises to the top. And nobody should be ashamed to like these watches, these what people call hype watches. You know why they're hype watches? Because they're the best watches. You know why they go over retail? Because they're the best design. In my opinion, I know trends fade and change, but the Panda Daytona is probably the best looking steel chronograph, no date chronograph in that price range available. It's not an accident that it is in such high demand, which causes low supply, which causes fucking scarcity and secondary prices going up. Same thing with the Aquanaut, the Nautilus. It just happens like that. Now, some things get squeezed into that category. The Odysseus, I think, is a great example. The Odysseus is not the best looking integrated sports piece. But during that hype of 2021 and 22, people couldn't get the Aquanauts, couldn't get the Nautilus, so they went to the next thing. Overseas, couldn't get that. They go Odysseus. That becomes highly in demand. I don't think people only, like some people do like this 5726. They see this watch and they say, wow, this is going double retail. That's great for me personally and financially. Me, OC, I never once considered the 5726 until I tried one on in New York with Buckley. And I said, what the fuck? And he says, that actually fits. And I was like, how? How the fuck does, he's like, I don't know, it just works. And that's when I was like, damn, maybe I can buy this watch. Had nothing to do with the secondary price. Now, we would all be lying if we said that the fact that they, at a minimum, retain value is a great selling point because you are spending a lot of money. You know, and when you already have amazing pieces, why would you spend more money? Well, if it's not losing value, what does it hurt? I think that's a stance a lot of people take. I don't think they look at it as, like you said earlier, it's going double retail because it's an unrealized gain. It doesn't matter, like your watch OC, your Patek, I think you paid maybe 63. To you, it doesn't matter if that watch is worth 40 or 100 because you're not going to
Yeah, I'm not
sell
selling
it.
Yeah.
So it's like, but you know what feels good for you, OC, is that it does hover between the 50 to 60. You didn't just throw away $60,000 when you already had an amazing collection, right? And say, why do I keep doing this to myself? No, like, so there is some level of security in the watch hovering at around what you paid. But for the people that aren't flipping the watches, it really doesn't matter how much more over retail it goes if you're not planning on ever selling.
You're not wrong. I agree with a lot what you're saying, but the 5711 came out in 2006, and people liked it, but nobody cared that much until we got into like 2016, 2017 is when you saw crazy big price gains. Yes,
you know why people didn't care? I'll tell you why.
Why?
We lived in a world where it was completely normal to have maybe one nice watch, right? And to have the majority.
Go ahead.
I know that there's always been watch collectors, but the majority of people did not have Rolex collections and Pateks, and like that wasn't a thing for the majority. When they saw that, wait a second, I can buy a Rolex and this isn't like, I don't have to hide this from the wife anymore. And if I keep getting more, this is actually beneficial and I can get things that are high. I think people saw that. And when they used to see a stainless steel sports watch that was 30,000, 40,000 and think that is completely ludicrous. You can buy a solid gold day for 20. Why would I ever, people knew that Patek Philippe was top of the line, top tier shit. but they never could justify the price. Well, I think once the market did what it did, people said it's a safe buy. Maybe I can get into Patek Philippe. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it is worth $40,000. Look at the finishing. And I think you have enough people that recognize that the market had taken that turn, and that's what created not the demand, but like the buyer's pool going into these ADs and saying, gimme, 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 gimme. And prior to that, like I said, we lived in a world where if you had a Submariner, you had a Submariner. That was your watch from the day you bought it to the day you died. Versus a world where people are going Datejust, Sub, GMT, Daytona, whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's a different world.
It is a different world, but I have to say that a lot of it is, the dealers just started raising prices in the secondary market, and they realized that people would keep paying them. And of course, because like you said, people just started to trickle into it. But I'd say majority of the people who bought a 5711 at the tail end and right now, they bought it purely for the hype. Purely for the fact that it was some type of financial vehicle, or when I walk into a room with a bunch of dudes and they see that I have this watch, it does something. Now, the Daytona, for a very long time, was always a watch that was a little bit over retail, that sold out very fast, that was something people hunted for. So that, to me, was a little bit more true of a demand situation.
Sure.
I only say that because I remember having full Nautilus lineups, including 5711, including 5711 piano and blue, everything in the store for at least a week. And people coming in and we're selling other pieces, strapped Calatravas, all type of things. And then the Nautilus would move.
Hold on a sec. Fucking SE, I could have bought the Nautilus when it was going below retail. Sure, a year removed from college, when I was making 50 grand a year, of course. Yeah, that would have been a smart thing to do. Anyways, CQ. Let me ask you a question.
Let me just jump in real quick with a comment from Russell 996, who's
hey Russ,
huge Patek Philippe enthusiast. Only ever buy what you want, period. But it's hard to argue, and I would say sympathize against the AD allocating elsewhere when there are other buyers that do like a range of pieces. There are many buyers who love and buy dress and sports.
1000% agree with them. I have no issues with that at all. You just got to be transparent. CQ, let me ask you a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Pre-hype, people matured into Patek Philippe sports. It was kind of if you know, you know, right? You see a guy with the Nautilus on his boat in Monaco, and you're like, that guy.
Was there something, by the way, CQ, with the Nautilus that kind of triggered 2016? What happened with the Daytona?
I forgot what happened. I know a little bit of it was Patek had a price decrease because of the currency situation. So they became very cheap. And then there was a little bit of a sharp increase that I think at a time they were 26. Then it went down to 24 and change. Then it went back up to 27.5. And I think that price up and down situation triggered something. I don't know what else it really could have been that maybe somebody else knows, but around that time it just seemed like it slowly started to pick up. As soon as I stopped working in the Caribbean in 2015, 2016, and really of the tail end of it, because even then 5726s sat, 5980 sat, but at the tail end you saw okay, maybe every Nautilus is coming through, and a couple of the guys who were doing phone order sales, they were starting to fight us for Nautilus, right? They were like, no, my guy. And we were like, what's going on? Because they were obviously selling to flippers, right? So that didn't happen until the end of me kind of being there. So I don't know exactly, but something I think when the currency kind of bounced, when the retail prices bounced up and down, that started whatever the real trigger is, and it just started to run away from there.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I was asking about the old guy in 2012 with his Nautilus. You looked at him and you said he figured it out, right? That took decades for him to get there. To know that this is better than a Datejust or whatever. The reason I think a lot of people during the boom wanted the Nautilus, I think, was because they lived in an accelerated time frame of watch collecting, where what it used to take people decades to do responsibly, I'm going to have a date just, and then, I retired. I'm going to get myself a date, and then, you know what? Retirement life is nice. I'd like it. I'll finally buy myself a Patek Philippe. That got compressed into like 1 or 2 years, because whether right or wrong, people weren't losing money on the journey. They weren't, again, having to hide the purchase from the wife or having to justify the purchase. Well, this was my retirement. That's why I spent 20 grand on myself. People weren't having to do that. So yes, a lot of people recently and in the past 3 or 4 years have said, I want Patek Philippe. That's the best shit in the world. And people can say, well, where were you 10 years ago? How come you didn't want it back then? It's like, well, it's just natural progression of watch collecting. Everybody starts somewhere. It's usually Omega or Breitling or Tudor. And eventually, not everybody, but a majority eventually, they seek to go to something like Patek. And again, the Nautilus and Aquanauts are amazing watches. I think if you like those pieces, you have to kind of like the way they look. Like, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of cars that go over retail, CQ, that are like super hard to get, that I just don't gravitate towards aesthetically. So I think these are just great pieces that are amazing designs, are timeless. And yeah, because of that, a lot of people like them. It's not a bad thing to want a Nautilus or an Aquanaut. People are often vilified for having quote unquote hype collections. To me, they just have good taste and access. It's not boring.
Yeah.
It's not boring. Like, I would never, like, it's one thing to buy a watch that you don't want to get something from the AD, but imagine buying a watch because you don't want people thinking you only chase hype. Like, oh yeah, I bought this $30,000 independent. You haven't heard of it, but am I not interesting now? Am I not different? Like, it's not a Panda. We always joke about people going to watch events wearing a Panda. Like, whoa, what a fucking idiot. Dude, it's it's the best chronograph you can buy. Like, what's wrong with wearing a Panda to an event?
I think the issue is, Diego, is that like not everybody who's come into the industry since COVID is like of the mind that you're thinking, which I agree with, right? There's nothing wrong with just loving a watch. I love the 5711. I loved it up until 60,000, and just like at that price, I just get something else. But I think there's so much people who've entered in the industry where they only care about the clout. They literally
there's a lot
only
for that.
care about that. It's a lot, Diego. It's like I'm telling you, my guy Jay, who does the streams with me in the morning, who ran Chrono 24 and eBay for 1916 for a long time. Like, there was a period during the COVID market where I talked to nobody who loved watches. Like, literally, nobody cared about what CQ had to say. They just wanted to know, what will you buy it back? What can
Nothing's
I sell
changed.
it for? Exactly. I still sound like the wacky guy,
No one
right?
cares.
I still sound like the wacky guy who's like talking about JLCs and Louis Monet, and it's like, what's wrong with this crazy?
and I like JLC, by the way.
Exactly, they're great watches, but like, we sound like quacks. We sound weird. Anytime I mention a Parmigiani or something funky, it's like, oh, there he goes on another fucking tangent. When it's like, I'm sorry that I love watches, and I think there's just a ton of people out there who are in the industry now who bought a 5711 because somebody else should have said they should have. They bought a Panda because somebody else should have, and those people have ruined the buying experience for everybody else. It's done because
they
need it.
We have this fairy tale, CQ, this wish that if only these sales associates would know that I'm not one of those guys, right? Yeah. And that's how it should be. OC should be able to walk in and get a Platona. I should be able to get a Nautilus. Boston should be able to go in and get a ceramic AP. No questions asked. Like, you know what? Yeah, you're the customer we want. But too many times, for reasons unknown, they go to what we would classify as the wrong people. They might just be extremely liquid, and good for them, they have the access to it, but they don't really They don't really care about the watch like we do, you know? Not saying
Yeah,
that they don't deserve it or that they shouldn't have the ability to buy it because, again, free market capitalism. But it's like we keep getting passed on. And it's just
yeah,
like, damn, like I actually like the watch. I don't just want to get the watch to go pick up chicks at a club. Like I
yeah.
actually love the Royal Oak,
But the
but they
problem
won't
is
sell it to me, you know?
the guy who's buying the watches to show off at the club, he just asks so many less questions than you and me, Diego. He just asks so many, like he just pays the money and he just gets ripped off. He doesn't care, he doesn't know. And and that's the honest truth, right? Is what happened is like all these people were just endless money popped up, the crypto money, the whatever money, or people who just didn't like they're not from the watch space and they don't know, and they were just easily taken advantage of, and they're still there. You know what I mean? So and it's just not. I don't think it ever. I don't know if it ever really goes away. You know, the hype guys are there and they still drive the market. That's why somebody could put on Chrono 24 that Salmon Dial Patek Philippe at 96,000 and it's an invisible watch and it's a Chrono 24 listing from Chrono 24 and there's nobody to yell at Chrono 24. There's no board of community of collectors. And even if we were able to establish that board of collectors or whatever, there's so much new enthusiasts who don't even give a fuck about what we're talking about right now. It's so crazy. There's so many guys that I know. They just care about the Richard Mille colors. You got the right color strap or not. They just care if you
Yeah.
have the pumpkin aquanaut. And there's nothing wrong with the pumpkin. I love the pumpkin, right? But there's just so many situations where they got in there. They kind of, I don't want to say ruin the hobby because it sounds like we're in this closing hobby, but it
No,
did. They ruined the buying. Because when we're talking about these type of dollars, we really got to say they ruined it for everybody else.
I will never be upset at a category of people that have more money than me for getting access to watches.
Exactly.
Like
You can't.
I don't fault them. Like, look, I'm sorry if there's a Bitcoin billionaire out there and he's able to get the Nautilus before me.
I have to. I have to sell.
That's
I have
no,
to
but what
sell
I'm
to
saying
him.
is
I
like
have to, you know.
that's a Diego problem. That's not a fucking AD problem. For me, I go back to it, and I will always go back to it. This can all be solved if there's transparency from the sales associates and the authorized dealers. But we know that that will never happen, and rightfully so. It's because they run a business, and their business is to sell as much as they can, as quick as they can, to as many people
But
as they can.
but
So,
still, there needs to be, in my opinion, there needs to be some type of clarity. There needs to be some type of something that because your situation, because like internally, I know how it works, and it's like you like you got pinched in probably one of the worst ways you could get pinched because there's nothing you could have done to fix it. You know what I mean? So that's why like I feel very bad and I wish
well,
like
I could have got in and bought a dress watch I didn't want CQ,
yeah, but you got in
but
the
I didn't.
2017 way. That's what I'm saying. Like you got in the 2017 way. You went with the Victoria's Secret model. You did the things, and now they're saying like, hey, listen, we got I don't want to. We just got somebody else, and you don't want that person. So it's like I understand where you're coming from because if that happened to me in 2022, I would have probably sued. You know, or maybe not sued, but like I'd have been very like, what are you doing? Why would you even give me the Aquanaut? Because you just like why would you give me the Aquanaut? Why would you sell the 59.90 to my friend if that was his first watch? Because so let me ask if it's okay. Did the person who got the 59.90 was he able to get other pieces?
Um, he's still waiting on his second sports piece, but he's bought, I think, two other dress watches since then.
See to me,
He's
like
way
in
more
my
liquid than me, though. You know?
yeah, but see, it doesn't matter because like in my where I used to work, I would have you join together, right? Because any dollar that he spends with me is because Diego brought him to me. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's it. The issue here is that all these ADs and everybody works differently. But look, so I go from like a lead to a place at 1916. If somebody just sends in a buy, sell, or trade lead, right? It used to cost anywhere, let's say it costs more than $100, right? I don't want to say the exact number, but it costs over $100. So there was a point where they were like, hey, why are we spending money on leads? Why don't you guys stir up your own referrals, right? Because it's the same money that's spent. So for me, if Diego is bringing me a guy who can spend that type of scratch, I still got to take care of Diego. You didn't just disappear off the face of the earth, you know?
Yeah. And look, I am not bitter. I'm not grieving. I'm just reiterating what has happened and sharing what is still happening to other people. And I think that it's a shame that it still happens, but we need to open up our eyes. I said it earlier today. Many in our group fully understand that if you are new to a brand, if you're new to the market and you want something that's difficult to get, just buy it on the gray. There's nothing wrong with that.
Fair point. Fair point.
Evan
I
G's.
think we all. Evan G is funny.
He's the best.
Yep. But listen, these stories are incredibly helpful and cathartic because they help us analyze our own situations and put our own circumstances under a microscope of what we're doing and what we're thinking and how we're processing everything in our own delusional journey to watch bliss.
What I let me just cough. Sorry about
How
that.
rude.
What I will,
How rude.
yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to cough directly into the mic. What I will say is, unfortunately, there is no one path to take, right? Because there literally is, like, I think I'm thinking so hard about your situation, Diego, because like, if I was the SA who did that to you, you would have every right to, like, you know what I mean? I would understand it. If you call me and say, hey, bro, which has happened to me, like I've left places and I've put clients or people, like, and I've set people up with money. Basically, I like, hey, this is my client. A big deal is coming through. That's all you. Just take care of my guy for me. You know how I take care of my guys, right? And then I get the call, like, see, you know, and then it's like, that hurts because, like, you as a client did nothing wrong. Right. And I've had clients who were able to get an Aquanaut the same day. I have clients who bought an Aquanaut. He bought a dress watch for his wife. He bought a watch for his assistant. And they were like, oh, no, we need something for him to go on the boat. And he bought the Aquanaut literally as his boat watch. And then they pointed to the boat and it was a super yacht outside. You know, so it's like, it's a watch at the end of the day. It shouldn't be a thing that, like, oh my God, I made a mistake and I sold you a hype watch. Now I need to make you spend another 6 figures. And then if you buy another hype watch from me, it's like, it shouldn't be like this mental calculation that it's become. And I hate that it's like, oh, I gave you a gift and things like that. The issue is people started flipping and a lot of people got burned. And I know ADs who lost their dealerships. And I know me personally, I've been burned a couple of times with clients who I pleaded to God, please don't do this to me. I'm just CQ the watch guy, bro. If I get burned in watches, I can't work. Within a week, I get a phone call. Why? How come this thing's on Chrono 24? You know what I mean? So that happens enough as well. And like, it's like one bad seed, one bad apple ruins a whole bunch. And then you take that, SAs aren't getting paid really well. Nobody's training the SAs. Quality SAs leave companies to do different things. So you end up with a bunch of people who don't really love the jobs that they're doing. They're not making the money they should be for selling luxury objects. And then it turns into, well, what can you do for me lately? Which is really where you don't want to be in the luxury space. The luxury space should be the other way around. And it's like, hey, what can we do for you today? That's luxury. Luxury is, what can you do for me today? What can we do for you today, Diego? What do you need today? How can we make your life better? What kind of coffee? What type of chocolate? Like, it shouldn't be the experience you had, which again, like, and there's nothing you could tell me that, or somebody could tell me that says you did something wrong in this situation. I know people are saying like, oh, you're being a little bit bitter, but I would be so bitter if you did that to me, because you can't do that, right? You can't say, here's the cherry and now buy the dress watches. Like, you already gave me the cherry. So I'd be in the reverse. I would be in the same situation.
Listen to this. This watch on stream, it was in the window, right? The 5726. Show up a couple weeks later, it's not in the window. You know, I was picking up a ring. Go to a local Atlanta gray market dealer. There it is.
Yeah, but
that doesn't. And you know what? You know what they say? Oh, our customer must have been robbed.
Well, listen. So
I just spoke to our customer. I just spoke to our customer. He was robbed. That's what I was leaving with.
Wait,
Okay.
Wait, no, but literally somebody told you that?
Yes, from the store.
Oh wow.
He was robbed. And guess what?
Oh, wow.
That watch sat on that website for about a month. So I guess the guy never filed a police report or never went to claim his watch. You know, like this is the bullshit that we deal with as customers.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry that you talk to somebody like that. No, not you telling me that story. I really and like this is what it hurts me, right? Because I love selling watches. I don't know why. I really shouldn't. I really should be doing so many other things in the world, but it's like a calling from God that I love watches and I love selling watches. So like when I see people doing my work in a way like that, why you gotta lie? It's not your business who my other clients sold their watch to. You know, I could just tell you that. I don't gotta say like, oh, he must have been robbed. Like, what are we talking about?
OC, let me ask you a question. How much of this do you think is out of the hands of our sales associates and is more so directed by the upper level management because they've got quotas to meet?
Well, I think SAs are trained by their peers, not by their management. I think their peers know how to get stuff done, and they learn by watching their peers operate. And some of the management will help you with talk tracks and here are the words you use, here's the phrases you use, like here's how, like I'd love to help you curate a more balanced collection. Those are code words for, hey, you should look at the code. Look at the code 1159. Like, so, but they I don't think it's written down in a book. I think it's learned from trial and error. And the people who've been doing this for 10 years at boutiques and at watch stores, they know how to say things the right way. They know how to talk to customers. They know how to finesse, and they know how to not say no. They know how to give you a hint that, hey, maybe this watch is much harder to get and you should be more flexible in terms of looking at other dial colors or other things in other collections within a brand or even other brands. It's learned over time. I don't think there's any rule book that says here's how you deal with these situations, but that's just what I think.
Yeah.
So Ken, member for 7 months. I thought about going on the Patek journey, but decided to buy a house instead.
Smart.
Thanks. Well, listen, Cloud Ken bought a lot of pieces at retail, and he made a lot of money. I mean, he bought a lot of hot pieces, no doubt about it. So he did very well.
Yep.
Thank you for this. Thank you for the member chat. By the way, if you have a star next to your name, you might have a free member milestone chat, a free super chat available. Click on the currency icon next to the chat to use your free May super chats before they expire. 82 people. Hold on. Don't expire just yet. 82 people watching. Upvote the live stream. Let's get to 60 likes. And by the way, if you like the content, become or upgrade your memberships. There's a link somewhere to become a member. So just become a member or upgrade your memberships.
Do I just sound like a gray market dealer blabbing up here?
No.
Let me
be honest.
No,
be
you
honest,
don't.
Be honest.
No.
A little bit, but I think a lot of times people want you to give the straight scoop. CQ. And like, so let's say I go to a nice restaurant and, I order the entree, I order some appetizers, I get a dessert, I order an expensive cocktail. Let's say I get a refill on the cocktail, I get the bill, and you know what? She only charged me for one cocktail. You know what? Hey, that's an incredibly nice thing to do. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reward that server with a really generous gratuity. So listen, if we're going to restaurants and we're giving servers 20% gratuities, let's say we're looking at obtaining very highly desirable timepieces. They're very hard to get. They're in limited supply. And lo and behold, I get the call for a Panda Daytona. It's a watch that sells for 17,000. But you know what? In brand new condition with a fresh card, it's worth like 29 or 30,000. So I'm being handed a $12,000 value, right? So let me ask, is it appropriate to consider a gratuity? Maybe not a above board. Maybe it's something that's under the radar gratuity. Maybe like 5%. Like, hey, look, I just paid 17,000 for this watch. Maybe $500 gift card. Maybe $1,000.
No,
Envelope. Maybe is it?
no.
Should we be rewarding? Listen, the commission at Bucherer for selling Rolex is 0.75%.
And that's
Okay.
horrible.
It's not even 1%. So on that $17,000 Daytona, they're making $170. Yes, they're getting a nice salary. They're making $100,000 a year, but they're making $170. Is it wrong for me to say, you know what? You just gave me a watch that's worth $30,000. Here is $1,000. Here's a gift card to Delta.com for $1,000. You go treat yourself to a nice plane ticket somewhere.
No, man. What is this? The dealers need to pay the sales associates a fair wage for selling luxury pieces, and if they pay a fair wage, they will get sales associates who will either educate themselves or already educated in the space. Why on earth, right? Why on earth would you tip somebody that you're already giving thousands of dollars to, who's not like doing some yacht service work for you, right? The only time I've ever accepted a tip was like if I sized somebody's watch or something and I was broke, to be honest with you. I needed the $50 or the $20 or whatever for dinner. So I was like, all right, I'll take it. But most times I've had people try to give me a ton of money. I'm already making the commission. You know what I mean? Of course you get into those situations, but I've never been in a situation where somebody gave me money and like expected a service. Maybe I've been in a situation where like I did something over the top for them and they wanted to compensate me for them. But like these are, in my situation, these are people I would never see again in the Caribbean. Maybe your kids were there and I got you iPads for your kids and I got you I threw in a free Nixon for your son. Oh, I saw him look at the Nixon. Hey, Mr. OC, I worked that in the price for you. He gets to get a watch today too. And maybe you want to slip me a little $20-$30. Okay, whatever. That's different. But you didn't do that because you expected it. You did that because I did a very kind gesture, and your son will always remember that for their life, right? That experience. Dad got a watch, and I got a watch the same day. But for you to say you're gonna tip somebody, hoping you get a sub, hoping you get another Patek, I think that's dirty work. I think that's letting the dealers play you like how restaurants play all of us. Because let me tell you something. I go to Switzerland, you go to Europe as well, right? And when you go, they ain't looking for no tips over there. You know what I mean? I remember we went late to like a pizza place or pasta place, and the waitress was a little aggressive with us because we're a big group and we're taking along the border. And the person who's from Switzerland was like, yeah, she's not gonna make extra. We're not, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we'll tip her, but she's not expecting a tip from us. So to us, we're just people who are just being late. And I think that is a weird behavior that goes on where essays are being treated for service. I think that's weird, I understand, and it's weird because, I'm a guy from the islands. I've never been to like a sports game. So if somebody wants to take me to the Knicks game or something, I think that'd be dope. But it shouldn't be because you wanted to do that. My boss should do that. Who in previous companies, the floor seats at Sixers, the Goldbergs, the 1916 did that because they took care of people over there. So when you work at places that take care of you, you don't gotta I don't need to shake down guys when you worked in 1916 or when I worked in the islands. In the islands, I was making 7%. What more do I need to shake you down for? I was so excited to just sell you the Patek, that I was just texting my girlfriend hey, listen, we could eat some lobster tonight, baby. I'm not worried about shaking you down or I just want to sell you more watches.
But what if it's a tip for doing a great job, being a great essay, maybe without expectations that, hey, if I give you this, then I'm going to get something in return. Maybe it's you already got the good thing. And, you just here's Gatsby's comment. Oh, see, the rules are different in every ADN market. I would generally say if you want something, nothing is off the table. Trading value for value is the essence of capitalism.
So
What do you
that's
think about
correct,
that?
but it should be with somebody at a senior level. I think I need to rephrase a little bit. It should be
You
like
need
if
to
you're doing.
grease the skids of the executives. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if you're going to enter into a situation where you're exchanging value, it should be somebody who will actually be able to guarantee you results, right? I think if you're rocking with an SA and just giving this SA all these things with this thinking that you're going to get a lot of value back, that's the wrong way to go. But if you're buying the whole company tiramisu, if you're buying the whole office scones, that's a different type of client, right? You're not just taking care of OC. You love the whole business. You don't love just OC. You know
But
what I mean?
isn't that risky? Like if you're playing ball with somebody higher up, won't they think that, oh shit, if they're doing that with me, maybe they're doing that with my SAs and they're unfairly influencing them?
Well, usually that person in the senior level will be a straight enough talker to be like, hey, tell me what you want. And let's figure out a path to get there, or let's kind of like, let's wink conversation our way into this thing. That's why you go, because the SA is who makes it sloppy. You know what I mean? You go with somebody senior, you could get your handshakes done, you know, if that's what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? If you're trying to do what Gatsby's talking. But when you do it with the SA, you're really dealing with a corner guy in Miami when the guy you want to be talking to is in Colombia. So you're not even in the right country. You see what I'm saying? And that's what happens is these guys you're dealing with the corner guy. The corner guy is going to take you for all you got. And then all of a sudden you're gonna meet the guy from Colombia as he's like whining and dining his wife and design this shit in Miami, and you're gonna be like, hey, it's me. And he's gonna be like, brother, please step away. I don't know who you are. And that's exactly what goes on. Wait 1 second.
Buckley, jump on if you want to help us get some clarity on the situation. I tried, my friend. Buckley knows, like I tried. You want to jump on and try a different tact? Be my guest. The link is pinned. I love this watch, by the way. Vimal earlier in the stream in the chat said that he loves the fact that he's turned on to new references of which he may not be aware. I love this. This is the 5230P from Patek Philippe. This is the world time in platinum. I absolutely love this watch. It's way better than the 5130. 5130 was old, antiquated, ugly looking case with crown guards and ugly looking hands, observatory hour hand. This came out, I think, in 2022 and was around for a couple of years, and it's absolutely phenomenal. It's been replaced in the lineup with the 5330, which also has a pointer date added to it. But I really like this one. It's guilloche dial, platinum case, beautiful blue. Really love it. And listen, you could pick this up in secondary for maybe $50,000. What do you CQ? What do you think of the World Time, Patek Philippe World Time?
I love this watch. I love World Timers from Patek Philippe because they have a great history there. You can do your research. And I love this one in particular because with that nice guilloche in the middle into the world timers, the case is actually really nice on this one as well. Good sharp angles too. And then it's just a beautiful wearable watch. You can have some fun with different blue straps and different textures with this too. And this is actually a good watch. If you love a world timer, this is a great piece for you to pick up.
Yep. Now keep in mind this is discontinued. If you want to get a world time from Patek Philippe that's in the current collection, then you have to go to complications and you have your choice of the 5330, which I'll pop up here. Boom. 5330. Absolutely gorgeous. And they added the white chapter ring, the white rehaut, and added the pointer date with a kind of a sapphire pointer hand. And they went to the blue gray, which they've done recently with the Aquanaut travel time. And they also have a Nautilus like this. So this is like the third watch in the lineup that has this kind of blue-gray colorway, and this is more casual straps. They're leather straps, but they kind of resemble kind of either a cloth or a denim texture. They're really misleading. They're really not that. They're really not cloth, but they do give it a very casual kind of appearance.
Yeah, it's because it's Patek, and it just couldn't say a nice sailcloth. This is the brand that when you say a rubber strap from Patek Philippe, it's not a rubber strap. It's a tropical composite strap.
Tropical composite.
Tropical
And
composite.
this watch will break the bank, unfortunately, at a whopping $82,000. What's going on, CQ?
Oh my
What?
gosh. Oh, see, I don't know. I couldn't sell this back home. Come on.
80.
82 used to be, brother, when I think I might pull up my old price list. When I sold, right? Back in the Caribbean, so this is 2016s. Before that, 80s, you're in perpetuals. Like a 5146 was like 42, maybe 38,000 if it was a J. A 5119 was 18. A world timer was like probably like 40 something. Who's buying this is a beautiful world timer with a date, with the glass hand, with the blah blah blah. But 82,000 plus tax. Come on,
It's insane. SE, who should be sound asleep by now, is still he's sick. He's sick and in bed and should be sleeping. It's probably like 3 a.m. his time. It's like 2:40 in the morning. Ridiculous. SE, another €10 super chat. So you think you have a right to know how many drinks you have to buy in order to get lucky? And would you like this game? I prefer the free market, literally and figuratively. Get some sleep, SE.
please get some rest. But he's not.
The show the show and this content is phenomenal. The best watch content on YouTube with the best panels and the best chat. I don't know why there aren't $100 super chats flying in. There should literally be like $100 super chats flying in to support the show.
It is crazy that like you guys are letting SC, who's like definitely probably in some type of hallucinogenic state with his fever dream right now. You're just letting him beat you guys.
The guy is high on antibiotics and NyQuil. And so, yeah, he's super chatting €10 a pop. But guys, come on, take the burden off of SE. Show your appreciation for the stream with big fat super chats so I can pay for the software that runs this channel. And listen, let's be honest. Let's show our appreciation to CQ and Diego for volunteering hours of their time. And
Pleasure
a
as
huge,
always.
yeah, I mean, to volunteer and to provide you guys with amazing conversation and great content and good discussion and debate too. So think about that. If you're watching this on the replay, super thanks are available. Let's see how fat those super thanks can be. And let's see if we can bring on continue the best panelists in the business with none other than Boston Collector, who hasn't been on the streams in months. Boston Collector is back, baby.
I wasn't looking. I wasn't ready.
Boston Collector and CQ on the panel at the same time. How is this even possible?
Pay for like me and you at the same time is not a freemium thing.
Guys, I want to see $100 super chats flying in. I want big fat red super chats to show your appreciation to Boston Collector for jumping on with CQ. MJ is in the chat, member for 9 months. Vimal, this is a comment to Vimal. I saw the turquoise strap in person last weekend. It's fire. I don't usually like to use those hype kind of slang terms, but I'll read it anyway. It's for serious people only, so I understand why many won't get on with it. Thank you very much, MJ. Huge supporter of the channel, but more importantly than that, a great friend. We got to hang out in New York this weekend, and super cool guy. Had breakfast. I won't say where we had breakfast, but at his hotel. As he says, I'm perfectly sober. I don't believe you. I believe you're high on NyQuil, and I don't I don't know why you are still awake. Skip intro, $5 super chat. Thank you, panel and OC, for good content. Oy vey, here comes Boston Collector. Aw.
Wait, let's answer SC's thing. He did pay. What was the question?
Maybe I shouldn't come on, huh? Already harsh.
Well, you were saying you want Boston. You wouldn't bring me scones if I was your.
No, sorry, CQ.
What the?
I'd sniff you out in a second. I'd sniff you out in a second. It goes both ways.
Damn.
The S how good customers. Oh, I said the essays can sniff out good customers. Why can't customers sniff out the good essays? Right?
I would definitely take for a baker's dozen. That's for sure.
Ryan Hofre, $2 flamingo blue highlighted comment. Pretend this is $100. Marathon stream, CQ rocks. Thank you very much, Ryan Hofre.
Good guy. So you think you have a right to know how many drinks you have to buy in order to get? So let's go back to SC's super chat there. I think he's right, man. The free market way is the way. It is a little bit of like, you got to know how to do the dance, and you really gotta, you got to know how to spend to play it. But this is where we are, So like, the sharks are gonna eat and the fish are gonna swim. So are you a shark, or are you gonna just swim in the school? And that's kind of the way we're gonna have to rock right now. And I think in the free market game, if you're able to play the game, you can get the watches you get. It's in a expedient manner. But if you're somebody who's not as savvy, you're gonna be in a little bit of a tricky situation.
Yep. By the way, if you're just joining us, Boston Collector's back. Hey.
All right. And I have my avatar too. Or
avatar.
icon.
Hold on. Let me fix your microphone to get rid of the burps. Okay, you should be ready to rock. All right. So, Boston Collector, what do you have? Are there any points that you want to make, or any comments to which you want to respond, or do you want to provide any commentary based on anything? You got a lot of microphone noise. What's the phone? Where's the phone? What's going on?
So every time I put my AirPods in, it kicks them.
Don't use AirPods.
Yeah, AirPods are the enemy.
Those are bad.
No, they were on my phone.
Check. Boston Collector, are you there?
This is what happens when you don't deliver.
I'm telling you, AirPods stuck for live streams.
Yeah, they honestly, they do.
You just want regular. I use Beats, and the Beats Bluetooth is perfect. But I'm also going through a computer, and it is what it is.
Have a little bit issue.
By the way, Russell996, who's in the chat, see this watch on the screen?
Yeah,
you familiar with this one?
I am a little bit.
$500,000.
Yeah,
he has this one.
Oh wow! Well, I was already a fan that he has, because he has the handcraft pieces. So now I'm even more of a fan. He's so he understands the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he knows the game.
Watch.
Yeah,
this is a really beautiful watch.
$500,000 for a watch. I don't think. I mean, between him and Cars and Chrono, I think the only two people I know that have bought watches for. Hold on a second. Let me change your name.
Yeah, but this is. I just get sad to think that the newer generation that's coming in is not going to appreciate a watch like this.
All right, I think it's working now.
All right, we can hear you.
I'm not burping. Okay,
perfect. No burps.
Yeah, it was really weird. It would kick and then kick me. Whatever. Sorry, guys.
Okay, SE is requesting for something from CQ. I'm not sure. Let's see.
Which one was it? Now I'm confused.
Yeah, just retype your question. There's so many comments there. If you have a question, then feel free to.
I think he's asking, like, do you think you, because so you think you have a right to know how many drinks you have to buy in order to get lucky, right?
Yeah. So he's
Now I
basically saying
understand.
you have no right to know when you're going to get a watch from an AD. It just happens.
Honestly,
there's no like, and I kind of agree with him that
So
there's
here's the-
no guarantee on anything. That's how you have to look at it. You can't
Yeah.
ever look at it like, oh, if I buy this watch, even if they tell you, because you never know. Like my Patek journey was horrible, absolutely horrible, almost the worst journey you can possibly have. The
Yeah.
only worst was another guy that also had a similar journey, but I won't bring that up. But yeah, horrible journey. I'm 5 years into a horrible journey, like the worst, worse than
Yeah.
any other brand, worse than any other person I
God.
know.
And this is Boston. This is Boston Collector, who's a savvy watch purchaser, very good
And
at
I've gotten stuff
relationships,
from
very good at
tons of
networking.
brands.
So the one issue that Patek has, and like they I don't think they care. They just won't tell even the dealers when things are coming in. So like it becomes an issue because listen, the manager is telling the SA that, and then the SA is telling that, but then the SA is not sure if he believes the manager, and then you don't really believe the SA. But like truly, what happens is you know what you're gonna get, but you don't really know when. You kind of know, that like a shipment's been released and like things like you could kind of guesstimate, but until that shipment like sent and like like the money thing starts going back and forth. As a business, you don't even know. Like that like, hey, okay, after Basel, there's a fresh round of everything being sent if you're a good AD. But after that first fresh round, everything starts to trickle, and then some things just take longer than others, and we never know the real story about what's this and why this isn't here, but this came first. So then, you don't want to guarantee anything to anybody, because the problem is when you guarantee one person, you end up running into that lawyer guy who like thinks you're lying when you honestly aren't lying. And like there has been like that dealer in the Caribbean at work, I always say this, the 5235G, in my whole career there, I never saw that watch in that store. And we got everything. And for whatever reason, they just didn't.
I have a question for you about that.
Okay, shoot.
You probably got allocated one, but you never saw it.
No. Don't say
would you say?
No.
Do you see? Did you see every single watch that came in?
No, I did not see.
Are they routed through someone prior to you from Patek? Is there a middle person that touches those watches?
So in that situation that I worked in, it would be Henry Stern would send it to us in the islands, and then it'd be distributed. My store is the biggest store, but then it would be distributed to my store in St. John. They get 10 pieces, blah, 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 blah. But
does it go to the US first, or does it go?
No. It goes, because that Caribbean
USA?
No. That Caribbean store it's all Caribbean stores. So it goes directly there. So like for instance, I knew that we received 5131s, but those we never saw those in the showcase, but I knew that it came through. But at times there are watches like the 5235 that for whatever reason, maybe our buyer didn't bring one, but I doubt that'd be the case because they sent everything. We just didn't get one for 5 years. So you might be right. Maybe one got plucked and special ordered before it came down. But I in that type of store, we had 200 pieces on island at when this starts.
So like for example, you all the watches, the owner of the store knows what's coming, right?
For sure. Yes.
From Patek.
Yes.
So you could say, my buddy's got this one. If this one comes in to the top manager, if this one comes in, hold in the back. Don't even tell those salespeople about it. It's going to my buddy. There's no point, right? Fine. It's within his rights. He owns the store, right?
Exactly.
He could do that kind of stuff. And I think that kind of stuff does happen. And so the problem though with that is that, like you said, it becomes an issue for the salesperson in the fact that they're not lying that they've never seen one, but they're also not giving the accurate information that the store has gotten one, but it's gone out to somebody and the person's waiting for that watch. Right?
Yes.
That's the
You're-
I'm just talking
yes.
realities. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying
No.
the reality is sometimes
Exactly.
that's happening, right? You're
Sure,
like,
for sure.
all right, you're like for whatever reason, Diego's essay decided to tell him, oh, you're next, right? Or even the store manager, oh, you're next, right?
Yeah, but
To
usually,
them, one comes in that
Mhm.
I can allocate is the caveat,
Yep,
right? And it
correct.
could be the owner got it and was like, my golf buddy, who's a doctor that's bought a bunch of stuff, he really wanted that watch. Diego will get the next one,
So,
right? That happens all the time, right?
yes, but it doesn't have. It happens, but you can't do that as much as you think because you honestly don't get that many watches. So like that does happen, but there's like you as an owner, there's only as much like you're only gonna get 750, 711s. Of those 7, are you gonna give 4 to your buddies or are you gonna give 2 to your buddies? And maybe 1 to not a buddy, but he's gonna do something business wise to help you out. But you really can't give all 7 to your buddies. You know, you have to take care of the guys who are spending money with you for sure.
Right. Yeah, I think the problem that people have is that the transparency limit is not really at the appropriate place. And
I agree.
the reason they know that is that it doesn't work that way for other brands. So it's really tough for somebody that say works with Vacheron and they say, hey, what watch you're interested in that tourbillon. Okay, you know what, I'm gonna make a call into Switzerland. I'll see if I can get one into the store so you can look at it and then we can kind of go from there, right? That's kind of how it works with Vacheron. You want a good piece and they're like, okay. Or they'll be like, I don't know if I can, that I don't know if that piece, there's a bunch of people that are waiting on that piece and I just don't know if I can do that for you, right? They'll say that. That is so much different than Patek, where they're like, oh, the tourbillon, yeah, that's an amazing piece. I don't even know if we'll see one. Yeah, but you know what? Like, you're a really good candidate. So I think that maybe I can get you that if it comes in. See the difference there? And then they're keeping the fish on the hook. Oh, you know what? In the meantime, have you looked at this perpetual calendar, right? Just while you're waiting on that one, right? It's a sales tactic, but the problem is that the lack of transparency becomes apparent down the line, and the gig is up eventually, and you end up with customers that are not really happy with you.
So I'd agree with you that is the issue, is that the level of transparency is nowhere near what where it should be. Because when I sold Patek, like in the Caribbean, I can't really use my Goldberg experience because mostly I was working pre-owned and only helped out retail once in a while, so that's different. But let's say in the Caribbean, so this is before 2016, around the world, you could go to your local Patek AD, right? And register your interest and get the watch that you register your interest for. And the only issue would be like if you're a small AD, you'd only have maybe 10 or 15 pieces. And if you were a big AD in New York, you'd have more, so you could sell more.
Right.
And I was lucky in the Caribbean that we were just getting sent everything. And then at a certain point, it switched into, but there was always the application piece. So Patek was one of those brands where there always was, well, if you want a Turb, it's an application. They don't make a lot of them.
Right.
So you're going to have a spend. Or if you don't have a spend, I'm going to have to fill this thing out, send your name to Switzerland. And of course, what I say is, Switzerland's going to want to know what else you have in your collection. They really like to see they really like to see watches like this go to people who are really fans of the brand, right? And the issue is today, that is no longer just tourbillons. Now you get told that for Aquanaut. And that level, and the problem is the tourbillon is truly an application piece where Terry Stern and those at the executive level decides, but the Aquanaut is not. So you're right. The clarity there is the problem because people think that the Aquanaut is an application piece, and it at a slight level they do ask for a little bit of information, but they don't care. You know what I mean? Like once they look you up and you're not a flipper, I don't think they care too much.
Right.
If the owner or the director or whatever says, "Hey, I want Boston to get it," but there is no clarity on how that works, and every AD does it different in every country, in every town,
Right.
in every city. Every owner is different. So that's the problem. There is zero clarity. You know?
And that's more of a Patek or a Rolex issue because of the way that they use the big boutiques. You know.
Yes.
The way that they use the retailers to kind of disseminate, because it's not uniform how they operate. Every single one of my Rolex dealers that I've been to, and it's quite a few, I've probably worked with, in quotes, meaning like I've bought a watch from, or I've engaged with them potentially to buy a watch. I don't know, 15 different ones. They're all different. Some have lists, some have fake lists, some have no lists, some have first come, first serve, some have it's literally just put in the case when they get it. Some of them is, they get 2 watches a day at an airport and they put them out. Some of them has a detailed list of everything that you want. And, it's a hierarchy. Some of them you pick one watch and that's it for the year. It's just so all over the place. And it's like, it's just hard to navigate as a customer because the transparency is not there, especially when they change is the worst part, right? Because, all right, you're told this is the way that it works. Then all of a sudden the rug's pulled on you when either your AD is closed, which been happening a lot the last 5 years, or they change their policy and now you have to buy 3 dress watches. Okay, well, it wasn't that way before. Well, the demand dictates what happens, but like that kind of stinks if they're putting out there, like, the assumption is if you buy those 3 dress watches then you'll get a sports piece, right? Which we all know that's not actually reality.
No,
there's no guarantee. There's zero guarantee on any of this.
It could
You
be
buy a Daytona, they could say, sorry, you get no more steel sports pieces. You already have enough on your profile, right? But they never tell you. You'll sit there on the list for the Bruce Wayne after getting a Panda Daytona saying, why am I not getting this watch? They'll just keep you on the list. They don't care. If that's the watch that you want next, when it's convenient for them to give it to you, that's when you'll get it. Right? If they're trying to get a new client, or they're trying to keep a client that bought a day date happy, or they think this guy's going to buy a day date for his wife, you don't think they're going to give him the watch? Of course they're going to give him the watch.
Yeah,
and
that's
it makes sense. It makes sense for them, right? Like it has to make sense. But what I mean, if you look at the other brands, some of it's they don't have the demand. But honestly, I think FP Journe's way of doing it is miles better. Miles better. It's transparent.
Yep.
They say, come to the event, show interest. They give you the whole plan. They say, these are the first pieces. Do you like these pieces? Okay, well, let's see what this looks like. Does it work for you? And then they tell you every year, are you going to get it in the next calendar year or not? Imagine if Rolex did that. They send out an email saying, sorry, we've allocated our pandas for the year. We appreciate you as a customer. If you want to change anything, let us know. But in 2025, you're not getting a panda. That'd be crazy, right? But it'd be amazing at the same time. You know why it's amazing? Because the customer can say, all right, either you got the panda, right, and you're super happy, Or you say, I'll wait another year. Or you'll say, I'll buy another gray market. Right? You could allocate
or I'll change to a different model.
Or change to something else. And you still have the control, in a sense, of what you spend your money on versus sitting there on this never-ending wait list. I was on a Patek wait list, okay? Wait list in quotes. Being told my name is being put up for a piece, okay? You ready for this? 5990R.
Oh, wow.
Okay, blue dial. 2.5 years. How many watches have I bought from them before that? Before being put on that list? 0.
Oh,
Okay,
did you buy
0.
other brands? Did you buy jewelry?
From this AD, none. This is Tourneau. Okay.
Why would they put you on? Okay.
Okay. This is what I was told, and I'm not the only one that was told that. Okay. So
wait, when was this?
Then you know what happened?
Tell me.
CQ. I got offered a ladies 24 chocolate dial with diamonds for my wife. I was like, you know what? My wife doesn't like that particular model, but it's the only watch they had in the store at the time. Everything else was sold out. And I considered it. Right? It's like, well, I'm getting a 5990R. Like,
yeah.
You know, whatever, right? Like in your head, you rationalize like, oh, maybe I should buy that. I didn't buy it.
Good.
Okay, I didn't buy it. I know somebody that bought some. I know somebody that in the same situation bought something, a lady's piece. Okay,
but you know, you shouldn't.
But listen, I didn't know, right? There's like we know now, and we know as watch collectors because we share with each other. But the general public don't know. They don't know this. And they go in and they say, okay, then guess what I got offered? A Gerard Perregaux green Aston Martin watch. You know that one?
Oh, it's cool watch.
Cool watch, right? It's like 32,000, right? And I'm like, I'm not really like an Aston Martin, British type of guy, But thanks for showing it to me. I'm still good on that. Oh yeah, we got you. I'm putting your name up. It's hard, but like I'll keep putting your name up, type of thing.
Oh,
and it's
this
like
is bad. That's bad.
Knowing there's no way he put my name up, right? There's no way ever. Okay. Even if he did, I have no chance. I bought no watches. There's no way they're gonna give it to me. I don't care what market it is, So, but then you know what happened? Tourneau closed their Patek.
Oh, so you are
Okay. So 2.5 years in, I'm like, all right, any day now I'm gonna get this. This is what Diego's point is. Any day now, I'll get a call for a 5990R. I'll be great day, right? Amazing. Closes down. I go and I talk to them. Okay, what's the next step? Well, I guess you could go to another Patek. There's none in Boston. You're the only one that is shut down. This is it. Well, I think another boutique's gonna open. Yeah, but that's not for 2 years, 2.5 years. Like, what am I supposed to do? Well, you can go to okay. So I looked around at other Pateks.
That's rough.
North Carolina. I fly to North Carolina, go to a Patek AD. Another guy in the watch community was living in North Carolina at the time. Met up with him, went to his AD, ended up buying the 5990 pre-owned from them, from Patek. Okay, wasn't cheap, but I still did all right on it.
You're in their profile too, so it works.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, great. I can get a Nautilus first watch. Great. I'm happy with it. Happy with the price. It came from a collector. I'm buying it from Patek. I can get it serviced. All right. I go to Bucher Time Machine because they said that's the closest one. No handoff, CQ. No,
no.
here's somebody's number. Let me call ahead for you. You're gonna go visit them. No, you're just out
Oh,
there flapping in the breeze, like on
wait,
your
wait,
own.
wait,
Like
wait. So
go
are
swim
you
to
no
another
longer dealing
place.
with the Carolina AD?
No, I was dealing with the Carolina AD, but I was told by Boston, go to New York. That's the next closest, right?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Boston told
This
you.
is
Okay.
before I got the 5990.
Oh, okay, I
I
got you.
went to go ask. I was going to be in New York too, so I was like, "Oh, I'll go to Time Machine." I told them the story of Time Machine. They closed down. Oh, I'm sorry that they closed down. Okay, let what are you looking at? Well, I was getting a 5990R, but I don't know, And then, but then I was like, okay, I'll buy the asphalt dial annual calendar. Like, I'm interested in that. That came out. I'm like, I'm interested in that one. Like, okay, like that. I think that one's doable, right? I'll yeah, let me try to get that one for you, and we'll get you on the list, right? We'll not get you on the list, but like, we'll try to work on that one for you.
Mhm.
Did I get a call back from them? No,
Nope.
none, zero. They wrote down all my information. They did the whole thing. Da 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 da. I'm not getting that watch. Why did
I,
they even make me feel like I'd get that watch? I'm from Boston. They're never going to sell it to me. No chance.
yeah, no,
Right?
no. And
I go back there. I go back
oh,
there 2 years later.
oh no.
Hey, how's it going on the watch? This is 4.5 years into the Patek journey. Okay. Did not get offered a watch in 4.5 years. And I've got John Mayer here. I've got, Meteorite Pepsi. I've got APs. I've got XYZ. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I've got vintage Daytonas. It's not like I'm going in there with nothing, like I'm showing them the stuff I've got, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we can maybe try to get in the same line 2 years later. It's like, you know what? I'm all set. I'm good. Boston's opening the Patek. I'll just switch up to them. Thank you for considering me. Right? I
Mhm.
basically had to shut it down myself, going like, I'm not gonna sit here and wait by the phone. Even if you give me a call, I'm not gonna like
I
fly
mean, the
to New
call's not
York.
coming though.
It's
Yeah.
not coming though, you know? But you don't know. They still keep you in this like purgatory of like unknown suspense just because it's more convenient for them. They have no intention of getting your watch. Just tell the person, sorry, like you got to start with this. They're not helping you out at all. They literally don't want to work with you. Maybe it's because I was from Boston. I don't know.
Well, because
They have enough local people, or they have enough big high rollers, or whatever it is, right? You don't, but you have no idea you're standing and what you're up
true.
against, right? Until you get way downstream. So eventually I get with Patek. I'm like, oh yes, the Boston boutique's gonna open in 6 months. So I tell them like, oh, I'm good. Okay. When I meet with them, I get to Boston, right?
Mhm.
Boston boutique. It's delayed. Okay. All right. Instead of December, it's going to open in February. No problem.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, let's meet with them when they open. I'm talking to my sales essay. Oh yeah, it's going to be amazing. They're just getting delayed because of construction. Okay. It's delayed another year plus, okay? That I'm still waiting. No Patek, no option, right? I'm working with North Carolina at this point, right?
Mhm.
They're telling me, "Oh yeah, I think I can get you. I'm working on an Aquanaut for you.
Oh wow.
Working on an Aquanaut for you. I think I could get it. You got the 5990, like you really, pre-owned. Like I, I'm working on that for you. Which one do you like? They even go with like, do you like the three
Yeah.
hand or you like the chrono better? They like rope you in with that. It's like they're
Yeah.
not gonna get you that watch. They're not gonna get it for me.
So in the
It's like, why are you saying that? It doesn't even make sense, right? But like
I
they
think
keep you on the hook. They just want to keep me on the hook in case they happen to throw me a pre-owned piece or some other piece that I just happen to buy, right? That's the only reason I can think of that they're even keeping me. Okay. Because Patek themselves, we know, are not going to sell you the Aquanaut. They're not. With no dress pieces, like they're not going to sell
No.
it to you,
Well,
right?
no, not
But
today.
they don't tell you that. Okay. Then I tell them, hey, Boston's opening. I'm all set. I'm not gonna I'm gonna work with Boston. Okay. Like I appreciate you getting me the 59.90, but like it's time for me to transfer to Boston because it's not happening. Okay. Transfer to Boston. Patek opens. Yay, Patek opened. Wait, how come I didn't get told that Patek opened? Oh yeah, we're open. I call them up. Yeah, we're open. Yep, we just opened today. Oh, okay. Uh, what were you looking for? Okay. All right, this is what we're doing over the phone now? Okay.
Yep.
Well, well, oh yeah, Aquanauts. Yeah, those everybody's calling and asking for an Aquanaut. We're not giving out any Aquanauts. like,
Oh,
like
just straight up. Yeah.
literally straight up, they're telling people over the phone. Oh yeah, you're another Aquanaut call. Yeah, we're not giving out any of those. Okay.
Yeah.
CQ. CQ.
Yeah.
They knew they were opening this boutique. Didn't send out anything to anybody. Okay. Then it gets even worse. I hear from the other ADs that I'm, tight with, other brands.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, they've been open for 3 months in the background selling pieces to customers.
So I was gonna ask you.
Oh yeah.
I didn't want to say anything. I was like,
Yeah.
they don't need to open the fucking store.
No. They've been selling for 3 months. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. All right. Then I tell my essay, I call it my essay. I'm like, my Rolex essay, yeah. Hey, they're open. Like, should I make an appointment with them or oh no, I'll figure it out. Takes a week to get an appointment. Okay. With the
And
tech.
they're connected, right? They're the
They're
same family company.
same owner, right?
Wow.
I have 275,000 in spend on Rolex.
And
Okay.
no love for
No,
what?
okay. They're like, oh, did you get invited to the Patek dinner? No. Oh, that's weird. Oh, okay. That's weird. Like, there's a Patek dinner? Like, okay. I guess I'm not invited to that. I don't have Pateks, like, or enough Pateks. I only bought a 59.90 from them. No big deal. Finally get a meeting, really good meeting. Met, they roll out the red carpet, da, 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 da. Met with the owner, met with everybody. Great meeting. Okay. They showed me like 25 pieces.
Wow.
Literally in the meeting. Yeah, Rolex, Patek really isn't about sports pieces. The sports pieces are really just like, if you're going to play golf on the weekend and you need something. But like, really, we're about dress watches. This is like literally what they're saying at the meeting.
Yeah, which is true.
Which is true. But I'm like a sports watch guy.
Which is also true.
So how do you think that lands? It's like, okay, great. Well, I like some of the dress watches, Anyway, finally pick out one. Hey, I would love this one. Great. I get the piece like 3 weeks later. Great.
Okay.
The world time chronograph. All right, what's the next piece? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, we'll try to work on something, eventually. So now I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a sports Patek, and it's been 6 years. Right?
Yeah.
So it's painful. It's painful. I'm okay. Has it been a great journey? Honestly, no. It's pretty painful, right?
Like,
It's pretty painful. There's
you don't deserve
no getting around it. It's painful, right? And it's like, does it need to be that? No, I don't think so. But it all comes down to the premise that they're too afraid to tell somebody no, or they're too afraid to not to cut somebody loose or whatever. But like ultimately I'm gonna get Patek from retail. It's not like I'm not, but like the process stinks. Like It's not
Yeah.
FP Journe. I'll take FP Journe all day with the note that says you're not getting it next year. Like, just do that, Patek, you know?
So the funny thing about FP Journe, the reason why they do that is because they truly cannot make any more watches.
No.
So it truly is like there's
but
no
Patek too,
shell
right?
game. Yeah,
I mean, to
but
some degree, based on the demand, right? Like, I don't fault any brand that has crazy demand for, like, you know, it's hard.
Yeah, but
It's
when you
harder
make
on
only
them.
1,000 watches, right, and you're only supporting your boutiques versus you can't be a brand and say that when you have ADs and the ADs need the foot traffic. The whole reason why I spend the check on Patek and let them keep 70% of the money is because they bring people in. You know what I mean? The only reason I'm letting them raise retail prices now and decrease my profit share is because they're bringing like foot traffic in. So as soon as they start saying like, no, you could tell them, because that's what happened like when at 1960 when the Goldbergs, when we had FP Journe, when it got hot, we just had empty showcases. We had the thank God they had their dummy watches they let you put out. But I couldn't sell you anything, man. I couldn't get you Journe at the end. It was just like, this is just an empty showcase. There's no way. They even stopped talking to her. They stopped answering no phone calls as an AD because they just couldn't. They're not. No more orders, and then they just shut everybody down.
Yeah, and really, it's like they should be saying, "There's no guarantees. I'm working on this watch for you. They are truly difficult to get. There's so many people that are highly qualified for that piece. Like, I'm going to do my best, but I have no guarantees, and I'll give you a little bit of heads up if it looks like it's happening so that you can plan for it." That's all people are asking for. But the way it is now is like, I could get a call tomorrow, like Diego said, "Hey, you know what? The Aquanaut's here. You know, are you still interested?" It's like, yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how it goes down. Actually,
And you feel excited when you get a call. Sure. Would I be more excited if they told me a month prior, "Hey, you know what? It looks like, you know, I'm able to get that for you. It's coming in a month. You know, just want to make sure that you're still on board with that, and, like, you know, we'll set that up and we'll have a nice time at the boutique." Way better client experience. "Hey, I have the watch in. I'm on vacation. Oh, well, I have to sell this within 24 hours. So can you fly back?" Like,
it's
what?
so annoying.
You know
it's
what I mean?
That's a real thing.
It's like, come on, guys. Like, really? You're gonna put that on clients now? Like, it's just
I will say that it is the worst. And
it is.
While Journe does a lot of good things, they do a lot of things that I don't like, right? Like, for instance, they sell they have their own CPO program, but they don't service the pieces before they sell them. So so clients are buying watches, then they get serviced, and you gotta wait. If you ever service a Journe, it ain't no guarantees. It could tell you 8 years. It'll be 9 years when you get that watch back. So like things like that, I don't enjoy. But overall, you're correct. And the thing that they do now, where it's like you call a client and say, "Hey, I know we haven't talked in 3 or 4 months or even a year, but that watch that I put you down for, it's ready. I need to sell it for my commission, and my boss gave me a timer of 2 days. So because of that, I need you to find this 100 grand right now. I don't care if your baby just was born. I don't care if you're trying to buy a house, so you need all the money in your account so the mortgage company does it. I don't care. You needed this trinket. I put your name down. And now because I need to get money, you need to find this money right now." I think that is one of the most disgusting things that goes on, because it's like, it's really just purely, you're just putting the poor sales associate their needs, and you're telling you, and like our clients I'm traveling. I can't, some people can't send a wire if they're not in physically there because they had fraud happen in their accounts. So they literally can't send a wire. And I've seen situations there where like the boss is like, "Oh, well, if he can't make it, I don't know." And I'm like, what? You want me to tell this millionaire, this person who's a businessman,
He's done a ton of business with you.
Exactly that. Hey, if you can't send me that money right now, I'm gonna just sell to somebody else. And it's like, how is that supposed to make him feel? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't. It's very weird. And that happens every day today. It's really, it's not nice.
Yeah, it's just like everybody's experience is different, and it probably depends on what you're, what you're asking for, what you want from the brand, all that stuff. But like, really, the transparency level needs to go up for some of these brands, especially the ones that are struggling, because it's like you're not doing anybody a favor.
Well, that's the issue, right? Is what are these struggling brands going to do? I'm watching Vacheron. What's Vacheron going to do at the end of this year? They're bundling so many things and things like that. There's a lot of those brands who they thought, shit was sweet and it ain't sweet no more. And 2025 is going to be a rough year, and they're still increasing retail prices.
Mhm.
Yeah, you look at what's going on with the Swatch Group. They just close a lot of.
They're pushing the price.
Things.
I think it's part of why they're pushing the price up is to retain the value a little bit.
Yeah,
versus retail.
It's hard to retain the value when the consumers aren't going to buy. When the demand's not there, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So many brands today used to be Panerai, baby. Panerai was the best thing since sliced bread. You know what I mean? Like, everybody wanted Panerai. The Panerai was strong. You could flip bronzos like nothing. You could flip it all. Today, if somebody comes with a Panerai to this chat, you will laugh at them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They screwed their brand over.
But exactly. Yeah. But I'm saying things can happen. That was more of a quality situation, but you can lose people in these moments. Like, 80,000 for a fucking world time. Oh my God. You know what I mean? Like, in these moments, you can easily lose people. And this is why all these independents are eating. When I tell you, somebody asked in the chat earlier, what hot watch have you been selling lately, CQ? I don't know. I've been only selling indies. You know what I mean? A lot of the guys that I deal with, they're just like, they're tired of this. They're done with these games. They're like done with it.
You know what's fascinating with the Vacheron thing? Two polar opposites are AP and Vacheron right now. You've got Vacheron, who are stoically, we're a Holy Trinity brand. We have a straight-laced approach. We deal with collectors and higher end individuals, but they have an image in a certain way they go about things, right? They won't bend from that. They're not going to make a salmon dial 222, right? Like, they come out with 2, maybe 3 colors at a time, and it's just the same formula. And man, collectors are saturated right now.
Yeah.
And even wealthy people are saturated that have been in the space for any length of time, and they're going back to the same loyal customers that have bought other watches, saying, look at our new stuff, please. Like, look at it. Like, are you sure you don't want anything? And it just feels like, man, you're trying to milk the same cow again, and it's just not going to happen right now, right? That's kind of what you're saying. AP is doing the absolute opposite. They're not going to collectors. They know collectors have 8, 10 Royal Oaks. They know those guys are going to buy. They're going like outside of watch people. Really, they're going to mainstream. They're going to art people. They're going to music people. They're going to sports people. They're going all over the place to find people that don't have any watches.
Women.
They're going to they're going to the ends of the earth, right? To find customers, right? They're going for wealthy customers, and they're actually finding them, I think, for now, right? I'm just saying you're
right.
Right. I mean, I think they're doing. I think I wouldn't say that their sales are struggling right now, right?
No, for sure.
I think
APs.
But if you said right now, hey, AP, you have to sell to just the collectors that you have, like, I think that they'd be struggling like fashion.
For For sure. I think that's actually an amazing point because I get forwarded all the emails that get forwarded to my clients, and they're trying. They're trying so hard, all of them. And it's rough. It's rough to see because all I can respond back is like, what discount are they offering? No discount, don't even reply. Like straight up, like to all of them, everyone, Vacheron, all of them. What's the okay? Bye. And I'm like, you see how often you're getting emails from all these brands. That's to tell you, like Vacheron 2 years ago ain't sending you an email about nothing. You know what I mean? Not if you're not a big collector. And you see all these brands hitting up the big boys and just like, hey, you want to come in? You want to look at something? They're finding it tough. And AP at this moment, I think I will give you that I do see a lot of ladies wearing the tiny Royal Oak. I still see, a lot of people do enjoy the watch. For even if I'm not the biggest fan of what they're doing right now. I think they are finding new consumers. I just personally think the price point is a little bit too crazy, but that's everything, right? So that's not just them. So I'll give you that they in the situation where all these other brands are trying to go back to the same collectors who are, as you said, one, they're super saturated.
Yeah.
Two, they're so savvy that they ain't buying retail. Why would I buy retail? You know what I mean? And three, you've been cheating like crap for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, no, let's be honest. Like, even if you're a good VC client, they probably jerk you around for a 222 for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you're a great longer client, they still jerked you around for the Odysseus, then they turned around and jerked you around for the Lumen, then they turned around and they jerked you around for
you know what I mean? Rough. That's a rough journey right now.
You know what I'm saying? That journey is the worst because Elon went from being the nerdiest, nobody's talking to them, to all of a sudden you gotta qualify yourself. It's like all of a sudden they're Drake and they came back to the reunion and you got to go through security to talk to this nerdy kid and it's like, bruh, we were here, we were here back when, and now it's like, well, it's a honey gold Odysseus, so we're only gonna make 100, so dance for me, monkey. It's a lot of that going on, and I agree with you that's just like, I'm sad to hear stories like yours and Diego, and just like, it just goes to because the big negative that cannot be erased of a brand not controlling their dealers, like what is going on with FP Journe, is that it comes down to the AD. And as much control as Patek has, it's come down to the boss. It comes down to the owner, and those decisions get blurred very, very easily because they're just easy to blur. So I don't know if that ever is fixed, to be honest with you. I think it just gets worse and worse and worse.
In a way, AP is doing the opposite of Patek too, where it's like AP's trying to acquire these new customers, right? So they're giving them watches, and the people that are like, hey, what about, a lot of people are like, hey, what about me? Like, where's my Royal Oak? Like, how come this is going to a new customer? And Patek's the opposite. Patek's like, wait, you haven't been with us for 10 years? Really?
Well, because
okay. I'm just saying it's the opposite problem.
Right.
It's like, how do you get a new customer into Patek? And the Patek customers that have been doing it for 15, 20, 30 years are like, how come that guy got that watch? Right? It's a tough problem for them. It really is, because
it's
you stand to lose if you don't keep taking care of your customers, but then you have very few new customer acquisitions, right? To keep things fresh. But it's a good it's good problems to have, right? Much harder problems to solve, but like, I think it's a difficult balance for Booker, and I don't think that Patek really cares at the end of the day. They're all fighting over the same top clients, for the most part. The wealthiest people is what everybody really would love at that top. But I just wish the transparency level would go up, though. I mean, it's like,
I wish
just tell people, hey, you know what? as a brand, we're as a brand, we're kind of looking to bring some more people in to watches that maybe don't have a piece, and we're trying to get them into the excited about Swiss watches. And so as a brand, we've decided to allocate a certain percentage to those customers. Is that
Yeah,
so
but
bad to
like,
say? Like
eh,
I'd respect that more. I'd respect
so
it more than like, you know what? You've been waiting 2.5 years. Let's, let's just let's see what comes out. Let's see what comes out. I love that line. Hey, let's see what comes out. Maybe you like something. It's like, hey, I like all the stuff you just came out with. Have one of those. Oh no. You know
next
what?
round,
We'll
next
come out
round.
with more stuff. We'll come out with more stuff. We'll just come out with more stuff. It's like, yeah, I know, but I like the stuff you have too. Like I'll take one of those. No, let's see CQ.
Uh,
Let's see what comes out. You know what I mean? It's like how you're kicking the ball down the road. It's such a cop out.
yeah,
Hey, let's see what comes out. Hey, you know
because
what?
what
Is no one else waiting? Am I the only one waiting? Everybody else is going for
exactly,
these pieces. It's like no, 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 no. They're
exactly.
all waiting too for the new stuff. Hey, you
That's
know
the
what?
thing.
And if you know what's great, CQ, too, about it? Like reality check, guys. If you think you're waiting on a new piece that's going to be so amazing, you're not going to get it if it's amazing. You have to get a piece that's a dog that you like. That's where you're going to get something in the future. Don't
Well,
wait. You got to
yeah,
pick something now. Like, you
you
shouldn't be
ain't
just
you ain't
waiting,
wrong.
like hoping that some magical thing. Hey, guess what? They're going to come out with a GMT Coke and nobody's going to like it, CQ. Nobody but me.
Well, but I mean,
I can't
everybody who
wait.
bet white gold Sprite, they probably won this year, right? All because nobody likes the white gold.
Exactly. Exactly. Again,
Sprite.
does it happen? Yes. But like the reality is everybody's like, oh, you know what? The yellow, gold, green dial, Daytona,
I
it's
need it.
perfect for me and no one else is going to ask for it. Or, you know what? The Peugeot P. Oh, it's the ugliest color and I love it. So I have a good chance of getting it. And they go into it, I say, ooh, that one's been requested a lot this week. And I was like, oh yeah.
Better buy, man. Better buy.
Everybody else was doing the same thing, guys. Everybody else is waiting for that special piece to come out. Then they're gonna ask. They're all getting strung along. It's all fish. They're on the line. You're all swimming around. They're just trying to push you downstream, keep you on the
It,
hook.
it works. It works. I won't lie to you. You
It
know.
works to a degree though, because the reason it doesn't work, the reason that transparency is always better is that long term you're setting the proper expectation and you're not pissing people off.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, we're watching the crumbling of the
And it's
hobby we
why,
love.
honestly, CQ, it's why the gray market is doing better than the ADs for the most
Well,
part.
because
It's
we
because
actually know how to sell
they can be
watches.
transparent, right? They can be
Yeah.
transparent. You can say, I don't have that watch right now. That's a tough one to get. Or, you know what? I don't think that's the right piece for you. Or, you're not like, oh, I hope that a 5990 rose gold comes in soon for you. In the meantime, do you want this watch? You don't do that. You say, well, let's look at these. These are the watches I have in stock. I'll try to get that one for you if you want me to. It's going to be XYZ. It's transparent. It's way better experience for a customer. Way better.
It would be nice. It would be nice. I don't know. It'll never happen, but it would be nice.
Well,
It's
some brands it is, right? And it's do you get to the upper levels, they're transparent with those guys
well, yeah, because those
because they
guys
don't want to piss
demand
them off.
transparency. Yeah, yeah, they
They
demand
don't care about the
transparency.
lower levels, honestly.
Yeah, well, because it's just
You're just in a swimming pool. And you know what, CQ, you know what
well,
people have to realize is you take what you think is a wealthy person that's collecting, that's asking for a watch with you, and
I have no idea. You have no
20x
idea.
it, 20x it,
30x it, bro.
30x it.
I've seen people who 20 million a year easy in watches.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? And like, so
Oh
how do
yeah.
you compete with that? How do I tell that guy
Right.
no? How do I tell
Right,
him
and
no?
you're asking for the same beige OP.
Yeah, exactly. So
Right?
oh my gosh, and so that's the issue, right?
It
Is that
is.
calls you for it, and he just wants it for his son-in-law, but you gotta give it to
100%.
that guy, and like you're like,
Hey,
come on, man, I'm a good guy, but it's like, yeah, his son-in-law.
my nephew's graduating from middle school, so I'm getting that for him. And
Yeah,
in fact, you know what happens? It's not even that bad. The SA, or one of the SAs for the same company, is wanting to keep him happy. It's like, hey, have you seen the new beige OP? It's like,
yep,
yeah. It's like, I want to keep this guy happy. Let's get him no one's gonna say anything if I sell him the beige OP for $6,000,
exactly.
right? I keep my customer happy. Everybody else is like, sorry guys, you're out of luck. And that's where all
Let's
the
just
OPs, that's where all the Tiffany OPs are, guys.
no. That is exactly that
That's why they're
exactly.
that's why they're high on the secondary too. They're not going back out into the market. There's not zillions of beige OPs that are gonna hit the market, guys.
No,
Compared to how many they made. I mean, they're
I
pumping those things out, I'm sure.
like you hit the nail on the head because that is exactly how it goes, right? Let's say I've cultivated a very good book and a one or two clients are super duper strong. I
Mhm.
offer that guy everything that came out of
Yeah.
Basel.
Oh yeah.
He will never get a no. So that's exactly what happens. I offer him you want every color? I'll give you every color. You want every color? All right, bam, every color. You want what you want the new
Yeah.
JLC, whatever. And
Yeah.
that person is the person and his family and his friends.
Yeah.
They get everything. And often those watches do not get
Definitely.
back out on the market. And
No.
that's a big, big part of it.
Yeah. 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 That's where your watching's going. So don't like we should be celebrating more when we get a watch because you don't realize what you went up against and what you actually won. If you actually saw who you beat out for watches, you'd be like, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Like honestly, on some of these watches. Like if you get a Panda Daytona, do you realize the guy that's waiting on the Panda Daytona?
Yeah. I've made some
He could be
calls
a
to
$5
people.
million a year guy
Yeah.
too. Like it
Easy.
works both ways, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they give you a watch because they really like you over that guy.
I 100%. That's why it always pays to be at least pleasant because tons of time it's very easy to say no to the rude guy. And there's tons of times where I had like a how do I say, maybe not a rude client, but a little bit cranky or like who got a little upset over something very small, like a
Mhm.
strap or something, and made a very big stink. And then maybe me and that guy, as an SA, me and that guy, we smooth things out and he's buying watches. And then he's like, hey, put my name in for this. Then
Right.
slowly it's like, okay, green light, green light, green light. And then it goes to somebody who's like, Boston cool. Oh, isn't that the runs out of the office? Because it happened to me many times. CQ, isn't Boston Collector the guy who didn't put all the blueberries in the right scone? And I'm like, shit, yeah, he ain't getting a Panda. Stop
Yeah.
submitting his name. Boom.
Yeah.
That happens all day,
Oh
every
yeah.
day. So you gotta, don't be rude unless you're ready to just burn that bridge. That's for sure.
Right. And that's the power of the scones. You're not just known by your one SA that's going to leave in a month that you don't know. That's looking at other job opportunities or is going to move. Everybody there knows you.
Exactly. You
Oh,
become
you're the guy that brought in the skull. That's nice.
Listen. Like it sounds stupid. I know, guys, we sound a little crazy, right? But let me tell you
No,
something.
but it's about being nice to people. I give gifts to my plumber. I give gifts to
Exactly.
do you leave out on Christmas time on the trash can a little thing of money,
Yeah, exactly. To
right?
front desk
It's
people,
like
all
you're
of that.
just being
It's
nice to
nice.
people, you know?
And people appreciate, and you'd be surprised, right? That there might be this one little old lady who I don't know, she just waits on the scones that you get it from this one place. And like, she just like, she gets a little tea and she's like, oh, there's Mr.
Oh yeah.
Boston. He's bringing me the scone. And this little old lady ends up being like the lead watchmaker or like or somebody who all
Or
of a
she's
sudden,
she has seniority over everybody.
Exactly,
Right?
but you wouldn't know it. You think she's just like a.
No.
But like when your name comes up, she just puts that thumb right on the scale. Don't worry about it. That's my baby, Boston. He always brings the scones, and like it really that gratitude, because that's what happens, right? If you only listen, I'm a small Rolex AD. I'm getting one Le Mans. Who am I giving the Le Mans to? I'm not giving it to the guy who spends the most with me. I'm giving the guy who spends a lot, but also a nice guy, or I'm giving it to the guy who's like always here, always bringing people over, always like my kid, like I'm always gonna see this. That's who gets it. And I know a lot of Le Mans guys who aren't the biggest spender at their ADs. They just like they're solid guys in the ADs. That all right, man, you deserve a good little hookup here.
Right. Yeah. We have a super chat.
Oh wait.
Gatsby, $10 Canadian. Boston, sure, 80s string people along, but someone will get that green dial Daytona. That's true. And the god awful baby vomit, baby turb blossom.
It looks so good.
All
I can't
these
wait till
are doubting my goddamn beige OP. I'm getting real tired of it.
No, listen, I can see it. I see the.
I'm not doubting it. I'm not
I
doubting
see
it.
the
I'm saying it's going to be hard to get though.
I'm telling you, Ben Clymer is going to do a little post about this. Why it's
God.
not going to be Mark Kuzlaric or any of those guys.
Imagine if Ed Sheeran shows up with the beige OP.
Oh,
dang it!
This might be the first Rolex where they go, oh, the 36 is more of a premium than the 41.
Yeah, right.
This might be the first Rolex in history where people want the 36 instead of the 41.
Yeah. Well, do you think that's gonna happen with the Land Dweller?
No.
Because I already didn't. You see the latest article? The guys are rocking the 36.
No, I think
on the
this beige.
Hodinkee guys.
Yeah, but that's different. I think this beige OP is going to be very, very inside baseball. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Like regular Rolex people, they're not going to buy this.
Yeah. No. It's the Explorer 36 crowd. It's all over it.
You guys are sick, you know that?
You know what other watches in that club? Hardcore from day one.
No.
The what's it called? The new root beer GMT with that stone dial.
Oh, I hate that.
The bacon.
I know, but that's why it's like you almost need to take the dog and be like, they're gonna be all over this. People love that watch, love it. I don't. I mean, I'd like a lot of other watches more than that, but
yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling it's gonna be a hard watch to get.
That one too, right?
No, I mean, yeah, but for a different reason. This is a mass production Rolex.
Right. It's gonna be hard to get.
It's gonna be hard, and it's ridiculous, but it's gonna be hard.
I just need
Ben said that.
Oh God,
Diego's here.
I'm very sure that it reminds me of a Patek. It
This
does
looks-
have a little.
Looks nice in this light.
Yeah.
Are those markers? Are those markers black?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's nice.
I think they're all black, right? On all of them.
You might be right.
Never noticed that.
Yep.
It's a nice touch. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. It's been amazing. 5 hours. I feel like I did a work shift today.
Go get yourself a scone.
I like,
put your feet
bro,
up.
I'm dying. I'm like, I got. I'm about to. You don't know, I'm about to tackle some type of food right now. I'll be sending my my invoice. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah.
CQ, thanks for jumping on. Thanks for being a part of the panel for so long, guys. Thanks for check out CQ at CQthewatchguy.com.
I was gonna say it if you didn't.
I know. Next time I'll pause longer. You can just jump in and cut me off.
I wish I could stay, but I have to go too.
All right.
Oh, what
Yeah,
the
thanks.
hell?
Oh, Boston. We're doing
Duty
an old
calls.
fashioned
Duty
colony
calls.
stream. Come on,
I
man.
know. Brutal. Duty calls though.
You got ticket number 2. All right.
I get parental duties that I have to take care of.
Yeah.
You get it.
But it's been fun. Thanks for having me, OC. It's good to be able to
Anytime.
jump on
Anybody has the keys, jump on.
All right. See you guys later.
See ya.
Bye, Boston.
Bye, Boston. Thanks for leaving.
He can't kick himself out.
Oh, that's a weird thing where when you leave from your phone, it like keeps you on there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Dude, you've been raking in the super chats tonight. Look at that.
Raking it in. We were up to shoes. I'm keeping a tally here. I'm gonna get that Nautilus in no time. Yep. Yeah, feel free. You pull it up, you have to read it. I'm gonna grab some pizza out of the toaster oven.
Boston brought my mother pastries. She asks about him all the time ever since. Oh, I'm gonna pull something up here. Let's see. I think you know.
Oh, what a funny question, Diego. Look at this. Look at this question. If Vimal only knew what to talk about offline. Vimal, no. No. I don't plan on. I don't. They'd have to do a massive 180. And no.
All right. So we were talking earlier. Mathis thinks that he could beat this guy up. Whoops. Oh, shit. Remove. Add to stage. There we go. This guy. Mathis, you need to jump on the stream. Defend yourself. The guy on the left, Mathis thinks that he can make him tap in jiu-jitsu.
Impossible. Matt Damon? He's going to go after Matt Damon?
He kind of does look like Matt Damon. You think a guy that, like, that's the face he makes for a photo is going to let Mathis beat him?
Yeah. So the fact that for everyone in the crowd, Mathis thinks that he'd be able to choke out Jocko, former Navy SEAL commander, black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wakes up at 4:00 in the morning to do power clean and presses every day of his life. Commander in Fallujah. Mathis thinks that he can choke this man out.
You don't understand. Buckley, you don't understand. It's about two things: mindset and leverage. I got the leverage.
Oh. Look at this guy. What the fuck is Mathis thinking?
I don't know.
His chin could beat up Mathis, okay?
I don't know what he's thinking.
Oh, man.
Even the other guy. The other guy doesn't even know jiu-jitsu, but
yeah, he'd still destroy him. They keep on coming. OC Muhammad Ali, 5 pounds. He says, Buckley talking about the beige OP. I want that now. After the green, Tiffany blue, that would make a great 3-piece. That would. That'd be the trifecta. I kind of want this now in 36. What do you think about that?
I'll take it in 34.
Really?
$34. They don't make it in 34, right? It's just 36, 30, and 41.
No. They make it in 34. 34 and 28.
Let me pull it up here.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
By the way, OC, I like your aspect ratio.
Yeah, I work hard to do that.
Much better.
OC.
Much better. Yeah, pull it up.
Let me pull up this really, really great image here. The most beautiful image here. Oops. Oh, sorry. That's the wrong one. That's the worst collection of all time.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, let's not bring up.
I like that
It's not
brigade
that.
top right. That's pretty
Genuinely have no interest in even commenting on this.
I mean, let's be real. It's ridiculous.
Brown Panerai. That's dope. I like that.
I need Oyster Perpetual.
Are those to scale, by the way? No, right?
I don't know. Let's see here.
Can we not? I really don't want to talk about this.
That's fine. No, I was only asking about the Panerai. I'm going to Google brown Panerai. Let's see.
I'm trying to find the image of the chart.
You didn't have the brown Panerai, did you, Buckley?
I had a Panerai. It wasn't brown. It was a like a gray, dusty, black dial. What is it called when it fades out? Ombre.
Ombre.
Is it
It
Fume?
wasn't quite ombre. It wasn't quite fume. It was gray, but it had black in it. I don't know how to describe it. It was a good watch. The Crown Guard, after a long time, though, is ridiculous.
Dude. Looking at Luminor right now. Let me see. Share screen. Do you know they made a titanium Luminor?
That's what that's basically the watch I had.
Look how
Looks
good
just
that
like-
looks.
Yeah.
It's probably a big watch though, right?
Huge. But that's what it's supposed to be.
This guy's got a big wrist, or
I'm convinced 90% of the watch community has a wrist through 7 inches at this point. Oh no, we're not doing that either.
Nope, don't have to.
No.
okay. This looks great though.
Diego, when you do the laugh where you like lose oxygen, it always makes me laugh.
Well, it's because I'm trying not to be loud.
Every time I hear you lose oxygen, it makes me laugh.
I'm trying not to like be overbearing. This looks amazing. What do you think, OC? Can you get
That
behind
is
this?
so ugly.
Is it really?
It's very plain and absolutely disgusting.
No, it's not that bad.
Oh yeah, very bad.
No, it's not terrible.
It is. It just is really bad.
Ugh.
Okay,
I made another million.
listen, Tiger Woods, you gotta buzz the head. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're doing. It's bad though. It's making him look. That's not good. You gotta
Can we
buzz
pause
that,
this?
dude.
Can we pause this? How do we do this?
Oh my god,
Here, I'll just
Play
take
the
it.
video.
good, not good.
Oh, all right, here we go. Wait. Oh shit.
It'll come. It'll come.
Don't do music.
I know. What's going on here? That guy's a badass though.
Yeah, dude, we got to do something here.
Oh, what the fuck? All right, I'll pause it and we'll enhance. Who's that man?
Jeez.
Why can't I zoom?
What's going on here? Is this a comb over? What are we doing?
Look at that line.
I don't know what's going on, dude. We gotta. We gotta fix that. I mean, the greatest golfer of all time.
I don't know, but we're gaining viewers, so keep doing it.
He just saw himself in a mirror. That's why he's so bummed.
Dude,
He's
you
like,
gotta
oh,
buzz that. What the fuck is this? Bill Nye? Who is that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Who's that?
I don't know. Some conductor.
This guy looks like a bad guy. Look at his teeth. He looks like the guy from he looks like Jaws from 007. You see him?
Yep.
Oh no, Tiger. Tiger, you gotta fix that. Tiger. See, this is how look, Diego.
Look, you could see the outline of his head through the
Diego. This is how you know sometimes genetics are just not in your favor, because this guy had his eyes genetically enhanced through surgery. Okay. Tiger Woods had his eyes surgically enhanced so he could play better golf, but they couldn't save his hair. He has all the money that one could ever want. He's had it, and he couldn't save it.
Well, maybe he just let it go naturally, though. I don't think he's had hair implants, right?
I mean, he probably has tried.
Here's the thing. You got to remember this, too. This dude's worn a hat every day from like the age of 15 to whenever. But what's going on? What do you mean the eyes? Like, are you talking about his eyeballs, or he got like?
Yeah. He had surgery on his eyes, like not quite LASIK, some other enhancement he had done, like maybe 15, 20 years ago, so that he can see better on the course.
I thought you meant like they like opened up his eyelids or something.
No.
Okay. Oh, that's when he broke his back.
Oh man, Tiger, what are we doing, dude? If he buzzed his head, he'd lose 10 years in age immediately.
Yeah.
Scotty is so fucking good.
Dude, we should look at what's his last name?
Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler is so good. It's like
he also has like the biggest wrist. Was it him or the other guy, John Ram? It's John Ram, right?
John Rahm. John Rahm has the craziest wrist. Type in John Rahm. You look at this. He has the biggest wrist I've ever seen. Go to the one where he's wearing the pink shirt and zoom in. That is a blue Rolex Sky Dweller.
Hold
on. Look at that, bro. Look at this guy's. I mean, when you make a Sky Dweller look like a 36 date just, it's different level.
That's insane. Let's see what else he's got. Watches are big in the golf world lately.
Rolex pretty much dominates the whole PGA Tour.
That's a GMT. Meteorite.
And that gives off a white dial, which always wears bigger. If that was a black dial, it would look tiny.
Yeah.
He's huge. I mean, honestly, all those dudes. What the hell is the guy's name? Oh God, why am I drawing a blank? Not Scotty, the other one. Bryson.
Oh, DeChambeau.
He's got, I think Bryson and me probably have the same wrist.
Let's see.
Yeah. I want to say Yeah, that's probably the same size wrist. It looks the same.
Oops. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the way, like, if you, you know this because you go to the driving range, but you swing the club enough, like, if you're squeezing tighter than you should be, those muscles are pumped. So you do that for 20 years. I mean, you're going to build wrists and forearms.
Tennis players too. I mean, you've seen the tennis players where like one arm is like grotesquely larger than the other.
Yeah.
So. Oh man. Oblong.
This is a whole documentary that they did. They did like 8 to 10 minutes per person per ambassador.
Yeah.
Oh really?
And, it's a new movie. It's a new documentary. See, the exclusive documentary series. They did 8 minutes on each of these people and put it
So
together.
who is she? Piano player?
Yeah.
Let's find the OP. Different sizes.
Yeah, pull it up. Here it is.
I think the green, or I'm sorry, not the green. I think the black, that's new, right?
Let me see if I can make this a tad bit smaller. Boom.
Oh, it does come in every single size.
The beige? Yeah, beige comes in 5 different sizes. People forget they make an Oyster Perpetual 28, Oyster Perpetual 31, 34.
I held
the
somebody
chest
34, and it was very difficult. They said they rarely ever got them in. Look, I think the sleeper though is the new blue.
It's not bad. It's just I think it's going to get diluted because Rolex makes so many good blues.
Yeah, well, this is a different new blue.
I know, but are you really going to buy a blue OP if you have a white gold blue Daytona or ice blue Day-Date, whatever, you know?
I think these are very collectible. Look how many of them there are.
Look at that.
Yep. It's
I
hot.
think
It's a muted kind of pastel Nomos kind of blue.
Yeah. It's like the alternative to, I don't know, for whatever reason you don't like the Datejust. You have a, like I just want a simple Rolex. Well, it used to be Explorer 1 was your choice. Right?
Let's do a poll. I'm going to do a poll. Best OP color. Okay, hold on a second. Start a poll. Okay, best Rolex OP dial color is, and what should be the choices?
Let's do.
I got four choices.
Beige.
Next,
we gotta go turquoise for sure.
Turquoise, right? Blue.
What are we asking here?
Best OP color. You get 4 choices
for the 36.
Let's do 41 just because.
Well, I mean,
they don't have turquoise. They don't have turquoise blue in 41.
No.
All right, we'll stay with 36 then.
Oh, is this for a guy or a girl?
Guy.
Oh, best OP color.
Beige. You know how I feel about it.
I need 4 choices. Give me 4 colors.
I want to say you have to go with the dark green because that's like a staple. Everybody asks for that, right?
Beige, dark green.
I don't know if I like the pistachio. I can't really
pistachio in there.
Yeah,
I'm thinking this new blue has to be number 4.
Okay.
What do you think?
I don't know.
We got beige,
dark green, pistachio, and new blue.
dark green. Nope. We went Tiffany and new blue.
Can I make a comment here? If you're a guy and you buy a 36 Tiffany OP, I mean,
has it always been black? Am I taking crazy pills here?
no, some of them it's not.
I don't remember this watch having black indices like that. Did it? Let me Google this. Maybe I just never paid attention.
Yeah, I think it did.
All
right.
It's a nice touch.
Beige, pistachio, lavender, turquoise. Those are the colors.
I don't think we want pistachio.
No, I'm not into the pistachio.
Let's take a look at it. That's the pistachio, right?
I just don't know where. I don't know how that watch would fit in.
Do you like the pistachio, OC?
Not for me. I think it's a nice new color.
I don't know how you fit that into. I mean,
dude, you know who could wear this? If you wear like field colors, right?
Right.
Well,
I'm just gonna do dark green.
Sure, but it's like a time of year where that watch is going to look stupid. Like you go to the fall, that's not a green fall color. So
Shelby could wear this. I could see Shelby wearing this and it looking sick.
He has the dark green.
Yeah, the dark. Personally, I think the dark green's the worst. But I think this is very Shelby.
I don't know.
Dark green is, I don't know, dial. This just looks too gimmicky.
Well, too many people have it. They should have discontinued it with the other colors. Now the whole world has this. It's like I don't really know why it has a 40% premium. It might even be double retail still. I don't know.
This one never did it for me.
Boom, the poll is live. The poll is live. Vote in the poll.
I like green, but I don't like this green.
Vimal is wanting to buy a OP and put it on a strap.
No.
I don't.
You don't do that.
Work.
You just you just don't.
It defeats
what you can do. What you can do with the OP, which I've seen people do, is because it has the high polish bezel. I've seen people put the Jubilee on it, the Super Jubilee.
Really?
OP. Yep.
No, I don't like that either.
Do a Google search, Diego, for Rolex OP with Jubilee. But you find someone who posted on Instagram, I bet.
Let's see.
Does anyone buying an OP really care that it's highly resistant steel, like corrosion resistant steel? Is that really a thing that people care about? Come on.
So here's.
Just buy a date test. Why would you?
This is the old variation, I believe.
Yeah,
nope, that's just a smaller dial.
I don't know. Why they just? Why would you do that?
Here's the small one. Let me open this up. Yeah, it doesn't really look good. It looks too much like an afterthought. You know, the integration works, but it's not perfect like this. I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I don't know either. I don't know what to make of any of this anymore. I was listening to CQ in Boston, And I'm like, this fucking shit we do is exhausting. Like, even CQ is removed. He's removed from selling Patek for like what sounds like at least 5 years longer, maybe closer to 10 years. I don't know. But he still has the defense mechanism of like an SA.
Right.
It's so fucking exhausting, you know? Like, can you just tell me, like, I'm putting a gun to your head. What do I have to do to get these watches? Tell me.
You know, Buckley, with the scones and the blueberry muffins, and I'm gonna rub your feet and take you to the islands. I'm gonna show you a good time. And listen, there's booze, plenty of booze flowing. We're gonna barbecue, pool time. You're gonna get all that with me. You're gonna get all the treatment.
Corona's gonna be flowing. We're gonna be eating lobster tail.
We're gonna have tons of lime wedges galore by the pool, and we're gonna treat you like you should be treated. Yeah, I don't understand what the fuck you just said. Like, how much do I gotta fucking pay you to get a goddamn watch?
What do you want? What do you want? That's what I want to know. What do you want?
It seems like he might not know because he worked in the retail pre 2021 and all that. So he was saying on the stream earlier, towards the tail end of his career there, that's when people started going crazy for Patek.
No, he knows. You know how I know he knows?
The way he would know is through the people that he was buying watches from.
No, he worked for Watchbox. Watchbox was partnered with Govberg. It's the same clientele. They crisscross applesauce. He's talking to all those people. Brian Govberg's in his phone. He could text him anytime. So he knows.
Was CQ selling retail, or was he
No, but Watchbox originates. I'm pretty sure it comes out of Philly, next to Govberg, and the stores are connected. It was like the same clients. So, and they all talk, right? But everyone wants to know, right? Not everyone wants a Nautilus, but we all want to know, how do you get a Nautilus? Right? Like, just tell us. Is it 1 watch, 2 watch, 3 watch?
Right.
And if it is, what are the watches? Because I know you know. If I handed over the credit card and said, swipe this once every 4 months for the next 2 years, you would know exactly what to swipe and when to deliver. You would. But you won't fucking tell me.
The problem, I think the reason they won't tell you is because they know that they'll lose a lot of customers. They'll lose the people that bought a 6119 and are like, I'd like a 5167 next, please. And there's a guy local to me that's his journey. And it's sad to watch because I don't think it's going to happen. And he's, they're not going to tell him, hey, 5167 is like the hardest watch, one of the hardest that we can sell. Yeah, like, it's not happening, bro. If they told him that, they'd lose him as a customer forever.
No, I know the reasoning. I know the reasoning, but what I'm saying is the fact that he still has that training from 10 years ago, that like, we're in a down market. He's a gray market guy, so he benefits from us flipping watches to him and also buying watches through him, not the primary. But you see how heavy the training is and the sales skills that years later, no sort of connection, no benefit, he still has the wall. You know what I mean? Instead of just being like, no, this is what you do, and I'll get it for you. Like, you just buy a grand complication, I'll give it to you. What do you want?
Question is, why does he have the wall?
I think it's just there. It's like you do a sales script.
It's a secret pack. They don't give away. They don't know. They actually don't know because it's so unpredictable. Anybody could jump the line at any time.
Yeah, but the way you jump the line is by answering the question that I'm asking, which is, what do you buy to jump the line?
But even jumping, they never even. They can't promise anything because they don't know. They're not in 100% control of anything.
They're in control. They're in control. If you listen to me, Can we have to establish something here. Your booker SA is not in control.
This is my dream girl.
Your manager and your owner of a family-run AD knows exactly what inventory they're getting and when they're getting it.
Yeah, they do. I mean,
yeah, and I totally agree with Rose. He says, "Don't you think the whole market is just exhausted?" I completely exhausted. Completely. Because it would be one thing if it was winnable. It's not even winnable.
no, we've proven that.
It's not even winnable anymore. Like you're not cool if you get the call, because if you get the call now, it means you did a lot of dirty things. And you're also not cool if you go and buy gray because you bought a gray. So it's an unwinnable situation, right? Because you're paying top dollar no matter what you do. There's no shortcuts. The tax is the tax. It's getting worse. So it's just like, buy what you like. It was a fun game. Game's over.
Yeah.
For now.
I wonder if, I mean, there's definitely something about being able to get the watch at retail without having to go through the game, because in a sense, it's like,
Yeah, but you can't do that, Diego. There is no way around it. Unless you're a celebrity.
Well, right? Yeah, it's happened. I mean, it happened with you with the Tiffany Patek. It happened with me.
I didn't win it. Like, sure.
But what I'm saying is, like, there are people, Buckley, that have, right or wrong, they've spent $1 million at Tiffany and can't get a watch. Yeah. So yeah, we are beating the system. And I think the flex is not that you were able to get it at retail. I think the flex is they thought so highly of me that I got to bypass the journey. That's the flex. It's not that you got it at retail. It's that you didn't have to go through the mud like everybody else. That's the flex.
Right. No, I understand. I'm just saying the tax is so heavy now. You can't avoid it. Like, even with you, like, you go through your story all the time, and we know why it shifted. It's because the new people that came into the store looked at you and said, you should have extorted this guy more. And we intend to extort him. And we're going to do everything we can to do that, because that's the Patek. This is the way that it is, right? For every one guy that won't, we have 20 guys that will. Why is he not one of the 20 guys? Oh, I like him. Well, liking someone doesn't pay. Right. We want money. We want to make money here. So it's like, okay, I haven't really seen anyone shortcut anything outside of, like, I think PK comes to mind, right?
Yeah.
Rose comes to mind with AP. But even that, he didn't shortcut. I mean, I'm not going to go into what he's done, but he's built a very substantial community of AP. Like, he's done AP a lot of favors. Like, there's a lot of people they have that they wouldn't have because of him. So he's being rewarded, right? But PK, Rose, and then the only guy I can think of, OC, is that guy Perry from Wrist Check Pod.
Yeah, but he's quasi celebrity, so he's going to get preferential treatment. He does podcasts. He's close with brands. He's
he got a favor
shit.
done. He got a favor.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't seen really anybody else, and we really keep our eye on this shit. We know a lot, like, through each person. Right, we know a lot of people at this point.
Well, we don't know. No, well, we have people who are at our tier or at 1 or 2 tiers above. We're not at the hot hand tier. The people that have 50 watches.
He's buying everything, though.
Oh, but there are lots of other people that do that.
Right, which is why I'm saying there's no way around the tax. You're just buying everything. Like, you don't actually know what's working, what's not working. It's just right now you're a dollar sign. So you will be rewarded. Hopefully you get rewarded with great stuff. But who's going in and cutting the line? Who's going in and getting a blue dial Royal Oak as their first watch? Nobody. Who's getting a Panda as their first watch? Nobody. Who's getting a Panda as their third watch? Nobody. Fifth watch? Nobody. So like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's we know people that have, especially with AP, circumnavigated the journey, but a lot of times it was, and nothing wrong about this, it was through a connection, but that person has that connection because they're a good fucking guy, you know? Like,
Right.
I think there is a stigma to, oh, well, he got the watch because he knows so and so. It's like, well, he wouldn't have got the vouch if he wasn't a fucking stand-up dude. So like, I don't see that as a bad thing. But you're right. I mean, I'm not making this about myself, but it's between me and PK. You're right. I mean, no one really has circumnavigated the journey.
No. So the thing about Patek that's super interesting,
Rosé
is
as
if
well.
you take what?
Rosé circumnavigated it as well. I mean,
With AP,
in his
but
own way. Yeah.
If you take PK out, right? No one has. We don't know how to get a Nautilus, and like, look, like if you don't like the Nautilus, that's fine. There's a lot of Nautiluses I don't like, but it is kind of an interesting thing. Nobody's gotten one, and no one really knows how to get one. Like we think we do. We think we know the number, but we really don't know the number. And very often I meet people that are so far beyond the number we think that it's like, it feels almost embarrassing to like hear them say it. You know what I mean? Like what is the number? I don't know what the fuck it is. I can't even like point to a friend and say he's done it. This guy went in on his own. He went to one of the 4 or 5 Patek Philippe's in New York, in my territory. He bought this, he bought this, he bought this, he bought this, and he got a Nautilus. I don't know anybody.
But there are people at that level that are in groups asking themselves the same questions. They're 5 watches in. They're going, "What the hell's going? How come none of us are getting what Nautilus is?" They're asking. They're levels above us, and they're still asking the same things because they don't know. The watches are so scarce.
It's that, but it's just if you think about it, it's crazy. Like I know how to get. If I was going in on my own and I had a budget to work with, right? I know how to get a white dial Royal Oak. I know how to get a blue dial Royal Oak. I know that it's piece number 2 or piece number 3. It just depends on the first. Like I know what to do. Patek, you could go buy a Calatrava. You could go buy an annual. You go buy a perpetual. You might not even be at an Aquanaut because we just don't know.
And that's for people who actually love the brand and they love all the different collections and they're actually loyal Patek lovers, and they still don't know.
No.
God forbid you want a sports piece as your second or third piece. You're almost guaranteed not to get it.
That's why it's so like, I don't know. It's almost like we're sick because like we enjoy it, but at the same time we hate it.
Masochism.
But like we're all waiting to see like who and how do you pull a Nautilus of any kind. We don't know how to get any kind. Like we saw the Cubitus, right? 4 watches deep, and a little bit of like really great guy, really good watch collector, young, fits the mold of what the original Cubitus thing was supposed to be. What his 4 is, I believe, will become 5 or 6. But like that's it. We don't know anything else. We don't even know how to get the fucking blue or green Aquanaut. We don't know how to get any of this shit. People pull out the 5167, right? The steel one. Cool. It's a fucking boring watch. It's a super boring watch.
We don't even know anybody that got that.
Besides PK, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Q pulling the blue Aquanaut like 3 years ago. But that was, again, that's like jewelry related and God knows what. But like normal people Single dudes between 30 and 60. And when I say single, I just mean you're buying watches for you. You're not buying ladies' pieces. Single dudes between 30 and 60 in a major city around the world, right? In the US, there are 3. Around the world, there are many more, in my opinion, where there are multiple Patek ADs, really wealthy people. From 0 to 100, how did you get there? We don't even know people that are at level 3 out of 10.
So let me bring in Shelby. I mean, Shelby is a very famous watch collector, right? He's in with some of the hardest brands to be in with.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't do it, or not can't, but he hasn't been able to achieve it yet, right?
I don't think so.
even think he has a Patek. I don't think he's been called for any Patek. Oh.
And I don't know him as well as you guys. Does he want Patek, or has he tried?
There's one. Well, I'll put it in the private chat what he's going for.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe that was a bad example, but Jeff is a great example. Boston's a great example. Those guys haven't cracked the nut. Not saying that they won't.
Close. Boston got close. I mean, I won't out him because we know the story, but he got pretty goddamn close. But that's not the thing is that's not just Patek, right? That's a whole AD history that goes into that. And good timing on like an AD opening your mouth a bit, being part of the right group. Like there's more than just this place has been here for 10 years. It went through the hype. I'm walking in today, and where am I winding up? We don't know anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody. I can, and me and OC meet people. OC meets a lot more people than I do, but we meet people in New York all the time. We still don't come across, like we come across these guys that I was here before COVID and I have everything.
Yeah, they've gotten stuff, but if you're talking about 2023 and on, nothing.
No, I'm talking 2020 and on. I'm talking 2019 and on. People have stuff, but they don't. They haven't.
I know
done
you. I know you hate hearing it, but it's still happening in Atlanta. We've talked about it privately, but there is somebody here that their second piece was a Nautilus. So it does happen, and it might not be happening in our circles or our markets because it happens with PK in wherever he goes, right?
That's different.
It happens there.
I'm talking here. Here's where I want to put this: New York, Miami, LA, London, Hong Kong. Fill in the rest. Add another 5 like major hubs for watches. Dubai, whatever. What does this journey look like? No vouching from your no friend group, no collector group, no purchases with other brands. Standalone Patek AD, day one. The only thing I want to own is Patek Philippe, and nobody knows me. I'm meeting with the SA for the first time on my appointment. What does it look like? We have no fucking clue. We can paint it for Rolex and we'll be off, right? Depending on if they really fleece you, you could be off between 50 and 100K, right? It seems like sub 100,000 for a Panda Daytona is very, very difficult. But north of 200,000, everyone who spent 200,000 with Rolex, they all have Panda Daytonas. So we know there's somewhere between 100 and 200 that is the milestone. We know it, right? What is Patek? Is it 500,000? Is it 1 million? Is it something completely different that we don't know anybody? And everyone talks like they know and they're trying. We don't know shit.
I think everybody's hopeful. But yeah, we don't have the data. Obviously it happens. I mean, but it's happening to people. I discussed it earlier. We don't have in our circle the Deca millionaires or whatever the fuck it's called. The guys that, I have Patek. I have about 20. We don't have guys like that, right? So,
no.
While it might happen, it's not happening in our circle. And we have some pretty heavy hitters in our circle.
Yep. Poll results are in. Best Rolex Oyster Perpetual dial color for a guy is The winner is the blue with 50% of the vote. Blue,
Oh, really?
50%.
The new blue?
The new blue, 50% of the vote. Pistachio, 25%. Beige climber, 15%. And green, 10%.
Wow, the green is that low.
I'm
Green is
telling
that
you,
low.
the green, it's a gimmicky, it's almost like a toy green.
Wow.
Those are
You know
pretty
what I mean?
conclusive results. Again, the results: best the Rolex Oyster Perpetual dial color for a guy. Blue, the new blue, 50%. Pistachio, 25%. Beige climber, 15%. Green, 10%. Thanks, guys, for voting.
Yeah, man, why you gotta call it the beige climber?
When did it become the climber?
Fucking Brody?
Brody? Oh my god.
Bro, Brody's been up my ass for about a week.
I know, but he also went to look at the watch, right?
He fucking requested it.
Then why is he up your ass? Oh,
And you know what else
wants to
he
get
did the other day?
It's
The other day he
spite.
sent a picture. He sent a picture. He was standing in a mall or something. I think he was standing with the Oyster Flex Daytona, and he had fucking New Balance on.
Yeah, and he calls those.
I'm like,
yeah.
what is this sadomasochist fucking relationship we have? Like, what are we doing here, Brody?
That is true. That's two things that he makes
Two
fun of
things.
you about, and then he's doing them.
He's sleeping with my Patek essay.
He did say if he gets the beige OP that it's going to be his spite watch.
I know. Like, what did I do? What did I do to this fucking guy? I don't understand.
That's pretty funny.
By the way, Boston, the Knicks are currently winning in the third quarter. We'll see if they can keep it up.
All right.
Whoa,
Nice.
Diego, that's a fucking
What?
nothing.
The P chat? Oh.
What? Delusional?
That is, but yeah. Check the WhatsApp.
Hold on. Oh, jeez. What the hell?
That says Lesnar. Is that Brock Lesnar's sister?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't even know how this came up. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
72 people still watching. Upvote the live stream. And super chat your questions for Buckley or Diego or both. By the way, hey, let's do this. We'll open the panel. If you've never been on the panel before, or you were trying to get on earlier and you didn't make it on, now's your chance. Open panel. It's open to everybody.
I miss my Explorer one.
Brody, jump on the panel. Mr. Tudor, to you. Now's your chance. Evan G, it's time to jump on the panel, and we will talk about all the cool watches that are out there.
You sound like Goofy.
Oh, sorry. Cloud Ken, jump on the panel. I know you're still out there.
I would love a Cloud Ken experience.
PG, tell us about your Patek journey.
Pidge,
get on the show. Jump on the panel.
I think PG is the only person in North America that has ordered and paid full retail for 3 AP offshores from the boutique.
What if PG got like a black ceramic open work before Boston? Because they're like, he's a great customer.
I don't know. But Diego, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is I think that's $1 million commitment, right? So like we feel like we know people. Oh, I have 6 APs. It's like, what's the total? $400,000. You better go buy another 6.
I don't know.
I mean, we've met plenty of people that have the ceramic in New York. Plenty. And when I say plenty, no exaggeration, I've probably met 10 separate people who have gotten it. But you got to take into account timing, right? And
yeah, a lot of those guys were early, right?
Huh?
A lot of those guys were kind of like maybe 5 years ago, kind of.
Yeah, they got it. A lot of them got it at the Long Island boutique because it's only been here. Well, it's gone now, thankfully, because that place sucked. But it was only there for 4 years. So they started a relationship in 2020, and then AP House opened right? Like in the last 6 years. So guys went to AP House, they went there, and they moved up pretty quick, and they hit it. They hit it when the hitting was good.
Yeah,
and they did it. But
and the funny thing, everyone's like, when you get to that level, it makes sense. The journey. But those guys haven't sold it. They haven't realized any gains.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they've sold it. These are people that I've met through like watch events and stuff. But and it's all, what's interesting? It's always the same one. It's always the black perpetual, never the skeleton, never white, never blue. It's like whatever it is about the black perpetual that seems to be lowest on the totem pole with the ceramics.
To me, that's the best looking one, though.
I agree.
I don't like the skeleton ceramics.
No, but I like the sand gold skeleton. I love that watch. I think it's sick. Yeah. But like even Rose, it's like I know what he did to get the 37s, but if he was playing in the 41 game, does his allocation look the same? I don't know.
Cloud Ken, come on. Jump on.
Jump on the panel. Seriously. I mean, take your listen, if you can't take a little trolling, anybody should be able to take trolling in this watch space. Listen, Diego Buckley and I have endured more trolling than any three characters. Well, Buckley hasn't, let's be honest. He's loved by everybody.
No, I have definitely fucking people want me dead.
But come on, we put up with trolling for over 3 years on YouTube. You can put up with little lighthearted ribbing in
Not
the
even
chat.
Trolling. I last time we talked to Cloud Ken,
he was treated very respectfully, actually. Yeah.
Well, I was genuinely curious as to, like, he thought I was trolling. I wasn't. I wanted to know, like, what kind of shit do you like? What's your dream watch? If you could go Patek, what would you go for? Because I feel like we see him in the chat all the time, but we never really talk at that level. So, yeah.
Okay, he's funny. Now he can jump on. Now he's being funny. I don't want any stupid ass fucking questions. I like wearing watches. It was funny because you ask questions like I don't want to answer any questions about why I buy watches.
Yeah, I was like, so I mean, you've worn the Panda, right? He's like, why would you ask why would you even ask me that? I was like, what? Because weren't we trying to get him to like consolidate to a Platona or something?
Well, you had the mistaken impression that he actually wore the watches, and so you're trying to figure out what watches he liked, which is an absolutely silly notion because it wasn't about what watches he liked to wear. It was about what watches could be flipped for over retail.
OC.
And if we're wrong, jump on and correct us.
OC Pudge says Patek appeals to me as much as getting AIDS. Can you pull up the new what is it? It's a sapphire crystal.
I love PG is one of my favorite people. Like genuinely one of my favorite people. But like he also has watches for the special forces of some stupid fucking European country no one cares about. So it's like, what is it? What country is it, Diego? What's the fucking weird country?
Like Denmark, I think. Maybe.
Denmark. Norway. Denmark Special Forces. Cool. Who fucking cares about that?
Hey, those guys did some work though.
Yeah, whatever. It's not America. Who cares?
PG, you haven't seen? Yes, to me, this is the PG. Look at that. No. Yeah,
PG. This is no.
I had to hit you hard.
That's nice.
That thing is so sick.
Yeah. If I got this watch, my whole persona would change. I'd be like John Wick. It'd be fucking awesome. I'd grow my hair out.
This is one of the hottest watches that Patek's come out with in a long time.
I mean, the sad reality is they just reused a complication. But if you can look beyond that, because I thought it was a whole new watch, right?
Well, it's a new
And honestly,
case, new bezel, new lugs, new strap, new back, new dial, obviously.
But like even the dial layout, I'm a fan of it. I thought it was like a brand new innovation, but looking beyond that, like, because my whole thing was like, wow, Patek did something like new and innovative, finally. But even still, it's fucking amazing. This is Jesus.
Yeah, sick watch.
And it's a perpetual, right?
Let me ask you two guys a question. Are we now more fond or more open to the idea of dress watches and super expensive complications from Patek because that's all we could realistically get? And so in our minds, we're like rationalizing, we're coming around, we're changing our expectations. So it's like, oh yeah, we like these now because they're the only things we're going to be able to possibly get.
No. People. So I get what you're saying, but people are trying to take the whole Patek Philippe brand and like throw it to the side. It's fucking Patek Philippe. Like people been long before the three of us came along. People were fucking collecting this shit, and they weren't collecting Nautiluses or Aquanauts. That's a new thing, right? That's a new thing. That's just the day and age we live in. Is people want shit on a metal bracelet. I mean, no. Why would you not like this? If you're into watches, why would you not like this?
If you were able to somehow swing a 5811, I'd be very happy for you. And like, I'd be like a fucking little cheerleader for you. I'd be screaming in joy. But I like your 5396 more for you.
I agree.
The 5811, honestly, like.
Well, wait a minute. 5811 is white gold. That thing's fucking killer. I mean, come on.
It's killer, but your watch, your 5396 is so much more interesting. It's to me, it's a better looking watch.
My fear for anyone who owns a 5811 is you walk into a party, it's under a sweater, it's under a long sleeve shirt. Someone sees it peeking out. I know Buckley's super skilled at this, spotting a watch from across the room. And he goes, oh, look, a 5711 Nautilus. And then I have to say something like, oh, no, it's a 5811. This is gold. Fuck me dead. If I have to, just the prospect of my having to do that is a reason not to buy that watch.
You don't tell them it's a 5811. You just say, try it on. And then when you hand it to them,
no, go, I don't want to give some fucking anybody that way. No, it's that to me is like a losing situation. I mean, it works with the platinum, because no one really goes, oh, well, is that a white gold? No one says that.
No. OC, you know how you respond to those people? You go, what? And they say you're 5811. You go, this is a Patek.
Yeah. That's the bad.
And then you go, and then you just look at them dead in the eyes and go, this is a Patek.
I want to use that next time. You know what? No one's ever said anything.
I like your Nautilus. No. This is a Patek. My wife got it for me. Yeah.
No, this is a great watch. I mean, what you're looking at on the screen is great. It's $123,000 fucking dollars, but it's nice.
And the question is, will these 2025s come down immediately, or will they be? Because what happened with the AutoZone? They went above retail. You remember that, right?
Can't compare AutoZone to this, though.
They went over retail for like 6 months, and then
this will be at retail. It'll come way down.
It should be under retail. Remember the inline calendar.
You know what I'm more curious about? Because things always change, right? We do 10, 15-year cycles, and then things change. What's next? I think we're done with the big watches, like big 44 millimeter watches. That's done, right? Well, can we agree? Can you guys agree that that thing is?
No, they were never a thing for me. So I mean,
Yeah,
I know,
I
but
think it's
you
over.
got to understand with Breitling, Panerai, and Hublot, all the way up until recently, like a few years ago, they were here. It was like 15 years they were here, right? And for the last 10, integrated sports and Rolex on Oyster, like it's been a thing, right?
mhm.
By 2030, because shit's going to change. We just don't know how. It always does. Shit's going to change. Where are we?
Dude, it could be something as drastic as wearing a mechanical watch is stupid. You never know.
Could be. It could be. I don't know. I'm because like you're not. First of all, like okay, Rolex, Patek. They've always been around. They'll always be around. Right? They have a name. That doesn't mean the design, the style of them will stay the same. Things change. Like just look, things always change. So where are we going? Are we going in more of an RM type of watch direction? Are we going to fall back? Is it going to fall back to like 36 millimeter dress watches? Is it going to go? Are we going to fall down? Right? Is high end luxury going to be stupid and people are going to fight over like $2,000 micro brands? I know that last one sounds fucking stupid, but I'm just saying it's not going to stay the way it is. It never does.
I think the trend, at least right now, is everybody wants a Jetstream piece. They're consolidating to that, whether it be a dress watch, or if for them they're end all be all RM or AP. It's their own Jetstream piece. It's like, so. With that being said, super hyper expensive watches like this, I don't think are going anywhere. If anything, I think the trend will turn away from basic Submariners and OPs among watch collectors. I don't mean the mass appeal, but like, if you know anything about.
Not even that, Diego. So forget about watch collectors because they were here also, and mass people, they were here also. When you think about the top A-list athlete, celebrity, influence, I hate that word, but you know what I'm talking about.
I think they're going to go to independents.
You think that? So you think that
It's
that
either
2 years from now,
no,
right? 2 years from
think-
now, you see who do we like? Who do we respect? Who do we like? Who do we respect? You see, I mean, I know you love Troy Aikman. You see Troy Aikman Monday Night Football, and his Jordan pops out from his cuff.
I do. I think so. And the reason I say that is, like 3.5 years ago, nobody on the panel even knew what the hell Jordan was or even wanted one.
Right.
I think the celebrities, they move a little slower. So the celebrities right now, the past couple years, are getting into Patek. They're still very heavily like, Panda Daytona. Like they think that's a flex. Slowly starting to see people like, what's his name? Zuck. I mean, Zuck's kind of the spearhead of all this. And you are seeing other celebrities getting into these quirky independents. I think eventually all these hot celebrities that are, successful in the media, like even people like Messi, at some point for him, an AP is going to be pedestrian. A new Rolex or a new Patek is going to be pedestrian. He's going to want to differentiate himself from everybody else, and he's going to walk out with a Journe, or he's going to walk out with a damn Recepi. And then people are going to be like, "Holy shit! What's Messi wearing? What is Zuck wearing? What's LeBron wearing?" The other way I could see this going is if they don't go that direction, they're going to go the direction that Jay-Z is going. And I'm surprised I haven't seen more of this, which is like super rare vintage, like Paul Newman Daytonas, stuff like that. Like
he's out right now for obvious reasons, right?
Right.
But one person to pay attention to that's up there. I wish Boston was on. Have you been paying attention to Kevin Hart?
No. Is
He moved on
he
from AP?
finally stepping away from all the hype stuff, or
Well, Vamal might know. By the way, hello, Vamal.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Mom?
what? A,
Kevin Hart, sometime in the last 3 to 6 months, he's not with AP anymore, right? He's a free agent. Boston just said he's a free agent. That's weird. He's a free agent, and he's been spotted with a lot of Rolex and a few Pateks. So I'm interested to see, because Tom Brady also, he's kind of fucked around a little bit, moving back and forth. But I think we're kind of I feel like we're at the peak where people are not getting as excited. Like this year in the NFL, right? We're all going to watch NFL. We're all going to see the pictures when they walk in and out of the locker room. Are you going to get excited? Are they all going to wear Royal Oaks again? Is the whole NFL going to be wearing Royal Oaks again? I don't know.
I would not be shocked if some guy walks out wearing this.
I
And
don't know.
that's a step into what I think. I don't know. It might be dress watches, dude. It might be, like I said, high complication, if you know kind of shit. Because imagine if you're in the locker room and you're LeBron and you walk in wearing a Meteorite GMT, and then the fucking rookie that just got drafted is wearing a Meteorite GMT, or he's wearing the new Sprite, whatever it's called. You're going to be like, I'm fucking LeBron. I'm better than this guy. Like, and I got to be better than him in every aspect, right? Not
So
just in the game or cars, but my home, but my fucking watch game has got to be way better than this guy. I'm going to put something on and he's going to look at it and go, damn, what the fuck is that? I'm going to go, it's a Journe. Resonance.
Yeah, but here's the thing about him. He's obviously up there, but he's a little bit of an AP ambassador. Like he's one of the 3 people that changed the brand for them.
Yeah.
So you got.
And he's not the exclusive example. He's just, I'm more so talking the caliber of a player.
The caliber.
Like
Right? So Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right.
Now Patrick Mahomes is kind of dumb, so he might just not even understand. But
it doesn't even have to just be that. Think about fuck. You know what the worst thing is? I think, all right, who's the A-list celebrity right now? You know what comes to mind first? Because of all the shit lately is fucking Timothy Chalamet. And I want myself thinking that.
who is
He's
that?
all over the place.
But like,
Who the fuck is that?
you know who it is.
I don't. I gotta go.
James
He
Harden.
posted a picture the other day.
That retard?
Yeah.
He's like Tranny, right?
No.
No, he's just super. He's super Hollywood deep.
No,
Why
but
is he
Buckley, to your
popular?
point,
Movies.
if you look at Timothy Chalamet, he's the one who kind of popularized Cartier, like wearing the vintage smaller size watches.
Right. Oh, maybe
And-
Cartier is next.
No, that's what. So my thesis is the next in thing would be watches from fashion brands. So LVMH, Cartier, Hermes.
Interesting hypothesis.
That is
Fashion
interesting.
brands.
Yeah. And I think they're kind of positioning in that. space.
Would you say fashion brands or jewelry brands?
Oh yeah,
Or is that, or those, is that synonymous?
Piaget, Chanel.
I mean, LVMH would be fashion, right?
Yeah.
More fashion than jewelry.
Well,
But I
depends what
think
you
they're
mean
kind
by
of
LVMH.
positioning. Yeah. I think they're kind of positioning to that audience. So I think those would be the next big brands.
Yeah, but you got to think too. A lot of that stuff right now is gettable. So
Not the high end ones, right? LVMH is tying up with Independence already.
yeah, that's true. Stuff like that I could see for sure. I could see LeBron walking out with that new Louis Vuitton collab they did with who'd they collab with?
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton, and it was somebody. I liked the watch. Everybody else hated it.
I don't know. I don't know. I think people should kind of keep their eye on it. In the next
Caribou
Yes.
next 24 months, we're going to see a shift in a direction. I think the AP Royal Oak thing is is dying off because so many, even though it's exclusive, so many fucking people have them. It's like, okay, are we good?
Right. It's
Right. Yeah.
It's like the panda. Like, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but someone wears a panda to a watch event, and it's almost like they're being shamed for it. Like, oh, this fucking jabroni walks in to Watch Time New York wearing a panda. And in reality, it's like he walked in wearing the best chronograph you can buy right now for the money. It's not a bad thing.
No, but Rolex is a base, right? They never tell people like this is exclusive. We only make so many. Like that's when you move up, right? You move up from Rolex and you go to AP, Patek, RM, Journe, and Vacheron, right? But out of those 5 brands, obviously you've had Patek Sports that are there, but the most noticeable one for the last 3 years that every major athlete, every celebrity has been spotted wearing is some form of a Royal Oak.
Right.
It's been a while. It's been 3-4 years that's been the case, right? That's going to change. They're not just going to keep wearing Royal Oaks. These people are not going to go to all white parties in the Hamptons, right? With everybody and everyone's going to be in a Royal Oak. That's not going to work. That's not the way that world works. You got to separate yourself. Where are they going?
Might be shit like this. Like I said, independence, vintage. You got to think, though, it's easy to say that the top dogs will do something like that. The question is, will the hyenas following them change as well? Like LeBron, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, all these star quarterbacks, and I don't know the basketball term for the number one guy, but if those guys all make drastic changes, is the rookie coming in on his first contract who's excited and finally has money and buys a white gold Royal Oak, is he going to see LeBron wearing a Journe and go, oh shit, I need to get a Journe? Or is he just not even going to understand?
I mean, Diga, I'm sure that'll happen. Now, how did AP become popular, right?
It took time, though, because, I mean, for a long time, it was, people were walking out with Pepsis. Like just a couple years ago, those like watch spotter things like, oh, check this guy out. What are these guys? What are these guys wearing? Yep. And like we were seeing celebrities wearing Pepsis, and everyone's like, "Oh, damn, he got a Pepsi!" Like
exactly.
That was 2 years ago.
4 years. Really like 2020, 2021. It was like the top dog had a rainbow Daytona.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Messi's wearing a panda. Fuck.
But it can't stay like this. Like that world, everything changes. It cannot stay where everyone is fighting over the same Royal Oak in different colors, the occasional RM, and the same fucking 8 Nautiluses. That's not going to, it just won't stay like that. It's impossible. Right?
The thing is,
there's a wave coming, right? And we all have to start paddling. What are we looking for? Because I'm not missing the shit. I was too young. I had no money. I missed the whole thing now. Missed it. And I have a completely different opinion of Boston Collector. I think AP and Patek, you will not catch it. It's over. And by the time you catch it, everyone else has moved on. And it doesn't, like, you're not getting it. You missed it.
But the thing about celebrities is they don't have to catch a wave. They buy it in secondary anyway, So for us, we have to catch the wave because we have to predict what's going to be hot 3 years from now. And they don't. And I think the celebrities move at a glacial pace to adopt what's hot. I mean, in a way, they've concentrated, like you said, on hot Rolex, hot AP, hot Patek, and then the occasional Jacob and Co. or whatever. Right. And that's it. That's all you ever see with those guys.
And it's been nothing for else, a long time.
And it's been for several years that way. But they were probably behind.
You're ignoring certain things. So you're ignoring the fact that, especially with AP, they inserted themselves into hip hop, basketball, and then back into hip hop. First one was Jay-Z. Second one was 10 years later with LeBron. And then the third one was 10 years later with Travis Scott. So they insert themselves. And we know, we can't talk about it, but we know the next place that they're putting themselves. And my friend group, people I talk to, seem to think that that next place is going to be a flop. Right? We know what it is. We can't talk about it right now. It'll be obvious in the future. So forget about them. Where we go
after the same group.
Buckley, if I had to bet, I would start building relationship with LV. I think they're doing a lot of interesting stuff. And if you want those high horology limited editions, say 5 years down the road, I think that's the brand to watch out for.
It's easy to like. Do you mean us in general, or just like you're saying, like watch collectors? If that's
I'm saying. So the question was, what would be the next wave, right? So if you want to catch the next wave,
you.
Building that relationship today with LV, I think would probably.
Because when they drop that super hot sports watch or whatever they drop, that finally hits, someone's going to be 3 or 4 watches in.
Well, no, you said something wrong though, because you just said something. You're living in the last 10 years because you said when they finally drop a good sports watch, it might not be a sports watch. It might be
or whatever.
Yeah, but that's my whole point. Is we're so caught up in the sports watch thing. There's a reason why Patek makes 85% dress watches, because at one point that's all they could sell was dress watches, right?
So when LV does a Reshep collab, and it's limited to 100 pieces, people are going to wish that they had a relationship, you know?
Yeah.
People are going to, like, Rose is going to be like, yeah, I don't deal with my LVSA. I go direct to France, you know? My LV relationship's with France.
Which, by the way, if you look closely, Buckley, and I know you follow this, that's what Zach Attack and Will Tan and some of those guys are doing.
Yeah, they are.
They're dealing directly with Arnaud, and they're kissing his ass. They're like, hey, you know what? We like what you're doing with Daniel Roth and the Louis Vuitton watch. And you don't see them being spotted with those pieces, but they're definitely cozying up to that.
They know something.
Well, they either know something or they're creating it right in front of us, and we're not paying attention because we're all still on the list for the goddamn fill in the blank, right?
I have a theory. They're doing what 1916 did with FP John. They're slowly building that.
Right.
Every time I say I like the LVs, me and Buckley almost have a divorce. So
I hate the Tambor with every ounce of my being, so I can't get behind it.
Yeah.
But it is a nice looking movement with a micro rotor, with a lot of guilloche, with the LV branding on the rotor. It's like they did a lot of shit good with it if you're a watch guy. And I know a lot of watch guys actually appreciate and respect what they're doing. They think they're pouring money into it, and it'll be something. They just have to get the right. They just have to have the right hit watch.
I shared a link. If you can pull it up. I mean, I think this is.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
I'm actually interested because I don't really know. I know it was a thing, but I don't know why it was a thing. Early 2000s, when we shifted from 36 millimeter day dates, right, over to 44 to 47 millimeter Breitling Panerai Hublot. What caused that, and how fast did it take off? Because it was a thing. There was a time for 5 years, 10 years where people walked in and they would not look at Rolex. They wanted to look at Breitling over Rolex. They only want Breitling.
I think that died when Pimp My Ride was taken off the air.
Well, it died, but everything will eventually kind of die off. It's what's next.
Yeah.
Right. So what are we seeing right now that's right in front of us that would indicate that this is kind of the direction things are going?
Yeah.
So Vimal, tell us about this.
No, I mean, my point was, for a long time, the issue with fashion brands that made watches was it was very low quality, low horology, I mean, it's basically you just paid for. It's basically Michael Kors, but you're paying LV tag prices. But now I think all these fashion brands are actually investing in their watches, and they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't see something happening down the road. And especially with Louis Vuitton, like signing up independents, pumping in money into this segment when no one's really looking at them right now. I think they're trying to position themselves to a scenario where people say they probably don't buy as many bags, but they want something even more expensive and exclusive. And I think these watches are what's going to stand out. And once that happens, you'll see a few celebrities picking it up. And once they pick it up, then everyone else wants it, right? So you kind of create that cycle. So I think that's why my money's on Louis Vuitton.
So MJ says the original cause of the big watch boom was huge. I mean, Sylvester Stallone and Arnold were the two biggest movie stars in the 90s, right? It didn't get any bigger than them. So if that's the case, who are the biggest celebrities on earth right now? I mean, I have an answer, but I hate the fucking answer.
Timothy Chalamet is one, and the other one...
Mark Zuckerberg.
No.
Taylor Swift.
I would say the Kardashian family.
So, as somebody that doesn't follow social media very strongly, are they like everywhere still? Because to me, they're kind of cringe. They're not. They're not cringe to the mass public.
Actually, Chalamet and Kylie Jenner right now are probably the biggest, right?
Right.
I don't know.
He did Dune, and he did some stupid movie about the singer, right? That's all he's done, right? And Willy Wonka, like that dude's the biggest celebrity.
He's definitely coming up. He's definitely coming up, but
why is he hanging out with certain people? Like, is that what's happening? Or
he's dating one of the Kardashians.
He's Kylie Jenner, and he sees a courtside at basketball games and
so he's dating a Kardashian. I guess.
Sporting events, yeah.
Diego. Just to give you some perspective, right? This is disgusting. I wish I didn't look this up. Who do we keep bringing up? We keep bringing up LeBron. No, not LeBron. Zack Attack, right? Zack Attack's probably one of the top people. Zack Attack has 132,000 followers. Okay.
Yep.
Kim Kardashian. This is fucking disgusting. 356 million followers.
Fuck.
Okay. Now, if I type in Kardashian, they're all going to come up. I just want to go one by one because Kim is, I want to assume the biggest, but Kim Kardashian, 356 million. Khloe, 303 million. Kourtney, 218 million. That's fucking insane.
Check out Kylie Jenner. You'd be shocked.
Jenner?
Are they,
Kylie.
What do they post on social media? Just like pictures of themselves, or are they like
they don't post anything? They don't post anything. They don't post anything. They are covered.
393 million followers for Kylie Jenner.
Yep. She's overtaken her sister.
All it takes is for one of these girls to just flash something that we don't see coming, and it's over. It's over.
So let me ask you this. What have they flashed? What watches do they wear right now?
They wear all the shit, but they never talk about it. But like the brand Fashion Nova, like do you guys know anything about the Fashion Nova brand?
No.
Okay. It's basically a garbage. It's like a garbage Alibaba type brand, but it's enormous. And every girl who's in Fashion Nova, like all the models, they're all modeled after the Kardashians. Everybody basically looks like a Kardashian. Like they're definitely up there. I mean, because I'm trying to think of like male movie stars, and the only two people I can think of.
They're both Cartier fans. Even Kylie Jenner. Yeah.
So that explains why you see Cartier popping off, right?
Same
But
with Taylor Swift. She also wears spotted
Damn.
with.
I don't think Taylor Swift can hold a candle to the Kardashians.
No, they can't. But I'm just saying that it just feels like Cartier is kind of positioning themselves.
Was I
But-
manipulated without even knowing it?
Probably. But here's the thing: is I'm trying to think of male movie stars, and the reason why we haven't seen the influence the way we have with like the NFL or basketball, there's no like the only two movie stars I can think of that are relevant and like huge still is Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. I mean, who else is?
Tom Cruise, though, he'll wear like some ugly meteorite date.
He wears Rolex. He wears Rolex and Vacheron. But he's not
But,
a
like-
watch. Not like into watches. Like this Brad Pitt thing with F1, that might do something for IWC. It might.
Yeah.
It might.
All right, Buckley, you blow your mind. So Kylie was spotted wearing a Panther de Cartier, and Timothy was wearing a Cartier Tang Yeshe.
So I'd be watching Cartier then.
Yeah.
Diego, you might be ahead of all of us. We don't even know it.
I've shared a link.
He was wearing that. That's why I was upset, because I was like, who's this fucking nobody wearing the new Cartier that hasn't even been released yet? Fuck that guy. And I guess he's like in some Dune movie.
He's in Dune.
Yeah.
He's been in a bunch of movies.
Look, and he was wearing the green one the other day. Man.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I don't like this, but I'm aware that this is how the world works. I fucking hate it, but this is just the way that it is. And if you're trying to figure out what the trend is, you gotta watch this shit.
Yeah.
Why are they? These are LA people, and they're like super Knicks fans. I don't get it.
No, they were given tickets to sit at the front row of the Knicks game and to wear those watches and other things that we don't. She's probably wearing stuff, and we don't know what it is. But 300 million women know exactly what it is.
And that's another, case why I think the fashion brands win, because they already cater to the women audience through their bags and perfumes and jewelry. This is like an upsell. It's easier to upsell that to someone who comes into your store frequently versus someone who's walking into a Rolex for the first time or an AP for the first time.
Dude, these girls must be old right now, right? Like they've been in.
Kim is like 40.
Yeah.
Kylie Jenner, I would consider old. I mean,
no,
she's the next
younger
gen.
I mean, she's still.
Who's the
very,
chick
very
to the
young.
left? Who's the chick to the left?
Kendall,
The one taking
Kendall,
the drink?
right? That's Kendall Jenner. I think.
Kendall, she's the model. She's the tall model.
Did she get a lot of work done, or has she always looked? I mean, she's pretty cute.
She's always
But-
been tall and pretty.
Yeah, very.
So
very-
she didn't go through all the crazy surgeries like.
Oh
the
no,
other
she's had they've all had work done. It's just her whole thing is being a legit supermodel. So she doesn't do any of the thick bit shit, you know?
ones. Her name's Kendall.
Yeah.
Let me Google something here.
But this is what I hate, right? This is what I hate. These people, they're gonna start to do shit, and you're not gonna know about it, but it's gonna trickle into the watch world and it's gonna make things happen. I hate that, but that's the way that it is.
Well,
Do you guys know Lisa from? She was in White Lotus, and then
Yes. Yeah,
she's actually
huge.
dating Rick Arno,
Dating who?
the CEO of the watch, Louis Vuitton watch. What, Frederick Arno?
Oh, she's dating Frederic Arnault.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
wait, what was her
weird.
character in White Lotus? Which chick?
The Thai,
Oh, yeah.
the cute one. Yeah,
Yeah, she had. Her role was so stupid.
yeah. But she's very, very popular in Asia.
I learned that after that she's like more famous than all of those people combined.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
she's dating
No.
the CEO of the Louis Vuitton watch and jewelry division. So
here's what we need to check: the mass-produced Cartier is the Santos. How far off is the steel Santos? How far off on the gray market is it from retail right now?
not much actually.
I don't know
That's
the answer.
surprising.
So
Let me Google it.
Diego, this is what I'm talking about. This shit is It's happening right before you don't even notice it because it's happening right below your feet. So Yiddish Gambino says 30% on the steel one.
Yeah, but he like buys from like Marco and stuff, right? He's getting good
Well,
deals.
not a gold one. I'm not talking about gold. I'm talking about the steel, white dial, blue dial, green dial, Santos. How far off from retail is it?
Let me check. I'll look for the large, and we'll see. Let's see.
Pull it up on the stream here.
Yeah, give me a sec here. You guys are gonna have to deal with the loud mouse, by the way.
The thing with Cartier is, though, that they don't make crazy iced out pieces. I mean, or do they?
But what does that have to do with anything?
Well, because the celebrities and sports figures, they don't just wear the regular Royal Oaks or regular. They wear stuff that is extremely flashy and very expensive and gem set. And I think if Cartier wants to compete, they can't just compete with $10,000 watches.
Oh no, they have $300,000, $200,000 watches.
But they have to be. But they have to have diamonds on them. They have to have a whole bunch of shit on them.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I just
That's
shared
what.
a link.
That's why. If you go to like a celebrity watch spot or where the hell on Instagram, it's always it's Rolex, it's AP, it's Patek, it's Richard Mille, and that's 90% of the watches, and occasionally a Jacob and Co. Those, I mean,
Diego,
can it change? Sure, but it's still that.
Let's go to new unworn. Let's start with new.
So see, I've been tracking all these the recent events that the Met Gala, then the Oscars, and all the other award shows. You're seeing a lot more Cartier now on the red carpet than before, and those are those limited edition ones that got released. The last watches and
Load
one
high really quick.
Load a high,
So-
new unworn. Okay, so
this is plus tax though, so this is a good example. $7,000, and it's 8,700.
2021.
What is this? Pounds?
No, the
Oh, you
dollars.
guys can't see. Sorry, is this pounds?
Yeah, euros. I think that's euros.
Why is my fucking computer in euro?
You just have to.
Oh,
change the
sorry, I
name to
forgot.
US.
I deal with Cartier in Paris. My bad. Anyway, yeah, they're up there. I mean, you would think that
2021 though,
this doesn't. Oh, yeah, it's fucking.
and that's like new. We need a brand new one, 2025.
Oh yeah,
There you
2024 right there.
Okay, so 7,400.
So when the euro and the dollar were in polarity, this is actually, you could call this fucking close to retail. I mean,
What is U.S. retail?
let me see if I could change.
I haven't been
my-
on the Cartier website. And fucking, I don't even know.
Fuck is this in euros?
I'm seeing 8250.
8,200.
Yeah, 8200.
8,200. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's right on top of it. I would have thought.
Oh, no. The medium is 7,500.
Yes,
The medium-
so it's $1,000 off. I would have thought it would be a lot more drastic.
Is that the medium or the large?
This is the large.
Okay, so the large is 8,250.
Yep, and then
So-
you got it here for 75. That's a 2023. Let me filter 2025.
Interesting.
Yeah, call it 7 to 7,500. Here's some for 8. 8.5. I mean, some of these are listed over retail, which is I mean, not bonkers, but yeah, it's would not have guessed. I would have thought you could pick these up for $5,000 all day. You know,
Yeah. No. That yeah. It might be So I don't think that this will be like I think this could be a Submariner situation where it's just you buy it at the AD, you buy it gray, and it's the same price.
Yeah.
So Buckley, this would be the date just that people who
Right.
see a Panda Daytona on someone else's wrist and then shows up to the Rolex AD to get one thing, and they say you can just have the date just. This is going to be their date just that you can get, while the more exclusive limited edition is going to be different. Because if you look at Chrono, the models that were released last year at Watches and Wonders, the limited editions, they're not there. Like people are actually holding on to these.
Oh, you're talking about the Tortues from last year? Yeah, I have not been able to find one.
Tortues, the Rewind. So there was quite a few limited editions. You barely see them.
Look at this, Buckley. This is if there's even any on Chrono. So this is like the mid 2000s version of their release this year. These are all like, if you can find them, they're 200,000 plus.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, they're fucking, to me, they're badass, but.
Okay. Now, another thing to check.
You like that really skinny one, right, Buckley? The long one?
I like the Cintre, but if I was going to buy one, I'd buy the Santos. I like the Santos.
Yeah.
But it's not even about me. It's just what we're trying to figure out is, has this brand secretly been moving under our feet, right? Because like we're not paying attention. We look down on it. But when I say look down on it, it's like, oh, it'll always be there and it'll be below retail. Yeah, okay. They said that about the Chronomet Blue in 2016 also.
This one's 15,000 more than I paid with no box, no papers. And it's severely polished. So they're moving up. All right, what are we looking for?
I don't
know. Diego, can you look up Louis Vuitton watches? A more limited edition, if there's any.
Let's see. I'll just sort high to low. By the way, did you know you could search like watch accessories on Chrono? You can find like straps and shit, deployment buckles and all that.
All right. 10:30. I gave you food for thought, I think. I got to go. Have fun.
All right. Thanks, Buckley. Good show.
I got to get going here in a bit, too. The wife just got done with her shower. I owe her a massage. Look at this.
Hey, what about mine?
Is this the one that Doc and his watch got?
Yeah.
Yep. Tambour Convergence.
55K. What's the retail of that? Not that it matters.
35.
Wow.
Hey, Ghost of Yiddish Gambino, what's up? You're a Cartier enthusiast.
Yes, sir. The Santos Dumont from 2023 and 2024, all those limited edition pieces are selling over retail. And I think the comparison of the standard Santos to Cartier to the date just is exactly right. You're going to have people that are looking for the real hard to get pieces and flashing those, and folks will run to the AD, and what are you going to be able to get? Steel Santos Dumont, blue dial, white dial, green dial, brown dial, and that's what people are going to get. Just the regular Santos.
How do you find? Is this the Santos Dumont? How do you find it on the website?
If you go to the regular Santos collection.
Okay, so watches, collections, Santos.
No, I think there's all. Like, because there's so many collections that it's like Dumont is on a strap, basically. Same as the Santos, but it's on a strap.
Oh, so these ones are going over retail is what you're saying.
No, he's saying the limited edition ones are going over. And people who see those and go into the store will be offered this one, which is more of a regular.
I mean, this is a great watch.
It's a beautiful watch. Their watches are great.
Does it come in different colors?
There's green, blue. There used to be red, but that's discontinued now.
Interesting. I guess I didn't pay attention to the Santos last year. All right, I got to jump. It's been fun.
All right. Thank you.
Goodbye.
See you, Diego.
Peace out. Ghost of Yiddish Gambino, you're back.
Hopefully. But yeah, those Santos Dumonts, which are the Strat versions, those are the ones that they issue limited editions most years. They've done that every year, but this year, out of the last 5, switching between the extra large and the large models, all of those go for over retail. They're usually limited to 150, 250 pieces. Cartier actually does limited edition like the right way, unlike Omega. So those pieces have always been collectible, regardless of the market. And if celebrities start really, flashing Cartier on the regular, I think that you'll have people running to the AD to get the standard Santos de Cartier on bracelet, because they make tens of thousands of those. And the only thing it's really going to do is just bring the secondary market price pretty much up to what the primary price from the AD is. I don't expect those to go over retail.
Cool.
But they're great.
Thanks for sharing that perspective. Ghost of Yiddish Gambino, thank you very much. Famal, thank you. I want to thank Buckley, Boston Collector, CQ, Diego for jumping on the stream. 7-hour marathon stream. Upvote. If you're watching on the replay, hit the super thanks and leave a comment. I replied it, or I'll heart every single comment. Guys, you've been amazing. I want to remind you to visit casedintime.com. They have the new NASA Moon case. Use promo code OriginalOC, casedintime.com. It's the biggest discount that you can get. And I want to remind you to reach for the crown. Thanks, everybody. Upvote the stream and make sure you have the notifications enabled. We will catch you on the next one. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thanks for everybody for super chatting. And to special shout out to all of my members. Love you guys. Peace out. Have a great night.
And action!